performative to just like headshot one player who tweeted about it, and it's going to be like, this is our stance, and we're going to, make this standard. If you're playing on other accounts, if you're downranking, if you're challenger smurfing in low,
you're buying accounts,
like all this type of stuff. As long as it's consistent, then you're getting headshot everywhere. Then I think that's fair, right? Then people have to adapt to whatever the changes are. We just had a pretty crazy weekend this last week. Obviously, we had our two perceived top teams, both C9 and FlyQuest, were playing.
You got to add the perceived in there. That's
and
crazy.
people were coming in thinking it was going to be a couple of 3-0s. But Shopify had some other ideas. They pulled off the upset against Cloud9. It was a 3-2 series. A lot to talk about there, but start us off because it's pretty crazy that not only did Cloud9 get challenged, they actually lost, and they were the ones who got to pick their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, definitely surprising to say the least. But I mean, as Jack has said, the Energy, CLG, whatever, they're the team that will just randomly beat C9 periodically. Somehow they just do it. And yeah, I mean, this one felt really weird to watch. It didn't feel like C9 was playing to the level that you'd expect, or maybe just like the Shopify was the first team that was strong enough to actually properly punish them, because I do think this year, watching C9, they have had kind of almost like a chaotic play style to them, where they're obviously all really, really good individual players, and a lot of times they win games through just like hands checking their opponents. But one thing I've also noticed is that especially around objective fights, they look really uncoordinated. It seems like they're usually very spread and they have different ideas, and someone's going in while someone else is not ready for it. And we kind of saw that this series. So I do think that's something that, is a little concerning for them. And it's also a really hard issue to fix, because it's like, it's easy to say, oh, we're not on the same page. Let's just be on the same page. But it's like,
yeah,
they're not like, all right, guys, Dragon's coming up. Everyone do your own thing.
The thing
Dragon's coming up. Unplug the microphone.
Headsets off.
The specific thing that I keep seeing over and over, and why I think it does happen a lot, specifically against Contracts and Palafox, like, because when Jack is like traumatized and he's talking about, oh my god, these guys always upset us, it's like it's always these teams that have Contracts and Palafox on it, the CLG and Energy and Shopify teams, is because so a lot of these approaches, and it happens in Dragons, it happens in Grubs, it happens a lot. Cloud9, I think one of the specific things they let their opponents do too much is get the free approach. Like, they don't control, like they get their setup and like they're like on the Grubs or they're on whatever objective or something, but they always leave open a couple of different like pockets of fog of war for your opponents to just free approach from. And I feel like that is the biggest like step that they're missing in their objective setups, and Contracts is like the perfect type of player to take advantage of that, because he always is looking for that angle. He's always looking for an aggressive engage or, some surprise pick later. Like, even when they're down super behind in a game, late game or something like that, like him and Palafox are always looking for that, like, comeback, surprise, gank angle, instead of like going to where you suspect them to be, like where would be the perceived correct position. And so I feel like that it's kind of like a very good matchup where, Contracts is always looking for that aggressive angle and start, and Cloud9 oftentimes do leave open and approach for their opponents. But in this specific series, I also think Shopify had better drafting. They had a lot of good setups for themselves for like team fights for ways to win later. And it's kind of funny. We were talking at the beginning of the episode. We went to Team Liquid and we were talking to Spawn a little bit after the Race to World First stuff. And I asked him if I could repeat this, but one little clip of one of the things he said, he was like, yeah, we think of Cloud9 as like a team with like 10 strength stat, but like 4 wisdom, or like a pretty low
4 intellect, 4
like
wisdom,
stuff like that too. And I saw like that little clip was pretty funny, and I think that's kind of true, with how they have been playing, where like their laners are pretty strong, especially their solo laners are really strong, and they do do a lot of like really good of the straightforward gameplay and setup. And actually, multiple of our pros, individuals talk about it on the podcast. We're like, oh yeah, that's kind of the difference between FlyQuest and Cloud9. It's like FlyQuest are like more creative, Cloud9's a lot more straightforward in it. So yeah, I mean, maybe that is that is one of the issues, and see if they can hammer it out and fix it in the lower bracket, because now the mega pressure is on with Cloud9 being down there.
It's funny that it does feel like over the years drafting something that like continually will sneak up on Cloud9 during playoffs, because Cloud9 always has like this interesting issue where I think they do really well in scrims, like because you said their individual strength is so high that there's always going to be a huge difference between scrims and stage play, which, people say this over and over again, but usually the big difference is that, like, if you can hands check people, that's going to be great in scrims, because my explanation for the difference is, like, in scrims, if you don't know if a play is going to work, you'll go for it. On stage, if you don't know if it's going to work, you won't go for it, right? So a lot of times the enemies are probably just taking bad fights and C9's winning and then snowballing games through that. But on stage, they're not really getting these, like, huge leads because the other team might, like, concede a little bit. And like you said, I do think the analysis of, like, they aren't expecting the other team to contest them, and then they get contested, and so they're a little uncoordinated. I think that is actually pretty accurate now I think about it. I hadn't thought about it that way. But, I don't know. I guess they just have to have, like, more of a game plan. Like I've always loved conditional statements where it's like, if they walk here, we're going to go, right? Or it's like, watch me, I'm going to look for a flank kind of thing. But it doesn't, I don't know if there's a whole lot of that going on with the team. And it's like, maybe they'll just be on an objective, think the other team's not coming. Then they show up and they're like, oh God.
Wait, what was our plan B?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's definitely way more than one thing, obviously. And it is interesting because I mentioned this prior, that people feel like, Contracts is this really good matchup against Blabber. Because going into that series all time, he was 12-25 against Blabber. So it's like Blabber has obviously dominated that head-to-head, has been on better teams. But there is that feeling of like the unpredictability about Contracts that, he can make things happen. With this series, it's weird because if you watch, I could show you a couple of these games and you think, wow, Cloud9 is 1,000 times better, right? If you watch game 1 and game 4, you're like, this series isn't even close. They absolutely stomped them. And then you have game 3 where I feel like it's the other way, where it looks completely hopeless for C9. I feel like they got super headshot in draft. I thought game 3 was just, even in isolation, I thought C9's draft was horrible. I really struggle to think about what comp this two-threat Yone Ziggs team is supposed to be good against. Is definitely not what they were playing against. And I thought that remember I was on the desk and we were doing this thing of like, you can once per week like try to like predict the upset and use your call on the upset. As soon as I saw this draft, like instantly I'm like, that they're losing this game. There's just no way you are winning with a two-threat team when the Yone has to lane into a Casio, so you're getting miasma'd. You can't actually snap back. You go in, you get silenced by Cho'Gath, ulted by Vi, miasma and stun and stuff from the Casio, charmed up and ulted from the Rakan, and it's like, you cannot play. So Sven on the Ziggs is supposed to solo their whole team, including this tank Cho'Gath. Like, what is this draft? That felt completely unplayable. Game 5 was pretty competitive back and forth, but I again thought that Shopify had a better draft and played better, so like they were in a strong position. But it was just such an interesting series because so many of the games were so different. It's like game 1, Cloud9 comes out and stomps them. Okay, everything's going as expected. Game 2, 3.5K lead, and then that game to me was way more misplay than outplay. That was like Cloud9 with some monster throws. Medios and I, before you came in, we were watching this back. The Otacon fight in that game was crazy. Like that was, you want to talk about not being on the same page. They're all doing different things. Fudge is TPing in on the tri-brush behind them, and Blabber's like, okay, let's turn on him. So he goes in and he EQs and knocks him up as he arrives, but then the 3 members of his team, like his bot lane and his mid laners, all run to around the side down towards bot lane, and Thanatos is running up, marking another TP, attacking Palafox way down the lane. It's like they're all on a completely different page. Blabber dies for free, then they get Baron, and even with that, they're still on a lead. Then they go to, do we have this play mid lane where I think it was the catch onto Sven was what preempted it. And he had just like valked to mid lane to get back to the minions faster, which is obviously kind of a lazy play or a greedy play, whatever you want to call it. He gets ulted by Sion and killed. Then they go there and they contest it in a 4v5. They get them off. But then they're super split on their calls even at the Baron. And like Loki's still chasing. Palafox had gotten out. He TP's back. They all die. They lose Baron. Then that game becomes in Shopify's control. So it's like they had 2 games where they super stomped Shopify, 2 games where I felt like they kind of got outplayed and outdrafted, and then one where they looked like they were going to just stomp them again and then monster through. So it's kind of like a weird series when you watch the games in isolation because they all feel so differently. And so for me, it's hard to just point to one thing and be like, well, it's this. Because I saw a lot of people being like, yep, it's Blabber's fault. Blabber sucks, and that's why Cloud9 did bad. I saw a lot of that on social media, but Blabber also had some really dominant games. Like his Trundle game, I felt like he was like 1v9. So it's hard to just
that
kind of
Trundle game was
thing.
crazy because it started with the level 2 gank bottom, which went horribly, right? It was like I actually did a podcast with Anero and Vulcan right after the games, and obviously they weren't feeling great about it, and we were just talking about some of the games, and apparently Sven accidentally skilled W level 1 in that Senna Braum game when they were looking for the level 2 gank instead of Q, which is like, it's good for the gank, but not good for anything else, right? It's like you kind of want Q on Senna level 1 to be able to trade at all. And so like they try the level 2 gank bot, it doesn't work, and then Blabber's probably going to be like, he should be really behind for that, but then Contracts does 3 camps on Sedge, invades Raptors, and smites it and doesn't get it. So he basically just used his lead to full leash a camp for Blabber, and then Blabber just got back in the game and was complete even. And then Fudge also was just completely wilding that game. I don't know if it was just like, got too excited, they had some momentum, but like he was just making like the most bizarre plays ever and just giving Thanatos a completely free lane. So
I talked to the other side, by the way, about that Trundle game at the beginning, because I talked to Contracts.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't know why I went to even go to the Raptors anyways and like try and flip it there. He was like, had an easy path to counter jungle his other side since he was since the Trundle was so delayed. And he's like yeah, I messed up the smite, but I shouldn't have even gone there to mess up the smite. I should have just counter jungled his other side, and then he would for sure, have a camp lead. And so I think he realized also after messing up his chicken seal, because after that Blabber then like was fully recovered from having spent time to go to a level 2 gank. Like you said, not only did Contracts like smite for him and give him the extra damage, but he also wasted all of his time walking over there and then walking back to do it. And so that like fully course corrected, so then Blabber could like re-gank bottom side a whole bunch.
Yeah, I mean that's always the worst feeling thing as a jungler, when it's like you could have just full cleared, like completely autopiloted the game and had a huge lead because the other guy did some crazy stuff, but you're trying to get creative, punish his mistake, and then you just make it that much worse. So not ideal. Feels pretty bad for him, but it does happen.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai, I know, was another big talking point for a lot of people on the Cloud9 side, because some people obviously think Rek'Sai made sense there. Some people thought it was horrible. I guess to me it was like they felt that they wanted an AD jungler here. And obviously a lot were already out because we were in game 5 and they were pretty popular. And then Olaf and Nocturne both got banned. I was thinking he was maybe going to like play Viego or something if he wanted to play an AD jungler. But he ended up going Rek'Sai. There wasn't really much left in the pool. But to me, this game was not really about like the fact that he was playing Rek'Sai. A lot of the early stuff just went so bad for them. Like that dive bot was super mismanaged, and B-Boy and Seos just kind of outplayed it easily.
It was such a huge mess because I got pretty excited seeing Rek'Sai because she's been one of my longtime mains, and this was the patch where they give Rek'Sai 4 more base AD. So the win rate's gone up a little bit. I still don't think Rek'Sai is that good right now, but yeah, I mean, just the early game was so bad. It was people are talking about the comp, and I actually think C9 had like a pretty decent comp. I talked to Anero about it because he like runs drafting for C9 most of the time, and basically it was like game 5. There was, I think it was like the trade was Xin Zhao and Nico, and then like Annie Rise was just going to be a trade, and so they like Shopify took Xin Zhao, so they get Nico, and then it's going to be a bad jungle matchup no matter what. Like you just figure it out, and so they took Rek'Sai. But yeah, there's that level 3 dive. The fact that the last tick of red buff got Blabber tower aggro when they were trying to like
Well, he also walked onto chompers and didn't flash.
Yeah, because I think it was a 100% the fact that they didn't think he was going to get tower aggro there. Like, they dropped aggro right. Normally that's a normal thing for a dive, right? It's like you start the dive. If you can't one-shot them, you just chunk them back out and then do it again. But the red buff got him aggro again, and then because the tower was already ramped, it just like two-shot him, and he could have flashed the chompers, got out, but it was just like, it happened so fast. They didn't expect the tower to start shooting him like that. So it was terrible. Thanatos also got solo killed by Fudge, who had Fudge's solo kill was pretty insane. It was like, he hits the Q1, the Q2, and then he kind of like backstepped, because it's always the mind game with Aatrox Q3, right? It's like, is he going to flash it? And so he backstepped to make him think he wasn't going to go for it, went for it, and then as he like the Q3 gives him his passive again, which gives him like perfect damage to kill Thanatos. So it was just really well played stuff. And yeah, dude, that Rek'Sai looked so useless. That was like the craziest useless Rek'Sai game of all time.
So obviously this one had a lot to do with play, but I also thought that this was another failed draft, because to me, the Yorick ban should 100% be replaced by a Xin ban. I think the biggest blunder is like, because you're talking like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna have to figure it out, and there's, we'll have to be in like the Rek'Sai tier of champions. I think that's okay if you're actually in the Rek'Sai tier of champions and you're not giving over Xin, which is like mega like prime.
Xin could be a good game
tier.
one pick.
That could be a really good game one pick.
Well, if you ban Xin, then they just first pick Nico, and what do you get?
I mean,
I guess you're just playing.
I think that's giving up.
That's still viewed as unfavorable.
I feel like that's giving up a lot less than giving up a Xin matchup. Nico to me is less, like, I'm giving up way less priority after the nerfs. Like, it's still good, but I don't know. I would rather play into a Nico than play into a Xin, and then have to be like a Viego or Rek'Sai or something.
I think that's a fair way to look at it, but I could see the other way too. I think that like Nico has looked really insane in a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean,
considered quite a good.
Vulcan did have some quite good Nico games. I guess if you're really prioritizing that half of the trade,
because the thing with Xin is he's a champion he's pretty polarizing as far as how he does in the game, right? Like, we've seen a lot of people just run it down on Xin. You know, even Inspired, probably the best jungler right now, he'll have a lot of games on Xin where he looks like he's having a terrible time, right? It's like this champion is very susceptible to getting caught. And I truly think that this game would have looked completely different because the bot play should have been C9 favored, but instead they just gave, I think, Jinx like a
Jinx
red
even
buff.
got the kill.
Yeah, Jinx got a kill and a red buff.
And then you get no advantage from Nico because their bot lane's ahead now too.
Yeah, exactly. And then like Thanatos is getting solo killed as Gnar and Aatrox. I think that if this game went somewhat according to script, or at least according to how Cena wanted to play, the idea kind of works, right? It's like you have Ryze Gnar, huge side lane pressure. Shopify doesn't have very good side laning champions, and so they would just be like perma grouping, trying to force something, and then you have like, Kai'Sa, Nico, Rek'Sai, who are like, just going to be running around, like starting random skirmishes, being annoying. So I don't think it was an unplayable draft, but obviously, like, when your bot play fails, your top laner gets solo killed, right, the game just goes horrible right from the get-go, then like,
I mean, obviously this was all play, but I did think that this was a Shopify win in draft as well. Yeah. Because I think, even if you are gonna go this strat for Cloud9, it's harder to execute than Annie, Leona engaged Jinx comp for like 5-on-5.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah,
it is a lot harder. And I mean, once they got behind early, I didn't feel like they really had any chances in this game. I mean, unless Bvoy just positioned really poorly and like got picked or something, it didn't seem like they were going to have much of an opportunity. And Bvoy played it really well. Shopify, I think, it definitely deserves a lot of credit. I mean, it's cool to see that they were able to upset. And now the question to me is, like, what does this mean going forward, right? Like, is there a lot of teams that can challenge teams at the top, or is it just like a blip on the radar? Can they challenge FlyQuest and stuff now? Because they're going to have another really big test. And on pros, there was no C9 members on it, but there was the two FlyQuest bot laners as well as Seos. And they were talking about how, I mean, I think Busio always kind of says this, but he's like, maybe there was a top two before, but he was basically saying, like, I think anyone can lose to anyone. Like, we could lose to anyone, that kind of thing. And a lot of people have been mentioning they think Lyon has gotten a lot better. Team Liquid is kind of more shaky, but it's like if Shopify is doing better, if Lyon is better, if we don't know how C9 is, it makes it way more unpredictable going forward, right? Because there's only 3 teams that even get to go to LTA playoffs from the North. So you have to get into that top 3. And now already you have Lyon, TL, C9, you have 100 Thieves, you have all these teams that are in the lower bracket, and there's not a lot of spots.
To answer your question, I would say what it does is it makes our lower bracket banger. I think all these matchups are going to be so fun to watch now. I mean, I think everyone's still going to expect Shopify to lose to FlyQuest in the upper bracket, but I think the lower bracket is going to be so exciting now for our playoffs. So definitely looking forward to the coming weeks, building this up.
Oh yeah, I mean it's so hard to predict all these things too, because I think in BO1s, BO3s, whatever, with the beginning of the split being BO3, it's like we saw a lot of the same champions being picked most of the games, right? It was like most series were 2 games, and it was like you'd see roughly like the same like 15, 20 champions in those games. But when it's BO5, you actually have to be able to win with a lot of different stuff, and it's a lot more likely that a team will just have like a completely horrible draft, like something just went wrong with their planning, because it's I don't know, there's only so much you can plan for when there's like, okay, going to game 4 draft, like 30 champions are banned, they have first pick, there's all these like matchups you want to avoid, and you want to make sure your team comp's okay, and then you just like end up with a mess, and you're like, oops, that wasn't good. So it can happen.
One thing I wanted to ask you, did you guys talk about on that, because you said you had Vulcan and Arrow, right? Did you ask him, or was there any talk about like why he didn't actually just use the cannon minion trick to tank the tower on that dive? Because it was on a cannon wave, and I find it so shocking how rare it is that people actually do that. You're almost invincible to the tower. It's insane. You can EQ and then instantly go in a cannon, and you tank between like 8 and 10 tower shots.
No, I didn't ask that, but that is.
And it was on a cannon wave. So it's like, even with the mess ups, the dive is indefensible if you do that, because you can literally sit there and tank 8 to 10 tower shots while Blabber and Sven just walk out of the tower and kill them, right? And it's like, even with all that stuff going wrong, Bvoy and Seo still both had like 200 health each max. So to me, it was like there was all the mess up of like the mechanics of it. But when I was watching that, I was like, why did he not just actually take his cannon and turn into a cannon on that dive? And I felt like it was a guaranteed play if they do that. But Nico players just so rarely do it. And every time they do, it's so overpowered. Like, it's insane to me that you can be level 3 and take 8 to 10 tower shots.
Is it really 8 to 10?
Yes.
Jesus. At level 3?
Yep. I can probably even find a video, because I remember I was having this conversation last week, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm exaggerating, and we found a video of the trick, and it was in that range. I can even.
And
find
it was at level 3. Oh
Yep.
my god!
And this was at level 1. It was at level 1. The guy was able to take like 8 to 10 tower shots. I can't remember exactly how many it was, but it was in that range. Okay. Because you get the siege minion passive.
Yeah. No, I understand. I know how it works and everything. And APA talks about a lot of the Nico tricks.
Has some weird interactions.
Yeah. APA actually did a good little short video on all the Nico tricks, because he uses them for lane also.
Yeah.
To like negate people's runes that are specifically only work on champions.
Yeah.
And like quickly change into a minion for just even a trade, so that you're like not activating runes or items that only activate on hitting champions.
You can also do crazy stuff like, against Leona, if she throws her E at you and you transform into a minion,
It misses.
Things that only hit champions.
Exactly.
You if you're a minion.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, she's got some, I don't know, a lot of people don't like this champion because she's so weird.
I'm one of them.
Dive trick, though, to me, I'm just so surprised.
I think you're right.
With Nico being so popular in pro play for quite a while, I'm like, why are people not doing this dive more often, right? Where you just take a cannon minion. It's how are you supposed to defend yourself? The jungler and the ADC are just hitting you for like 8 to 10 seconds while the Nico tanks it.
Especially because most lanes, you're going to be chunked out from laning against Nico and whatever AD carry, and so you should be lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
unless it got
I'm
patched
sure.
and I haven't been informed about that, but I don't know. Yeah, it was just something.
A good question.
I'd be interested to know his thoughts on it, because it's one of those things where it's like, it reminds me of like what you were saying with contracts, where contracts is like, yeah, I messed up this mechanical thing, but it shouldn't have even been about that. That's how I felt about the dive, right? I'm like, shouldn't have even been a hard dive. You just should have been a cannon.
Yeah. Usually when I'm interviewing someone right after a loss, I'm not going to like, hey man, why didn't you do this thing? Like,
Of course.
did you not want to win?
I just didn't know.
Did you feel good losing that game?
Are you stupid?
First off, are you an idiot?
Yeah, not usually where I go right away with it, but I think it is a good
Secondly,
question.
was it match fixing? No, I just didn't know if it came up, right? Because it's just something I don't hear people talk about a lot with Nico support, but I think is giga OP for tanking dives. But yeah, Shopify deserving of a ton of credit. Definitely really surprised me. I predicted that they would win that one game after I saw the draft, but going into it, I thought it was going to be a 3-0 for Cloud9. I think most people did. Yeah. I think the entire desk predicted C9, obviously. Emily gave them one game. I think that was the most anyone, at least that was on the desk that day, predicted. So definitely a cool upset for them. And now I'm excited to see, can they actually keep the ball rolling and find some openings against FlyQuest? Because FlyQuest has clearly been the number one team, even though there was a top two. I've always felt that the flexibility of FlyQuest has kind of like set them above. And
yeah, going before we go on to FlyQuest, like I was talking to Jack and he was saying like, scrims are going really well. And now I'm starting to always get really worried when I hear that. 'Cause it's like, I think that C9 might have that rare problem of just like winning too many scrims. So I almost wonder if they should just like go into scrims and sandbag
Suffering
harder,
for
like,
success.
not spend all their gold, like go into fights when they're weaker, like draft some horrible team comps. Just so it's like you have to get a little creative. You got to play smart to win. You can't just brute force it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping they have a good lower bracket run, obviously, but it is interesting that they do seem to have that issue recurring where it's like, like they win all their scrims too much, so that then like they don't always have the perfect
Energy
read
was
on
the opposite. Remember, when before they beat G2, everyone was saying they were like 0 and 100.
Yeah, I just want to say that's why I like that we have Shopify and like in the league, and we can have this storyline with this type of team because. It's such an emotional roller coaster. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, you're so bad. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do that?" And then they have this high potential to have upsets.
Almost losing to DSG and Dig, beating Cloud9.
Then we bring up the storyline and like, that's a cheesy storyline. What do you mean? That happened one time or whatever. That happened, blah blah blah. And then they come back and they do get some series like this. So. Definitely. I just really like watching games like that. I also like watching really good, when both teams are like perfect and everything. Mm-hmm. But, as we're League of Legends players ourselves, and we live through a lot of games that are not perfect, and they are emotional roller coasters, and sometimes you need a little bit of that in your life.
It was fun. Shopify players played really well. I think their drafting definitely was a big difference too. So credit to them.
Yeah.
We also had a FlyQuest versus Team Liquid. It was a 3-0. Definitely, if you tuned in partway through the Singed game, you were not thinking it was going to be a 3-0 as there was a monster lead. It was a fun series overall. FlyQuest definitely looked, I think, pretty. I don't know. I want to say like tiers above. They looked clearly in control. Even the Singed game that it looked like they were gonna lose. At first they were way ahead. But overall, I think
red side Singed. His lead wasn't real, unfortunately, because that was a funny one where Inspired was doing like the super aggressive Xinjiao stuff, which I really like to see. I think that's
cool.
I think that if you're playing against a jungler who's newer to competitive, especially someone who comes from solo queue, that's a really good way to play against him. Is like, you throw him off the rhythm, don't let him full clear, don't let him be like as strong as he wants to be, because when you do that kind of stuff, like a level 3 invade like that, you're basically just agreeing, especially when it's like a prolonged standoff sort of thing that we saw. It's like, okay, both of us are just going to be weak this game, right? It's like we're not full clearing, we're going to be down in levels for the whole game. And the more experienced junglers can pull it off because like they understand how to play from that spot. So I thought it was really cool. And then Whippo started with like 3-0 advantage. Impact
and
somehow randomly solo killed him afterwards. That game was awesome. That was like one of my favorite pro games I've seen in a long time because it was just such a bloodbath the entire game. Like both teams were just throwing bodies. Like it was like more than a kill per minute for I think it ended with more than a kill per minute, and
33-26 in a 41-minute game.
And a lot of that was early too, so it was just and there were so many times where it was like, FlyQuest went for the Nexus, they all died, like Liquid, because dude, I thought after this game this must have been true torture for the Liquid players, because it was like so many times they thought they were going to win. It's like, you had a terrible early game. You're coming back. The game's in your hand. Oh, you threw. Oh, we survived their Nexus push. Like, we can win this. And then it just didn't go their way. They ended up losing. And so that must have, like, I don't know. I think going into game 3, they probably were like pretty mentally defeated just because that was just such a painful way to lose.
TL definitely didn't enjoy it. This was another one of those ones, like you're saying, I enjoyed the roller coaster of it. And so I really enjoyed this game, but they definitely didn't. We were talking about it last week, and I was like, oh man, TL versus Cloud9, that series was actually so close. Even though they lost, like they had the game where Jan was 3K gold individually ahead, and then APA had a Mega Ziggs game, and he was so far ahead, but they couldn't win. And if they can't win with that, then how are they going to win? And then this one is another Mega
13, 4, and 13.
This Ziggs is so far ahead. It's another like, oh my God, APA Ziggs, and he's crushing it, and he's so far ahead, and they can't win. TL, as a team, they had 7,111 gold lead, and FlyQuest win this game. And the biggest lead all game long that FlyQuest had is 887 gold. It's when they got the Singe triple kill, it was only like 500 gold lead. And by the end of the game, they have like an 800 gold lead. And FlyQuest win this game. And TL were sitting up there with thousands and thousands and thousands of gold of advantage.
And wasn't the AP like 5K of it or something ridiculous?
Yeah, it was actually crazy. These bombs, like a Q was half of someone's life. It was that was crazy. For TL to lose that and have to go into the lower bracket. I mean, we went to the facility and like
dude,
saw it after. But
that game 2, one thing that watching, I was getting so tilted at did you see what Quad did with his gold after they got the Nexus close? So TL had that one fight in FlyQuest Red Side Jungle where they gave up 2 1K bounties to Quad, and it was so reportable what Quad did with the gold. He bought a Lichbane because they were going to try to go for the Nexus end. They weren't able to get it. So then he recalls and sells his Lichbane for a needlessly large rod. And I'm just like, dude, what? You just got 2,000 gold worth of bounties and you do that with it? Like,
that is crazy.
What is that? Because, he didn't have a Void Staff the whole game. And even if Lichbane's, I don't think it's a particularly good item on Talia, but I think it's better than selling it for a large rod, which is just strictly worse in every single way, shape, and form. And so when I saw it, I was just like, dude, you're like feeding your brain out the whole game. You finally get the shutdowns. Masu probably would have done more with it. And then you do that with your gold. I was so tilted watching that.
That's like one of your friends that is just so bad with money. And as they win some a lottery or like some like cash in on like some like a minor, gambling win or something. And then they're instantly broke again the next day. You see them and they're like, whoa, we're going to the club. Party's on me. And I'm like, you just got one like gambling win. What are you doing?
It was the craziest thing I've seen in a while.
That series was, I mean, game 2 is definitely by far the most fun, right? Like the craziest thing about that invade from Inspire to me was it started by him going in and smiting away the wolves, but Yuji hadn't used his smite. So I was like, oh, well, Yuji will just be able to probably get the next camp, right? But Inspired stayed around and kept harassing for so long that his smite came back up and then he stole the blue as well. And then that's when it was like, okay, now we have to have this full out brawl, right? And then Bubbo, Bubbo has this counter matchup. He picks the Singe into the Gwen, which is like really supposed to be a very good matchup for Singe. And he's 3 kills in a blue buff. I'm like, oh man, Impact's never gonna be able to play. And then like you said, then he gets solo killed by him. Like he was sitting on so much gold and hadn't spent, and then he just gets solo killed by him.
He also had Spellbook, which if he had a combat rune like Conqueror or like literally anything that's not Spellbook, he probably would have been better off.
It's true. But something that was really crazy from this series to me was also just Busio's play, right? Like their comeback in this game 2, but also just throughout the whole series. That play around top lane where he actually gets the kill onto APA, the shutdown on APA, where it's like Masu is harassing him. APA was trying to recall from top lane, or I guess it was bot lane, but like over by their base. And he's like warded out, so he gets stopped by a Deadly Flourish. Then Masu ults and is like slowing him down. It's like, but APA got away. He's at 20%. And Busio, portals in and like Q flashes him, autos him, whatever, kills him, barely lives, stays around in the fight with like 10% health over the wall, then gets a stun that sets up a seismic shove for Quad, which gets a second kill, then goes over, still at incredibly low health, hits an ult onto Jan, and then is able to like, get a stun onto Yon as he like magic portals away and Yon follows him. He stuns him, gets that kill too. Like that sequence was actually insane from the position that they were in, where they're down a ton of gold. They're getting sieged on. It looks like the game is lost. He kills the 13 kill APA. He like catches their carry, like stuns up. I can't remember if it was UG or Impact for the seismic shove. Gets that kill. Like he was just styling on everyone. Then goes into game 3, and we were talking about Renata before the show as well. How I feel like Renata is crazy in some of these games, but most people won't really play it. The first 3 for TL in that game was Renekton, Annie, Kaisa. All you can do is dive. And Renata headshots this so hard. And he goes Renata, and it was just like, all right, it's wraps. And I feel like he is just playing so well this split. It's funny because the split is like, this feels like playoffs, but it's technically part of a regular season. So for MVP and All-Pro and everything, this counts, right? Where normally best of 5s don't. So I feel like Busio is actually putting himself into a position where I think he's a legitimate candidate for MVP, because I feel like Inspired has had a couple games that were not to his level. He's still obviously playing fantastically. I still think he's the best jungler. He still should be in the running for MVP. But I feel like Busio is putting himself in there. And to me, this guy has just been getting better and better. I feel like he's clearly the best support in the West. Even his Karma game, it felt like he was just everywhere, landing redemptions on people, like being so annoying and forcing them to spend spells on him because he's playing in their face with tethers, like right on the line the whole time. I don't know, man. It's just been super impressive to watch him.
Yeah, Busio's been really, really good. And he also just has he has such good energy. It's so always cool to listen to his interviews and stuff, because it's just like he seems to genuinely be having fun and like has somehow no ego despite playing so well. He's just looking to improve. So yeah, definitely a big fan of that. I also really like the Lucian build in that game 3, because I'm starting to think Kraken Slayer might just be the sauce on maybe everybody.
Blasting people.
Yeah, because when we were seeing that, it was like, wait, Kraken Slayer Lucian? Like, you're not going to have mana to do anything. But he was doing so much damage. It was like really insane.
Ever since they buffed it, what was it, like 2 patches ago or whatever, I just feel like Kraken Slayer, I've been trying to fit it on like any champs, or like even go specifically to play champs that play Kraken Slayer. I played a Master Yi game because they had special case previous to this. Kraken Slayer stacks don't stack up on Alpha Strike, but then last patch they took it off and they're like, okay, let's, they're trying to like do their shake up the meta thing, and then so they unspecial cased it, and it does so much damage they're instantly putting it back in next patch. I got a game win on it though, and I Alpha Striked, and it took like it literally you get to hear the noise, and I was like, oh, it feels good. Boop, 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 and it took someone down like.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top 3 junglers right now, it's Kindred, Yi, Bel'Veth, and they're all rushing Kraken Slayer. Because like it is the most insane 1-item spike. It's like, the proc itself, it does more damage when you're low, and it's like several autos worth of damage. So good item, and it was cool to see the Lucian make it work, because like both Lucian games this we can actually he popped off extremely hard, which it's been interesting seeing like the evolution of Lucian, because for a while it was like he was just like the Nami guy, right? It was like you just have him to enable Nami stuff or like do some weird execute synergies, and now it just seems like he's just a solid champion independently.
First he branched out to Braum, and people were like, Melio, okay, so you don't have Melio was like the first one. They're like, all right, it's Nami and Melio, they're like the very similar enchanters, and then they're like, ooh, this Braum combo is really good too, and then people are like, well, then we had like a Lucian Rel game, right? And like now like
playing Lucian
Renata, and you're like, all right, he can have whatever lane partners he wants.
I mean, the
not Senna. Apparently, Lucian Senna, despite the lore, it's just never going to be a remote.
That one, that one feels.
That is
bad.
one of the worst lanes.
The PTA plus Kraken procs were so crazy, and as much as the story coming into this series was like, if they're going to win, Jan has to carry, right? That kind of thing, because it had been, and pretty much all the pro players I talk to agree and say that the same is kind of true in scrims, that it's like it's TL's bot lane or nothing. Masu was gapping Jan. I felt like he was really playing well, and especially in this Lucian game, this final game, where he like forces out, like in that they were both mid lane, they were by themselves, and he forced out his flash and his ult, and then he came back and he immediately like gets a kill on him, like solo kills him mid lane. He was going crazy on the Lucian. It was definitely a that last game that felt as impossible almost as the game for Cloud9 against Shopify in that game 3. Like, I felt like they super headshot them in draft. You're playing this comp that can only go forward. Renekton, Annie with the Rel and Kaisa in bot lane, and you have Viego in jungle, and you're playing into like Maokai, Orianna, Cassante, a Renata. Like that is crazy. Like the whole object of this comp is to one-shot someone and get resets for Viego, but there's bailout, and then your whole team is hit by Maokai roots and hostile takeover and everything. It's like brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I think FlyQuest does deserve credit for drafting in a way that I think made it really hard for Jan to carry, because every single game, Busio was on a range support, and the AD carry picks that Jan was playing were not really like, hard carries. He was Corki, Ezreal, Kaisa, who are either like a combination of weak early and they don't necessarily peak that hard, while Masu's playing, Yunara, Jin, and what was it? Game 3? It was Lucian, right? We were just talking about that. Yeah, so I think FlyQuest, they just kind of did their thing. It's what everyone expected, but it was fun.
How did you guys feel about Impact? Because I thought Impact had some better moments, at least. He did get solo kills, I think, in both the first and the second game, if I'm recalling correctly. The first one you can call kind of fraudulent if you want, because like Bubba was interrupting his TP, and then he killed him after it. But the second one, even from a disadvantage, he got some kills. The Gwen game, he had like 10 kills or something, didn't he, if I'm recalling correctly? So I felt like he at least had some brighter moments. And Yuji in the Vi game, especially, despite getting invaded on and having all this weird stuff happen, he actually made a lot of really good plays happen on quad and like attacking their side lanes and picking out Bwipo a bunch and stuff on the Vi. So I was at least feeling like, okay, I feel like I'm seeing some stuff here. Like clearly FlyQuest is just better, so it's maybe not going to work, but it felt like it was giving me some hope for their lower bracket run.
Yeah, I think they definitely showed improvement. I think it kind of felt like Bwipo was for funning a little bit in some of those. Like he was just kind of, especially like on Cassandre, he was just dying for no reason. The one where they swapped into him and then he gets away and then just walks up again and dies, like literally for no reason. When I saw that, I'm just like, like that was a weird thing to do. Bwipo does sometimes, but it didn't really seem to hurt the game too much. So yeah, I mean, I think Impact's definitely like not been having his best year or whatnot, but I don't think this series was like they lost because of him or anything like that.
Yeah, I felt like this wasn't like more strikes against him. My faith is not like back or anything for him. I still think I'm like, I go into matches now a bit worried for him. I think that trepidation is probably still going to be there. But
when there have been a lot of negatives, a neutral is positive.
Yeah, exactly.
We're adjusting.
Yeah. And for the Bwipo one, it's kind of funny too, because when FlyQuest are just like winning all their games and stuff, and we're like, oh, okay, yeah, well, he did that, but they didn't lose. But if I remember back, like that was one of the criticisms, like when they were actually losing some, that Bwipo is like those moments are definitely some of the things that people are first to pick apart with this team. And whenever we feel so settled in our number one team, which I feel like we have been for a while now, I think it is time to start like really looking at what are going to be the things to pick apart for this team for the possible upsets, and see if it actually if we have a team that can do that here in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean to me the things to pick at right now are the solo lanes for FlyQuest. I think quad
for sure
is good this split. Just straight up hasn't been as good, and Bwipo is always up and down, right? Like you never know what you're gonna get with Bwipo. He could have the most monster carry performance you've ever seen in your whole life, and then the next game he could be totally trolling. But that's kind of what you get with him, which is why I think originally people were assuming they were bringing in Gatghost to try to get someone who's more stable or whatever. But we are gonna take a quick break, and then we'll be right back after these messages.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%.
Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. It is now time to preview the week 5 matchups. We've got the Disguise versus Dignitas rematch, as well as Lyon versus 100 Thieves. So where you guys want to start?
I want to start with...
DSG versus Dig.
Okay, I was going to go the other way, but go ahead.
I got it first.
Rock, paper, scissors for it.
I got it first. Nope. We already decided
You're going to
it.
deny
It's a
him?
fun game.
Well,
Yeah.
like I have no reason.
All right,
rock, paper,
We
scissors,
already
coward?
decided it. No,
Are you intimidated by his
Okay.
rock, paper,
I have all the
scissors
leverage
prowess?
here.
What's really funny is that we have done rock, paper, scissors a couple times for random caster stuff of like, oh, you have to go in and check the headsets or whatever. Between me, Jat, and Azael
did that lose every time?
for the analyst spot. And Azael lost every single time in our 3-way rock, paper, scissors.
Well, and the first one was like we tied 6 times in a row or
Yeah.
something like that. But I don't really care because it was more fun. My manager afterwards was like, you weren't going to have to go in, right? I was like, I don't care. I was like, it was fine.
And that one was the most funny because we literally, we tied I think we did all rock probably like 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
But I just went like full Pepega and kept going more rock. And it was like, whoever's the first one to change is going to lose. And
Yeah,
we
I think it was like 4 times around. I was like, well, surely this time when I go scissors and they're both still rock. I'm like, what the hell?
Anyways, go ahead, videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just think DSG versus Dig is a good one to preview because I think this game's really hard to predict because, I mean, last time they played it felt like, I predicted Dig and it seemed like they should have won, but they seem to have lost their mind in the first game and never really brought it back from that. So, I don't know. I mean... I guess I just have to go DSG on this one.
I think DSG are better. I thought that they were going to win last time. And yeah, obviously it wasn't super clean. I mean, they're like the bottom 2 teams right now. I did feel like they were playing better. I think Rahel is actually a pretty big upgrade for the team. And he is a difference maker for sure. I mean, my biggest question mark for DSG really is just... I would say, I mean, there's not like it's the only about him, but XU I feel like is so inconsistent, and XU just feels like he does not wait for the game to come to him. He always wants to be the one starting things, and I think that does kind of backfire quite often. But I do think that Rahel really has been a pretty big bright spot for this team. And while I don't think Disguise is about to make a run for the trophy or anything like that, I do think they are better than Dignitas now. And I've also been hearing in scrims that they've been doing a lot better. So I feel like this team is building a little bit of momentum. And though it's probably still going to be a close series because I don't think DSG is like clean enough to like ever sweep someone, right? But I do favor them.
Yeah,
I want to give props to Darkwings because
Prop 'em up.
I definitely agree that Rahel is like an upgrade. People were really way more unsure about Darkwings and the announcement for this signing. I think even us on the last episode when we were, or the episode before this matchup, we were discussing, is this going to be one of the matchups where Caney gets to, kind of return to form and look really good versus another mid laner again. But Darkwings had some very, very good games, some super stable games, like the first game, the Ziggs game, also his Talia game, and
Just,
that
squint and don't look at that Malzahar game.
he's yep.
that was crazy. You know what? I think
That was a hard pick. Is you blame that on the pick, and you're like,
Coach Gap, what
It
can I do?
is the pick.
I think he did it to spite Pobelter. So. Darkwing was actually on the team that knocked Near Airport out of the playoffs in the first split, and then Pobelter and Doublelift had a $1,000 bet if anyone was going to pick Malzahar this year. Because during his mid lane climb, like right in the beginning, he was like, isn't Malzahar like a really OP champion? Like, why does nobody play him? And then Phil was just laughing at him, saying, like, nobody's ever going to pick Malz. It's terrible. Granted, BDD did already pick it before this. And so Doublelift won the bet. But I think maybe Darkwings didn't know that, and he just wanted him to lose the bet again. Because that Malzahar looked so unbelievably useless. Like, my lord, that was a horrible pick.
It's a pick problem, not a player problem,
Yeah, but I definitely...
Just blame your junglers. I picked Malzahar and my jungler never ganked.
Well, yeah, what the heck?
If I'm picking Malzahar, my jungler's coming mid or we are FFing. It's one of the two things.
Yeah, I guess it's go next.
Jungle
because,
gap.
Yeah, not a great game, but
But the other game,
I was expecting Caney. Like the reason I went
yeah.
Dig is because I thought Caney was gonna at least look good against Darkwings, but he didn't even look good against Darkwings. I
Caney
don't
is
know
pretty
what's going on with
disappointing,
Caney. He has really. I mean, either just he's like the worst mid in the league, or something is preventing him from playing to his level because he's not shown that. He can really match up with anybody.
Yeah.
He's been having like a lot of really sketchy games. So I'm not a believer. I'm a Caney doubter at this point. And I think I got to go DSG just because, like you were mentioning, I think that Castle and Rahel are both very good. And then I think Darkwings, obviously he's like pretty fresh, but he's shown some promise. I think like he could be good, right? I think coming into a bottom team as an inexperienced player, I think it's extremely hard to look good.
Yeah.
But I think he's done better than expected. And then, I agree with what you said about XQ. I don't think he's looked great. And then I think Huhi is kind of suffering from the issue that a lot of players have when they're put kind of like thrusted into a leadership role, where I think that if Huhi was just slotted into like a really good team and he didn't have to shot call people and he could just do his own thing, he would do really well. But I know that he is someone that's like very opinionated about how to play the game, and so being on a team like Disguise, he probably like takes a lot of it on himself to try to like worry about what all of his teammates are doing and like can't focus as much on his own performance. Because I've been in a situation like that. I've seen tons of players get in those situations where your own performance falls off hard as hell when you're like trying to worry about what everyone else is doing and whatnot. So I think Huhi's kind of in that spot lately on this team where it's like, I don't think he's looked great, but I think he is a solid player, and he's just kind of like spreading himself too thin, trying to shot call and all that stuff. So I do think that DSG like at least looks better than Dig.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes though, then unexpected, rematch reverse comes in. We can get a Dignitas Uno card and turn everything upside down again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Photon, has been solid. I feel like Tomo has been pretty solid. I think that like Shaden can have some good games and stuff, but I don't know. I mean, it's hard to point to one specific spot on Dig and say that kind of like I really trust them to get it done, I guess.
And even past individuals, I feel like they're playing okay in some of these early games. I think I even said this last time, but like I feel like they even play like okay, but then when something goes wrong, I feel like they're just instantly like, it's the game is bricked or whatever, and everybody's just going off crazy, and they're just like get instantly tilted. I don't know if it's like instantly tilted or if they're like go into panic mode or something, and they start like making super risky plays, and they're like, there was that like the Otacon one where everybody's going off in different directions, and like you got your jungler chasing up the AD carry over there, he loses that one, and then somehow they're chasing XU into the back of the dragon pit, and XU makes it all the way around, and they like steals the Otacon, and you're just like, what in the hell is going on, guys? Like after that one, you've got to sit everyone down and be like, yo, focus up. Like literally we have two people that were still burning down the Otacon while our jungler just got killed. And then we no longer have any smite, and then the people chasing their jungler went off, and I was like, whoa.
That was like one of the worst plays that has probably happened all season for sure. That was so crazy. I don't know, like the sounds of the game too. When we listened to Tomo's comms,
he literally was doing that. He was like, whoa, slow down.
He was like yelling. He's like, slow down, like 8 times in a row. And then even after he had some comm that was like, kind of has like some trauma in it where he was like, just wait, like Jesus or something. And I was just like, damn, like that's not a comm you want to be making in a playoff match or whatever. So I think they are, if that's how their team's calming, there's not a lot of trust there for sure. And that's kind of a problem. So, I don't know. It's hard to root for them. Or maybe not root for them.
You can still root for them.
Hard for them, hard to expect a lot out of them if it seems like, their individual players aren't doing great, and then also their teamwork isn't there. So, probably DSG.
Yeah, DSG I definitely think is favored. The other one is Lyon versus 100 Thieves, and it feels like these teams are kind of on opposite trajectories. 100 Thieves on paper should be a really good team, but it is just clearly not working. And Lyon does seem to be getting better and better. People, are so complimentary of their carries as far as how they're playing in scrims. Saint and Henna are both really strong individual players, and the team does feel like they are kind of getting more on the same page. I will say, Surdy presumably is still playing for this coming week. We're assuming, we haven't heard anything otherwise. So he has been doing pretty well, I think, with them. And I feel like Lions and Audieland play pretty well together. So this team does feel like they're just getting better and better, and the carries are strong. So there's no reason that they can't actually make a push up towards the top. A lot of the pros that I have spoken to and interviews and things that I've heard, they think that they were saying that they are the third best team. This was like pre Cloud9 Shopify upset and everything, but everyone I was talking to were like, yeah, Cloud9 and Fly are the best too, but then it's actually Lyon, and they just kind of got scammed by their schedule because they had to play TL, who they beat, and then they also had to play Fly and C9. So maybe people's opinions will have changed now that Shopify had the upset and stuff, but this is a team that I think a lot of people were saying was underrated and had a really good chance of making a strong lower bracket run.
Yeah, and I think one of the things why a lot of people were underrating them and in their come up basically is something that was legitimate and was the worry about how are they going to communicate. And we saw like when they first joined the league and stuff, how a lot of the plays were really disconnected. But as time goes on, you kind of are expecting and kind of hoping that like they work out some sort of at least systems for shot calling and communication and get used to playing with each other. And it does seem like they're definitely on that upward trend. So I think the main thing to me is some of the times when Saint gets really far ahead, he really acts like, okay, it's just me. I got a 1v9. But I think even in the moments when you're really far ahead like that, still got to rely on your teammates as far as like setting it up. So like you're the one that's super fed, big carry. So like maybe use one of your teammates as like a body to be in there first to set it up or whatever, so that you can actually pull out the 1v9. And I like just there's some of those extreme moments where I think they actually could have like clutched a few extra games so far this split. But yeah, I definitely feel like they are favored here in this matchup because 100 Thieves, it does kind of feel like the kind of opposite thing where putting in Dokla, okay, they're talking about maybe because he's a veteran, it is helping with shot calling, and he's talking about, I can bring some direction to the team, but I definitely don't think it instantly fixes anything, and I haven't really seen it fix anything. So I think the worries are still there for 100 Thieves, kind of similar to what we had previously.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves looked better with Dokla. Their first game against Shopify, like they looked like a completely different team, and they were able to win. The games afterwards, Dokla kind of like went for some super sacrificial plays and just put himself behind the whole game, and it wasn't really looking great. But they've had 2 weeks to practice since then, so I think I like that they put Dokla in. I feel like he's a solid player. Maybe like I don't think he was practicing a ton. He was kind of not planning on playing pro anymore or taking a break.
He's grinding solo queue though.
Well, he started again, but there was a period where he like decayed out of solo queue and was thinking about going back to school. So
he has like 1,200 games or something like that. When I checked his solo queue account for this, he said he was playing more than any pro when I talked to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he plays a lot, but I just know that I think it was like between splits, I was chatting with him because we're friends, and he was back in like Massachusetts or whatever, planning to get back to school. So I think he was maybe a little bit rusty for sure. So maybe he's had like 2 more weeks to practice with the team. I think he could look a lot better. And he's up against Surdy, who's like, he's a pretty good player, but he's still pretty new to the scene. So maybe Dokla could run him over.
Big Dokes.
Yeah.
Big Dokes.
I mean, it's interesting. It's sad to realize this could be the last games ever played by 100 Thieves. right? Because if they lose, they're done in elimination phase. They won't qualify for playoffs, and this is their last split. So this could be the last we ever see 100 Thieves. I mean, it will be unless they win the series, right? And it is a sad way for them to go out if this is how it ends, because there's been like a lot of really good performances from 100 Thieves over the years, like a lot of really fun rosters. And I felt like they were building towards something with this roster, and it felt like they were going to be, improving and improving. And River and Quid had been playing like so insane. And it's interesting because I know that from talking to people, they just feel like it's not just like a team thing issue, because individually, 100 Thieves players don't seem to be playing as well on stage and in scrims, and they seem to be having some kind of like cohesion and direction issues. And maybe it is, it's hard to know. Maybe it is something where it is kind of like hanging over the players, that it's the end of the org in League of Legends. I know that in interviews, when FBI was asked about it, at least he was saying, it doesn't really feel that different, because like you're always playing for your spot as a pro. Like you can, whether it's like on this team or another team, if you play bad, you could just not be signed next year unless you're like Bjergsen or something, right? You kind of like know your spot is going to be safe. But that being said, you have to think that it's weighing somewhat on people's minds. It is a lot of extra pressure. So I don't know. I mean, it's just sad if this is how it ends, because 100 Thieves, I feel like this roster is looking the worst it's ever looked. And they have not been very promising this split, right? They've been struggling against kind of everyone. I mean, Palafox said he thought they were the worst team in the league. I've heard that from a few different players, that as far as even in scrims and stuff, they think they're the worst team in the league, which is just so weird. When I saw them get FBI and when I saw this team, I was like, maybe they could be a threat for the title. Like maybe they could be a threat against these top teams if they could really bring it all together. So this is kind of their last opportunity to try to make something happen and to try to turn this season around and try to have like a bit of a happy ending for their story. So I hope that they are able to to put out some good games, because it's just crazy to think that this could be the end, and like that's the note that it would be ending on.
Yeah, I mean they were like, I think number 1 in the first split going into playoffs, and so like obviously they've done well, like they know how to win games, but like you said, it's kind of been a steep fall off since then. They just kind of, something has happened with this team where they don't play that well together. Like their team play is worse than like some of their individuals. So I'm not sure. I maybe Dokla can breathe some fresh life into this team, but I think I would still predict Lyon for this one. I think that, like, I don't think Lyon is like clear hard favorites or anything, but I think they'll still win this one, just because I don't know. I don't know what's going on with 100 Thieves. I think it is hard. Like, there's always that mental pressure of like, when you're on a pro team, it feels like you're building for something, and you want to, anytime there's a problem or whatever, you want to think of long-term solutions so that you can like get better as a team, and in the future, you'll have like these memories to pull from. But when your org is going away and you're not going to play with these guys ever again, it's like, it almost feels useless to do that, right? It's like, okay, what's the point, right? Like, why do we care about how to do this? Like, you just go for like Band-Aid fixes, or like maybe you don't even bring it up because you just don't want to deal with an argument or something. So something's definitely gone wrong with them. So I think this might be the last time we see them.
Well, hopefully their practice has been good, and they got a hyperbolic time chamber they've been utilizing during these last couple of weeks, and we get to see them push Lyon. Mm-hmm. But I'm also predicting Lyon.
Me too. So that's but we've been wrong before. We all would have predicted Cloud9,
and we'll be wrong again. Don't you worry.
No, well, I won't.
Okay.
Yeah. But it should
perfect from here on out.
Exactly. That's the standard I'm setting for myself. Lyon, definitely the big favorite, so could be the last hurrah of 100 Thieves. But that is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify as well as Apple Podcasts. The LTA North returns this Saturday, August 23rd at 1 p.m. Pacific. Disguise will be taking on Dignitas. It's the rematch, and we'll see you all there.
Hello and welcome to the waiting room, everybody, for week 5 of LTA Split 3. We got a fun cast today. I had to put a hat on so that way me and Azale weren't flashbanging the audience again here. Do we like it, the Timo hat?
It is.
Yeah?
I'm trying hiding your shame.
Being ashamed of your bald
Can't
head.
believe it.
Yeah.
Bald
This is not you.
Well,
This
you're
is not who
getting
you
the
are.
powder everywhere now. It's a good thing we pre-powdered that. Okay, all right. Well, we got some fun games ahead of us today. It's going to be a best of 5 for elimination. We are saying goodbye to one of the teams today. That's going to be a little sad, first of all. But
true.
I got to say, we want to look at the bracket to actually highlight what's going to happen.
Get up there.
Because, reminder, where we are in the format right now, this is what it looks like currently. We have FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion. We're waiting for that one. Big surprise because Shopify upset C9. But this is where we are this weekend. So today we get DSG versus Dig, Lyon versus 100 Thieves, and then waiting in the wings because C9 were the higher seed. They get to pick who they go up against on Sunday. Emily, take a guess where C9 is going to want to put themselves based on how the games go this weekend.
It's a tough call, isn't it, Emily?
Yeah.
I would pick the
You're thinking a
winner
lot
of
harder than
DSG
C9 is thinking.
Dig.
Yeah, so expectations is it would be something like this, right? Like, let's imagine DSG just beat Dig 2 weeks ago. Let's imagine they go forward, and then let's say like Lyon beats 100 Thieves. Then C9 most likely putting themselves there, which would mean TL would go somewhere like here. This is, of course, we're already dropping the ball.
Just throwing TL to
Yeah.
the ground
Yeah.
like that?
That's crazy.
You're already
Look,
done with
Kangas
that?
without a hat is a little
dare
risky
you?
out
How
here.
dare you?
That's
All
pretty
right.
figurative, honestly. They're falling off in real life.
Ooh.
Okay, there
But
it
this is how it could look, depending on how the weekend goes. Of course, it's still going to be Team Liquid and C9, waiting to see who goes forward. But these are the matches today. Why do we think DSG Dig is what C9 is going to choose, though, Emily?
Yeah,
Emily.
why?
That's
I
crazy.
think- I think they've both looked a little shakier than the other. Well, I think Lyon 100 Thieves is an entire other discussion.
Yeah,
It's like,
true.
are you going off of the fact that everyone keeps saying Lyon is a lot better than like they've been able to show on stage because they've had difficult opponents? Or are we going on like in my head, I know the potential of this 100 Thieves roster, even though they haven't been performing? I'm still going the winner of DSG Dig.
I just don't know what's going on in the dungeon of Lyon and 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
Lyon
no,
is
I have
pissed
no
off
idea.
Because they
Yeah.
have to face both FlyQuest and C9, so they feel like they deserve to be in the upper
And
bracket.
TL. That was their 3 opponents.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then 100 Thieves are like, well, we were second in first split, and we made a change, and so we don't know if Quid and River are just randomly going to be really good again. So they can just be amazing coming back into it. So never take that side of the bracket, unless if you want a challenge. So C9, if you guys want a challenge.
That cam. There you go.
There we go.
I got it. I was looking for it. I was finding it. Then you know what to do.
Today's series, I think, is going to be really interesting, though, because these teams are actually pretty low on best of 5 experience. I had an inkling that DSG might be really low, and so I requested this stat. 186 total games of best of 5 experience for DSG. Sounds not so bad, right?
Yeah.
Hugi, though, has played 180
Oh my God.
of the 186.
That's crazy.
Everyone
That's
else on their
so
team
funny.
combined has less playoff experience than the person who has the least on Dignitas.
Yeah. And
Share the wealth, Puhi. Share the wealth.
it's shocking to see even like a name like
experience.
Castle on there because he's been in the league for a little bit now, but on Immortals they just never like made it into the best of 5
Yeah.
in playoffs, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's just the reality, and so it sucks. I mean, especially since like Castle has played well in those situations. So we'll see if there's an element of nerves coming into a best of 5. For me, I'm not thinking that's going to be the case. But now that it's fearless best of 5s, you're going to get the game 4 and game 5, and that's going to be the real test.
And of course, it's going to be a fun rivalry between those two. Like DSG, Dignitas do have a little bit of
Yep.
history with each other. At this
I
point.
will say,
Yeah?
the nerves may not be here, and I'm thinking about Dignitas having a wealth of experience on one side. The nerves will definitely be for DSG because no matter what, they're going to have promotion relegations looming for them. The clock is ticking.
Oh!
A month away. 5 days. 23 hours. It's like a Brian McKnight song. They're looming somewhere. Oh, they're hiding.
Oh, they're coming
Get out of here.
DSG's not
Get
ready.
out now. Tactical, get out of here. He's in Toronto boot camping. So like the fear is looming.
No,
It's
he
always
chucked
going to be
Summit all the way
there.
over here.
Yes. I mean, that's
Summit.
Summit mid-game. He's chucking himself at some point.
We will talk about that in a different day.
Another day altogether. You know what today is?
What's today, Raz?
It's the ultimate grudge match.
Dun,
Dignitas and DSG!
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Ultimate grudge match because of not only what happened 2 weeks ago when they had their best of 3, but all the way back to the beginning of the year, the ultimate grudge match. Every time we say it, we have it on authority. That's going to pop up. So I'm excited. There we go.
Oh, God. All right.
It's already getting a little old. We won't abuse it anymore.
But
there's some history between these teams, and I'll say, is it really an ultimate grudge match if it's one-sided? Because it does feel pretty one-sided.
It's a pretty big grudge, though, from DSG.
I was going to say, some DSG players have continuously had some words for Dignitas. As we see some highlights from last
the
week.
ultimate grudge match.
It's actually just a complete and utter mud fight anytime they go up against each other. And there it is! Not only are you're right, like the beef is there from the DSG side, but the team fights are constant, and you don't know what's going to be happening. You'll see Dignitas having a lead and then losing it. The Baron steal that happens coming in from the other side. I enjoy the hell out of series like these, and this is the matchup.
And also, I think it is important to note that it was all the way back in first split, right, where that was DSG's, I believe, first game win in the LTA North, and they got it against Dig in
and this was their first
2-1
series
banger,
win.
and then this was their first series win.
And the series now, the best of, is 4-3 for Dignitas in their favor right now. So now we're completing the best of 12 today. You know, we're going forward into it.
And like, if you just hear from the players themselves, we had Dark Wings that were alongside us talking about like his experience. Hey, I was on Dignitas for a little bit, and then that didn't pan out when I felt like I wasn't really being given a real shot. And so for an ultimate grudge match, to be an ultimate grudge match, you have to have moments like these, players like these talking about it, for it to feel like a real ultimate grudge match. So I'm just seeing, this is the quote. Yeah, there it is. If you
This
can
is
read
the quote that we can't see because Matt said.
I mean, it's a real
said
ultimate
the
grudge
words
match.
that should not be said.
Yes, so like if it's an ultimate grudge match, should you be reading these words? I don't know.
But you see why there's beef. He got kicked one split in, even though he had a 3-year contract, which does happen with players in esports on orgs, but that's still rough.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, XU has talked a lot about it. If you think back to Split 1, at the very beginning, XU was super vocal.
Yes.
He was trash talking Dig nonstop. He was flaming their jerseys. He was flaming their play. He was flaming the org. He was flaming everything.
Yes, results, every aspect of it.
And then he immediately lost to them, which did backfire a bit.
Just a tiny bit. You might want to win.
But they won this fast time.
Yeah.
So
Exactly,
It's fine.
And also against each other, part of the reason why it's the ultimate grudge match is because it's like these two orgs have struggled so much in the league against the other teams, but against each other it is close. Like they actually have the highest win rate when they play against each other, which makes matches like this very exciting. Because first off, elimination match, loser goes home. But it's a realistic chance of picking up the series.
And even Toast has been involved in
How
in
is
the
an
beat.
owner joining in on the fun? That's the question. It's like, if my players are doing it, I gotta do it too.
I mean, Toast's beef goes back a very long time.
Yeah.
I respect it.
This is like 2013
You
beef.
adopt your homies' grudges.
Yeah.
They're passed down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is generational.
Even though Star probably no longer cares about it, as a friend, you have to still be angry about it.
Exactly. The friend's got to be way more pissed off than the person that experienced it. You got to stand up for your boy. That's why it is
ultimate grudge match.
Thank you. There we go. There we are. Nice. Excellent.
Exactly. Okay, so obviously this is going to be the best of 5, though, and I want to go back to the point that it's a very big moment for a couple of these players that have never played in a best of 5 on DSG's side. I think that's really exciting, just because players coming up like Dark Wings. This is his first time. We talked a lot about him on the show about just what it means for him to play at this level. Now he finally gets to go into like a playoff quasi bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be really good, but. We have cooked up a new segment that I have been wanting, something that I pitched, that we're going to lovingly call Hate Watching. Both these two players that have a little bit of beef, maybe, Shaden and XU, are going to get a chance to VOD review each other's mistakes, and let's see if they can help each other out.
I think they could have just kept poking us more when we were entering and wait for Gwen. But maybe J4 wanted us to have a chance, I guess. So, yeah.
Okay, I mean, here, I think they were already inting by like going so far for me. I think they just needed to have one person mark me and then just hit the autocon. And then here, I think Shaden really, really griefs and tries to kill Rahel. And then they all kind of chase him. And I think they have like short-term memory because I think they forgot I'm behind the pit. And yeah, I kind of came around, stole it, and we stole a very, very undeserved win. But I think when you're playing against Dignitas, they're kind of cursed by the gods to not be able to win. So, you know, I think no matter what happens, you always have a chance against them. And I think that's what happened here. It's like we really didn't have a chance to win, but they decided that they were generous enough to give us one. So we're very grateful.
Right now. So we've got a rematch here. They chose to rematch versus you, and you did lose last time. What is the biggest thing that you guys are going to fix from last time around?
To be honest, I think last time was a bit uncharacteristic from the whole team, but especially me. I was not playing my best. In fact, I think this was one of my worst weeks ever in competitive league. And I don't know, I was really nervous. I'm not sure why. If we had won, we would have chosen DSG anyway. If this was like, so this was kind of inevitable, I suppose. But I think this 2 weeks has really helped me individually, and I think it's helped our team too. So I think this time it's going to be a lot more smooth.
Was it, you talked about yourself, was it, mechanics related? You thought you were just, actually playing the fights bad, or was it decision making? Any more insight there?
Kind of a blend of everything, I think. Like I said, this environment I felt like I was in, maybe I put myself in it, but I was really nervous, really stressed in game. I was not thinking straight. I was seeing things that weren't there, and it was just, I don't know. I've never felt this way on stage before, and it was really uncomfortable. But I'm feeling good today, and yeah, hoping to show something better.
Nice. How was your week of practice? Did that go a long way and kind of make you feel better this week?
Maybe the past couple of days, definitely. I think we've had some kind of poor showings and scrims versus other teams before, but this week it was not too bad, to be honest. And yeah, I think we've seen definitely some more glimpses of what we're able to show, I suppose. And I don't think that DSG will show up as some super improved team from the time we played them 2 weeks ago, and I think we've still got a lot more to show.
All right. Well, confidence is key. You're going directly against Huhi. He has a lot of experience in, best of fives and elimination matches. Is there anything specific when you're playing against Huhi? Because on the Pros podcast, they had the FlyQuest bottom lane and Seos, and both of them were talking about how in this series, it was probably a big thing that DSG themselves contain some of Huhi's plays because he goes for, some crazy engages sometimes. Is there anything specific you think about when you're playing him?
Definitely an ambitious player, I think, and I can definitely feel that sentiment from the other players that maybe at times his team needs to reel him in. He seems like the guy that wants to control the team and try to push forward these aggressive plays. But I think more often than not, he typically overreaches, and I think if you just play a normal game, he might just come into you and set your own team up.
All right, you got to be ready then. I'll let you get set up then and get to it. Back to the analysts.
Thank you, Kobe and Isles. Some fun stuff coming out of that. Basically, they're ready to catch the rogue who he engaged.
Yep.
But then also the omission, which I think will surprise no one, that they would have chosen each other anyway, regardless of who won.
That is because it's the ultimate grudge match.
I don't know if they have, if we're in that segment anymore. They might not be able to
hate each other in the burning fire.
Even Fresh Prince in the chat mentioned it. It's it doesn't really, you can't really see the confidence in because he's even Scrim's we can see glimpses of what we could look like. So it's hopefully the confidence is there.
Yep.
And they'll be ready for DSG today.
Yeah, and they got to be ready for DSG because, a reminder, DSG just beat them 2 weeks ago, which we wanted to celebrate because that was a big moment for DSG overall. If you're a DSG fan, toast. If you're watching right now, I wanted to give a toast for you. So here we go. The test of gold is fire. The test of truth is time. And to test your own against the best, well, brother, that's a climb. Yet you must swing the hammer. You must run the race. Our opinions don't matter. It's the arena that you must face. No ring is bent beside a forge, beating it into shape. No poem passed from lips to ear without a leap of faith. So here's to you, the brave and few whose courage matters most. A toast to thee, a toast from me, and of course, a toast to Toast. Bring it in, everybody. A toast
There's
to this
nothing
guy.
on this toast.
Here, here.
Do you want?
It's
you
just
gonna bite it?
fried toast. You guys don't eat
There's
toast with
something on there.
anything?
That's just white bread. That's just toasted white bread. Yeah, you did just spit on the floor.
I was like, maybe I'll have a chunk, but then you spat it out, and then I was like, you know what? I'm good.
That's just horse.
But DSG picking up their first
Dying.
series win. Yeah, I'm gonna wash that one down as well with my Red Bull here.
I'm telling well, why are you just eating regular white toast with nothing
He was
on
hungry.
it?
He didn't
That
have
was a
time
bad
for
idea.
breakfast.
I did not eat today. That is my
Get
reason.
up
You know we
and
need to
eat
use this set tomorrow too, right?
breakfast.
I'll clean it up.
Okay, you're not gonna clean that up. I know you, brother. There's no way you're touching that floor. You're lucky. You're lucky you picked up the
Yeah, I
crumbs.
picked up the chunk. Anyways.
But big
the
moment
toast.
for DSG anyway. So Toast, that one was for you. I know it was a big moment for Toast. He was even co-streaming that last match, and it was a big moment for him. I believe we actually have his reaction to the win.
I forgot we're up against Dignitas. We'll always have a chance. Today we're up against our mortal enemy. The reason why Dignitas is our mortal enemy is because they paid my boy Scara and mouse pads 30 years ago when he was a professional League of Legends player. You know, they didn't know it, they didn't value him, they didn't treat him right. So now we're gonna try and take revenge against Dignitas. Although I will say, Dignitas have beaten us twice. Every time we've met so far this year, they beat. But things are different now. Whoa, hang on. They don't have a jungle. We have Smite, right? Yes, Dignitas throws an objective for the millionth time in gaming history. I forgot we're up against Dignitas. We'll always have a chance. Kill Shinzao. Oh, nice. Yes. Okay, now that we're winning the fight, that makes it worth it. Yes. Okay. Rahul. He's Korean. Help the Korean. Yes.
Bit nervous about fighting without sums for Rahel.
Oh wait, hang on.
He's going for it. The Herald engage, trying to get into the pit for the 50%.
What the hell?
Just take shit out of the fight. He flashes away.
What? Oh my God! It was a trap play. We made it look like we were gonna hit mid with it, and then we like Tokyo drift that shit. They're like, oh, we just got Baron stolen from us. Like, what are we doing, man?
Oh, and you can feel it in that moment.
Put this game away. Put these guys in the dirt. We have so we're up money, and each of these fights feels like we're the ones struggling. Oh, come on. Nice cut off. Yes, Dark Wings. Please. First ever LTA North Series win for DSG in history. It's been 7 months. All right, now that we won, Dignitas has to choose different colors. We're the only black and yellow team in the league now.
Hello, I am here with Dark Wings. Now, both you and XU have talked a lot about Dignitas, the organization. First of all, how did it feel beating them last time around for your first win?
Definitely felt really good. I mean, yeah, it felt really good to beat them. But we know that this is the match that actually matters, so we're excited to beat them again here.
Yeah, Isles basically also said, you know, even if they had won last time, they would still choose you. So we would still be here in this matchup. Is there anything with this one being even more important that you guys really honed in on to practice this week, or like is a big key to beating Dignitas?
Well, this week is best of 5, so we're expecting like more picks to come out, and we're really honed in on like just making sure like our cohesion is good and like beating them in team fights and micro.
Yeah, they actually, the analyst desk showed a stat how Huhi has played like 180 best of 5 games, but the rest of you have not played very many at all. How do you feel as far as the confidence of fearless drafting? Is everybody have enough champions and the team comp's going to come together in the late stages?
Yeah, I think our champ pools are like pretty decent. I think, yeah, as it goes on, we'll actually still be pretty confident in our champion picks.
All right, well, good luck in the real one that super matters. Confidence is key. We're going to send it back to the analysts.
Confidence is key, of course.
Confidence.
He didn't make him lick his
They're
elbow,
both
though. I was waiting. I was like,
messed up.
is Darkwing's going to lick his elbow a second time?
That's got to be his thing. Could be his trademark.
It could be, yeah. That should be like the emote. You know how we have emotes in Twitch chat? That could be like
just
Darkwing's.
Darkwing dislocating
What
his
would be
arm.
the scenario in which you're doing that?
Yeah.
You see
Why would you
Darkwings on your
spam
screen.
it?
You see Dark, yeah,
true.
true. That's all you need.
No,
That's
all
just
I
like
need.
Darkwing's
That's true.
elbow.
yeah.
I do have Raz
Yeah.
working. That is actually a thing.
That's an actual emote? I
Oh,
thought that was
yes,
a
you
joke.
better
Yeah,
believe it. You
what?
can spam that right now.
Wait,
if
you
you're
did
sub,
know?
sub
Spam
to
it
the-
now, I
yeah,
guess.
That's
If
the
you're
thing.
sub-
Wait, you have Twitch. I can look at it. If
Yes,
I
you
hope
can check
people
it
are
out.
spamming the Raz twerking emote right now.
But my point, something that I've heard from Kobe from both sides is confidence is key.
Yeah.
But the
True.
question is, who should be the most confident between Dignitas and DSG? And I want to make the case that Dignitas should be the team that is more confident in this series. Because I have a lot of plays, and I got to be able to show you guys and witness Dignitas' team fighting. Now Photon's been added to the team, and I like the angles that they're playing around Otacon. Otacon used to be their weakness, but recently it's been a strength. And guess what? This was against DSG. They had an astronomical lead. They played off team fights. They picked up Dark Wings. Photon was raining terror amongst this. So I was like, wait a minute. Dignitas team fighting. I felt like, and especially Shaden's Olaf, I saw that when they were able to clap, when they were able to clap Lyon and then put them out and find themselves in the playoffs. This is another example where Photon runs straight in like a truck, eliminates Huhi. They win the team fight instantly. They push out Castle. All of this looks amazing. Dignitas team fighting. They get the dragon. All of this is like, wait a minute. They have gold leads in both games. Like incredible team fighting in both scenarios. And they have positioning on team fight. Look at this. Not only are they taking Otacon, but they look at Rahel. They force him out. It's a 5v2. That's an easy Otacon. In my mind, there's nothing negative that
like
you
we're
can
not gonna
say.
see the end of that clip? Yeah, we didn't see the end of that clip.
That's the clip.
Nothing negative.
That's the clip.
Nothing negative that you can say about Dignitas' team fighting, but interestingly, I have some things that I can say about Dignitas' team fighting.
All right, convince me.
And I think Chad might have some things as well, because what is this? From a 2.6K gold lead against Shopify, Isles just full sends it blindly into the jungle, and they manage to fully throw away the game. The team gets absolutely crushed. You have a significant gold lead. Everyone goes in. You're hard engaging, and you get completely wiped, spending everything, throw the game away. And that's some Dignitas team fighting if I've ever seen it, Raz. What you got to say about that
In
one?
their defense, to throw the game away, you had to have had the game to begin with. So there was goods that were missing.
And how did they get the game, but through the team fight?
They had the game at some point.
They're going to get the game against DSG and not throw it. That's what you're saying.
The eye was not on the prize. So I think that's just small things they clean up.
Yeah,
a little bit small
I was gonna
things.
say, very
Everything there.
It's still just very convenient we didn't see the very end of your clip.
Yeah, I think you're hiding something from
I don't know what you're talking about. They literally win that situation. How do you lose a 5v2?
Suspicious.
You can't lose a 5v2. I think you guys are lying.
Yeah, no way. But I gotta say, yes, Dignitas have good things. Yes, Dignitas have good plays. Yes, Dignitas have bad plays. But in Dignitas' defense, Disguised also have bad plays.
I don't believe you.
And I'm going to show one here. We've already seen it earlier. This
is
was
Doctor. You
an
can tell us what was bad.
unlosable moment.
Yeah.
You want to talk about unlosable moments.
This is
Sometimes
Shaden's
when the
dog
pressure gets high, the younger members of Disguise just buckle under it. And this is a moment like that. I have no other explanation
Honestly, I
other than
see-
XU just having the pressure get to him. It's game 3. You're about to win the series. This is a big Otacon moment. And it's just too much. He just goes in too deep.
It's just Dignitas' incredible team fighting that Raz was talking about.
Yeah,
They really pressured him into making that mistake.
You can see the aura emanating from Dignitas that makes it difficult for DSG to even approach them. So I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah,
I understand
just,
you.
he was so excited to start the fight with Dignitas to prove you wrong that he proved you right. There we go.
right.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a cap on this because I think DSG have improved a lot, right? And one of the things I've really liked have been some of their early game planning. I know we talked about how Huhi can be a little bit of a double-edged sword, but this was from a phenomenal Bard game that he had, right, against Shopify. And this is earlier on in the game. It's a simple play. It's actually one of many I could have pulled in terms of how they were able to get in a good position. But I really loved how involved he was out on the map super early, going with XU to like really affect their lanes. I thought this was great from Disguised. I think the additions of Rahel and Darkwings have made them a lot more stable, a lot better in team fights. Raz, to go up against that Dig aura that you keep claiming they have, that
Dig
I
aura,
don't think
Dig
they
magic,
have.
whatever you want to call it, they have it.
Look,
okay?
Dig Summer was years ago at this point, Raz. I think we're past that one now.
It was at least a year ago.
At least a year
Last
ago.
Yeah,
summer.
because Summer Split, now it's Dig Split 3. Now it's Dig Split 3. And they have it as well. So, like, there's a lot to discuss amongst those two. I hear your point.
No, I actually do think Disguise, like, no jokes aside, I do think Disguise has improved a lot. Like, I really like their additions. I do think they still make mistakes. I think both of these teams make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
But I have really enjoyed watching their improvement as a team.
And I'll just say it. I know that I love talking about Surdy and his journey. He was on Dignitas at the beginning of the year. I actually do think that this version of Dignitas with Photon does also look a little better. I think it was kind of a best of both worlds, where Surdy's looking better on Lyon and Dignitas is looking better with Photon up in the top lane, because they also have a little more firepower to play through. Like, when you just look at how they perform, they do have, at least a lane that's able to get its own individual leads now.
You can definitely feel the honeymoon phase, but unfortunately they're still losing during that honeymoon phase. But
I'm trying to back you up, Raz. You were the big supporter here.
I see.
Just
to continue it, even though like in terms of the delivery, it's already missing. But at the end of the day, like Photon is spectacular on carries. His Aurora gameplay, his Kled gameplay, he will get you leads. And I'm sure that in the Dig dungeon, when they're like thrashing out scrims, they have been coming out wins. Yeah, they are improving. They are improving.
That paints a picture.
Well,
and those, yes.
You were touching on the Dig summer, right?
Yeah.
And I think Dig is about to go on summer vacation because
no.
I think it's going to be a DSG win. 3-2. They already beat him last time. I feel like you can talk about Photon all you want, but I think DSG has improved more.
Wow, I'm actually surprised, because I also did, and I added the.
We all have 3-2.
You did DSG as well.
Wait, Raz, you were the biggest Dig defender.
Look, I was trying to do my prediction on the toast. It doesn't really work.
It doesn't really work.
I'm trying to I saw Azale doing it.
Oh yeah, it got a little.
Can you see it? I don't know. Wait, here, maybe solo cam. Maybe.
Yeah.
3-2.
He's got some power there.
You don't need to put the DSG, because this is toast already.
I actually think so. Even though we're all going DSG, I put a question mark on mine. Obviously, DSG is my ultimate prediction, but like,
what's the question mark? Is it gonna go to game 6?
So you know how Kobe is about confidence? This is my confidence in both of these teams, to be clean.
Yes.
Like we pointed out, they each have a lot of good moments. They each make a lot of mistakes, right? So it's going to be who makes fewer mistakes or fewer really egregious mistakes that comes out ahead.
And to defend my client Dignitas,
that you did not predict.
Look, there's a reason for this. They get leads, their team fighting is great, and then there's a question mark. Something happens in which they lose their minds. And even though I still defend that the end of my clip is the end of the fight.
Sure. We all believe
Something
you.
mysteriously happens, and you come back, whether you get popcorn or something to celebrate the Dig victory, that they lose the entire lead.
Dig gets a lead, Dig loses the game. You can't explain that.
You can't explain it.
You can't explain that.
You know?
That's what XU said earlier. He was like, Dig are just cursed to lose, I think.
Dig wings come in and Dig wins go out.
Which, a reminder, they are still winning in the straight up head to head with this guys. This is the grudge match, as we said earlier. Narrowly.
4-3 in the year-long series.
4-3. So this could be the tiebreaker. Actually, this could be a tie if DSG take it 3-2.
You want to try that again?
Crazy.
Because I don't think that was powerful enough.
No, I don't think that I think I already showed I failed at it. Raz, I think this is your moment.
You guys know what time it is?
What time is it, Raz?
It's the ultimate grudge match! Start the show!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA here for some more Split 3 competition. We are into the elimination phase. We are not in the upper bracket anymore. This is the weekend where we begin to break some dreams and send some teams right on home. First up, Dig versus Disguised here in today's first elimination best of 5. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Jat and Kobe for this one. And fellas, I don't know what we're going to get.
So while it does mean that one team is going to be extra sad, it also means the other team will be extra happy to not be eliminated.
Zero-sum happiness.
Upside. There's just more emotions all around.
There are big stakes on this game. People keep talking about wanting legitimate rivalries. If you watched all of Waiting Room, XU hates Dignitas.
He really does.
He says they're in the depths of hell. He just constantly flames the org at any opportunity. Even if you're a player on that team, he just starts flaming you. Darkwings as well.
Darkwings is like a more mild version. He strongly dislikes them, but hate is a strong word.
Correct. And then Disguised, I feel like, does have the fan favorite underdog factor because before last week, they were 3-22. But then they managed to beat Dig, which then allowed them to pick Dig in this round. So there's a lot going on in what would seem like a silly matchup.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get into that matchup here as we're going to be getting into the Game 1 draft. We've got Vi and Aurora banned out by Disguised here on the blue side. Over on red, it's Azir and Pantheon banned out by Dignitas. I feel like Varus is probably going to be number 3 because he almost always is.
So then that would leave Talia as well as Rumble. Okay, so Rumble priority goes even higher now because they're banning Galio. So you have to decide, are you going to take the Talia and go like Talia plus Pantheon, or Pantheon's banned as well, never mind. But Talia or Yunara, there's so many power picks.
There's
Flowers.
a lot of power picks
So
up,
that's why Dignitas are trying to trade 2 for 1 here. Maybe they get double AP solo laners with a Rumble and Talia or something, because the Galio ban definitely raises the priority on that Rumble, but they want to get their AD jungler first.
Yep, and also we've heard and seen that Wukong is one of the better champions against Yunara because Yunara needs to be fairly close, and if you're going to be trying to teamfight late game, Wukong's just going to pop you up and maybe give you that chance to one-shot. So even with all those power picks, we're seeing a wide variety of things here. Early prio on Ziggs as well.
Okay, so the Ziggs locked in. That could be going to Kaney, that could be going to Tomo. We know that this champion has flexibility across a couple of different roles on the Rift. The response from Disguised, they'll go ahead and lock in what is definitely their mid laner here with the Orianna, and they will take the Rumble up there in the top side, especially considering Dig drafted the powerful AD jungler early. Denying the Rumble is always going to feel good there.
Did you see that LTA record for Rumble?
What was it?
11-1.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so also when they fixed the blue side, red side inequality for Rumble, it also was just a general buff for both Rumble and Zinj. So both of them just the power level kind of went up, and so the priority on that champ definitely has been high. But the Yorick, the answer this time around, since Dignitas themselves were the ones to ban the Galio.
So how do we feel about the Yorick into Rumble matchup? Because I know that like whenever I cast with Azale, he's got a very strong opinions on Yorick because he likes it when the matchup's good, but not as a general pick. You guys have any particularly strong feelings into this one?
It's definitely good into Rumble. The nerfs to Yorick were armor, so it doesn't really hurt him that much at all versus the Rumble matchup. And the cage is really nice in trying to open up some opportunities to catch him, but really looking to split push and get your side lane, and mostly Rumble is looking for those big team fights, so we'll see if he's able to have that plan in full operation. Photon, I think, has been quite good for Dignitas. So.
Yeah, I think he's been really strong in lane, so I want to see what he does against what we expect to be Castle's Rumble. But at the same time, I just don't think there's anything that's truly good into Rumble. I feel like that's why he's been 11-1 in LTA. I think that's why he's been a prio pick around the world. I think that's why you're so comfortable blind picking him. So Yorick's an answer, but I don't see it as a trap card. Oh, you picked Rumble, so we get to Yorick.
It is one of my 3 favorites, though. My 3 favorites into Rumble are Galio, Ornn, and Yorick. So it is kind of one of my preferred. Like you're saying, it's not like
one of the answers.
Nothing is gonna like hard counter him and make him useless. To your point, that's why Rumble gets early picked quite a lot.
Plus, the Galio is already banned out, and you have Ziggs to do all your wave clear duty, so that means you feel more comfortable locking in something like a split pusher here with the Yorick. But hey, yeah, it looks like we're going to get Tomo Ziggs because that Yone locked in for the 4th pick here for Dignitas. I'm expecting him to be in the mid lane, of course.
Absolutely. This composition looks a little bit hard to execute for Dignitas. I feel like they have high standards with what they're currently picking right here. And I don't feel like they've had the execution to pull that off, so I'm currently favoring DSG's simplicity.
Well, DSG are going to round out the comp. They've got some engage, some frontline here with the Skarner, and then they've got some pick and some roam potential there with the Bard. I do want to see Huhi getting around the map, affecting the lanes nice and early here on this pick. Huhi has been, in the games that he's good, very good for Disguise. He's been making some seriously clutch plays for them. In the games that he's not been in the zone, it's been pretty rough, and Bard is one of the few champions in League that you can be an active deterrent to your team's own chances of winning if you're not locked in.
And we've had a lot of supports in the LTA that have fancied themselves some good Bard players. Busio definitely holds the crown at the moment for sure. But it seems like everybody's trying to get on that train. I do like the last couple of picks, by the way, from DSG, because the Skarner here does have a lot of value since both solo laners for Dignitas are melee. There's a lot of melee on that team, in fact, and so the Skarner should have pretty high value. And the AoE and the team fight here from DSG do feel pretty straightforward for them to execute on. So I think they have set themselves up pretty nicely here in game number 1 versus Dignitas, and they did win the previous series, so maybe a little bit of momentum and confidence still riding high for them.
They got to pick their opponent here. I like the Skarner as the only front line because it can still be helped by the Orianna. So as long as XU doesn't fall too far behind and become paper for the Yorick and the Yone, they should be in a pretty good spot. I feel like Dig needs to play this lane phase very well to have a strong chance of winning.
Well, we'll see if Dignitas can make that happen. They've got a jungler that wants to traditionally farm till level 6, which can then make the pressure on the lanes feel that much more suffocating if you do start to fall behind. Now, Wukong's not getting to play his plan either. He's got to move in and try to help people. So Dignitas needs to have some strong early stances here in the lanes. Worth pointing out, both of our supports do have Summoner Spellbook this time around, so we'll see what type of clutch change-ups we can get out of that as the game moves forward. Darkwing also with the Phase Rush or in the Orianna for the extra bit of move speed and outplayability once we get into these team fights. There are going to be quite a few things that put down slows when you think of Yorick Mist, when you think of Ziggs Minefields and Riptides from Nautilus. So Phase Rush can definitely give a lot of value there.
Yeah, it really can. I also want to announce to the fans that we have some new technology today.
Oh yeah.
I want to see this in action. So we have as casters the ability to pull up graphs. So if we wanted to show currently show the gold rank. I want to see this in action, Kobe.
Yeah, we just started.
We're testing to make sure it works. Look.
Okay.
That's the game.
Jaden's got 5 extra gold.
Jaden is
Here we go. He pinged a ward. And then you can pull it down. Amazing.
Yeah. Kobe was doing that entire thing. That was 100% Kobe.
You guys have put a lot of pressure on me.
So just so everyone knows, if there's a mistake, it is Kobe's fault. So you can't put this on production.
So that if you're going to blame me, then you also ought to give me all the rewards if it goes well. Well,
that's why we just praised you. That was good.
That was huge.
Yeah.
Is everyone still level 1, Kobe? Can you show us that? Press the level
Let me wait
button.
until there's a tiny bit of a difference here. So
We're
I can
just
have,
testing.
Shaden's 2. Shaden's 2. Here we go.
Press it.
Yeah, junglers are level 2.
Whoa.
Yeah, you can see already off to the races here.
3. Okay, this is fun.
Okay,
I'm looking
so
forward to this.
we're figuring out the graphics. We're locking things in here as Huhi and Rahel are going to take early control over this bottom lane with the push. They'll hit level 2 first among bot laners, but not junglers.
Unfortunately, Flowers, I don't have a pop-up to show the summoner spell count, but it's also dead even still.
Okay.
Ignite there also traded with barrier for Rahel in the bottom lane. And both junglers are also pathing away from bottom lane, so shouldn't be too much extra action down there.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually am a big fan of, as long as you don't get all in later, burning barrier early in lane, almost like preemptive health potions just for sustain to block some damage. So if he gets hit by a hook and they're blocking the burst damage coming through from Ziggs, then that just allows them to keep that health and push in the wave and get a nice reset.
I mean, I feel like we've been seeing that a lot especially more so recently with both barriers and heals, just kind of that idea of there's not really a world where as long as I don't misplay that I'm going to be threatened before the 3-minute cooldown is back anyway. So screw it. Why not just cast the thing, get your early advantage, potentially take tempo at level 2 that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to secure. And I like the fact that players are willing to use that more aggressively that way. As early on, Darkwings, of course, is going to have the advantage of being a ranged champion against the Yone. But once Yone hits full build of Vamp Scepter and Berserker's Greaves, of course, things get a little bit more scary for the Orianna.
Yeah, as we look down the line, the difference in solo laners is going to be most apparent in side lanes. Dignitas, of course, with the ones that we mentioned from Champ Select, are looking at possibility of split push later. Both Yone and Yorick can be pretty good in the side lanes, whereas the DSG ones want to team fight mainly and group up, but going to have to get there with a decent amount of money to be able to do that. Looks like mid lane prowl early on is going to result in XU moving on down here to get double scuttles for himself on the Skarner.
They actually have 3 lanes of prio, which is sometimes too much, but if you're the team that has no lanes of prio, can feel unplayable. Because if you're putting yourself in Shaden's shoes, you're saying, okay, well, the Yunara Bard and the Orianna are pushing, let me path top lane. Wait, the Rumble's pushing. I have no way to get Crab unless he's able to arrive at the opposite Crab that XU does, but since he didn't, it's immediate double Crab, because it's not like you can go to a lane that has prio. So XU, essentially, I'd say a camp and a half up, because he's going to be a little late to his respawn of Krugs, whereas Shaden's already taking his grunt respawn.
I mean, we're all junglers here, fellas. There's nothing worse than getting double crabbed early on right at the beginning of the game. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still
I have experienced worse, Flowers, and that's when you die.
Oh, you try to take one of the 2 crabs, he gets them anyway, and
when your opponents actually have the lane prio, and you still go try and get one of those crabs in order to not get double crabbed, and you die for it.
Then that's like you're the 3rd crab. It's just a whole crab dinner for your opponent. Yeah, especially when if you're playing Skarner, you are the mega crab. They just farm you up. But we'll see. What are we going to get here out of Mr. Shaden on the Wukong? Just about to hit level 5. Again, traditionally, we want to see this champion power farm to 6 to have the Cyclone for the playmaking. XU going to show up here in mid, of course, without Impale available to cast. As soon as Ishtal's impact doesn't make impact, well, you're just kind of going to walk away, get a little bit of poke there.
You can throw a rock at him, though.
Yeah, you get 100 damage.
Hit a W.
Sure, why not?
Doing some eye contact with Shaden while Darkwings is getting free poking onto Kaney. I mean, he's going to force him for a reset, and Kaney already has no TP, so the fact that they're trying to make him reset so he can't sustain with his Vamp Scepter and Doran's shield, they're really just slowly getting decent advantages in lane. And if I'm putting myself in Shaden's shoes, there's not many places to go. The gank assist from an early game Yone or Yorick is pretty pitiful, and the bot lane has been pushed in that has the one gankable assistance with Nautilus, so he's not happy.
And the thing about the Yorick, though, is I always do like champions who can create terrain much more into immobile enemy teams just because of the fact that it's more likely to force out a flash or something super valuable to try to save them. Rumble can't dash, Orianna can't dash. The only time that Yunara can dash is if her ultimate is active. So as this game goes on, obviously Photon wants to live in the side lanes as opposed to being a team fighter, but there is still value that Yorick will be able to contribute in these skirmishes. As Tomo's got to be careful jumping away now. Flashes to avoid follow-up CC as XU, Huhi, and Rahel try to make the move here for the 3v2, but don't quite get anything more than the summoner.
Yeah, free flash in a sense, because they should have been pretty obvious that both Yunara and Bard were going to be coming up to the top lane. They weren't able to match with the jungler, so he had to back away.
Ooh,
good poke.
Yeah, Huhi just taking a big Nautilus anchor to the face right there. Not where he wanted to be. Reminder, next week is Super Week, so we're going to be live on Friday here at the end of August alongside our normal shows on Saturday and Sunday, because after we eliminate our first 2 teams this weekend, next weekend we've got all kinds of stuff to do. We've still got to get some work done in the upper bracket, more work to do in the lower bracket, all sorts of things. But in this game, we still got a lot to do here as well. Since the first dragon is alive, nobody's putting early priority on him just yet. Meanwhile, the grubs spawning in 45 seconds now means there might just be a handshake for these objectives.
And the grubs have a pretty high value for Dig specifically. Again, because they've got split pushing solo laners here, and they've got a Ziggs. So this team really wants to destroy towers. Grubs, as you know, best objective for that.
Yes, sir.
Nice little chunk up here onto Huhi again, preemptively before the spawn of that objective. could mean that they just go straight for it. Shaden here, of course, level 6 on the Wukong is when you are much, much happier. He's got flash, he's got ult. His Yone has ult, so you are very capable in that fight.
Pretty nice power spike here for Dignitas. Once the Lost Chapter was completed on Ziggs, he's been able to poke a lot more. That's given them prio in the top lane. I'd say also XU used a little bit of extra time on that lane swap, so Shaden was able to catch up in experience, and they might be looking for a play right before these grubs.
Okay, let's see if XU walks any closer. Dredgeline not going to find the immediate target just yet. Nice play from XU there, but it does end up getting canceled out as he wanted to try to go for the Impale. Maybe lock up Isles underneath the tier 1 turret. So a couple of resources spent as the Skarner ulti is no longer up for use. But we will see no flash on Isles as well. There is still, though, that Mega Inferno Bomb, the Fate Seal, the Cyclone, the massive Dignitas Wombo combo. Could really be a difference maker here in the fight as the TP is coming in, but a lot of damage onto Shaden here at the very start. Goes back in for the Cyclone, looking for Rahel, but he ain't gonna find him. Kaney now forced to snap back in the Soul Unbound. Shaden's gonna be first to die, and it's first blood over to XU. DSG, they might not have had the AoE potential that Dignitas did, but they did not need it. And now Castle's coming in to clean up the rest of the mess. Kaney tries to get away, but he burns all the way down. Castle's taking that kill, and Dark Wings is ready to fly. Isles will be the next one to drop. Just a little bit more damage will get it done. Command Attack seals the deal. Feet of Warfare, 3 for nothing. 9 minutes in with all 3 grubs going disguised way.
This is so big for DSG. Not only do they deny the grubs to the split push team, but they also get 3 kills to set up the Feats Flowers. Look how much damage Shaden and Kaney tank before the teleport even comes in from the Nautilus. And all it costs them is Rahel's flash. Rahel flashes the engage from the Shaden Kaney combo, and they absolutely destroy Dignitas here. DSG, I think this is the best possible thing to happen for this comp that is very good 5-on-5 team fighting. The game plan for them now is very easy. Go to your objectives, win your 5-on-5s, keep snowballing these fights. And the split push for Dignitas, I think, is going to be very far in the future. It's going to be very hard for them to pull off now and really get enough money to make that feasible.
And we were talking about bad feelings as the jungler earlier on. How about being a level 6 jungler, casting your Cyclone for a neutral objective fight and getting nothing but 3 deaths on your own team for it?
He knocked us some maybe little grub mites or something maybe in there.
Okay, he blended a couple of grubbies.
Yeah, like 1 gold for each of those little mites.
Okay, so 20 gold for some grubbies? Not exactly the best result for your Cyclone here.
And 2,000 gold is the advantage now for DSG. They have advantages in every single position. And they're going to kill the wife, too!
Oh,
Come
no!
on, man.
York's about to be maidenless. One more shot will do it. Okay, that hurts really bad because that cooldown, especially early on, is so long, and not having the Maiden is a huge part of your power budget. So Photon definitely not enjoying the state of the side lane after losing that one. Kaney jumps in after Castle here going for the Q3, but he won't find the knockup. Castle staying safe despite the fact that Shaden's around.
Yeah, and we also talked about earlier how Dignitas needs to play really clean to have this team composition work. They have kind of 3 physical damage dealers up top lane, so Tomo as the only magic damage dealer needs to be really precise with the way they're bursting out targets. It's going to be pretty easy for XU to tank up now. He's already got an early Heartsteel. There's a lot of melee champions that he's going to be able to stack that off of. Probably going to go with armor boots. He'll probably be able to get feats of strength pretty soon if they're able to keep stacking objectives. This is just all coming up DSG, Kobe.
Yeah, and I think that DSG are doing a good job because they know that the kind of only big out for Dignitas will be if Dignitas get their big engage onto Rahel when he has no flash down. The dream, of course, for Dignitas is be able to get the Wukong and Yone engage to actually work, so then you can get the Ziggs bomb over the top and just blow up the Yunara. But since so many DSG players are kind of playing around him during the cooldown for that flash, well, here we go.
Hold on, fellas. XU's going in, and Photon's the target. Grabbed up at the very edge of the Impale, and now with a shockwave to follow. Photon's gone. A little bit more damage finishes him off as now Isles is caught out by the Tempered Fate, who he aimed that one exactly where it needed to go, and now it's 5 kills, nothing for Disguise.
Have you ever seen DSG look so good, Flowers? They're so clean.
They're cooking.
They literally have done everything you could ask for them in this game.
It's the momentum, man, of beating Dignitas, having the confidence, the self-confidence to be able to execute.
Confidence is key. I heard
Once you beat Dignitas, you can beat Dignitas. You know it. It's confirmed. It is written as truth. DSG, they understand the assignment, and the assignment is Whoop on Dignitas.
Do it again. Just keep it going. This is such an incredible early game. We need to be able to see if they can execute the rest of the game plan, though, because even though they have a large lead, they're already 0 Drakes. We're going to get this Pagoda moment right here. Beautifully done by XU to combo that onto Photon with the Shockwave from the teleport. And then also the timing on that Bard ultimate, negating the dredge line, lets them secure the second kill of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Skarner value here versus the 4 melees. And even though the first one towards the mid lane and that little like grub preamble that we got didn't get a whole lot of value, they still won the fight afterwards. And like we said, from that point on, basically you just group for objectives as they spawn. In the game right now, the meta is so clearly outlined with the spawn of dragons and then over the Rift Rail, then another dragon, and you just keep on going kind of like clockwork
Ping pong around, Well, we do have the turret plates about to fall here in 25 seconds. That first Drake of the game is being secured right now by XU. This is a very late first Drake. Honestly, doesn't normally take this long into the game, but it also does mean that the Drake timer is not going to be even remotely synced up with when the Herald spawns here just over a minute from now.
Yeah, I'd say now for Dignitas, they need to just send multiple people to one of the side lanes to try and get some money on either the Yone or...
That's a dive.
Photon's in some danger here. XU also taken very low, and Darkwings with a massive hit there from that turret. He's coming in to see if there might be anything else, but if nothing else, he'll at least secure the exfiltration there for his team. Castle getting dove. Dredgeline starts it off. Fate Sealed follows it up. Isles tries to get away. Castle makes it a 1-for-1, and honestly, in those types of fights, you'll take that.
You really will. That's going to be the retaliation for the attempt to dive on the bottom side. So Castle knew that one was coming. Being able to get one back, even though he falls, is worth it, because now his team's going to be able to pick up this first turret once Darkwing clears this wave and gets a few more autos in.
Exactly. Still better for DSG. They get the 1-for-1. They get the first tower.
They get new shoes.
There you go.
They're locked in, man. Dignitas at least finally on the board here with a kill, but the first turret defeats his strength, going over to Disguise, 6-1 on the kill count. They've got both neutral objectives so far, and now the Herald is spawning in less than 10 seconds. I fully expect them to be ready to fight for this one, but one thing that I will say is topside river vision control right now does belong to Dignitas. You can see they've got some wards in the jungle of Disguised around the blue buff. Disguise still has to move forward and try to re-secure this area.
And Darkwings is having a great game so far. He's 1,000 gold up on Kaney. Thanks for the graphic, Kobe.
Wow, really good timing
amazing.
there.
Good
and
stuff.
also 3 times as much damage. Kaney hasn't been able to get involved in any of these fights, even though he's been there for the Rift Herald fight. He's just either eating an exhaust from Huhi, flying in, but Darkwings has been there for pretty much every engagement of DSG.
And it was one of the things, as we are looking for another engage, but nobody's able to find it just quite yet. But it was one of the things that we talked about in the previous matchup from these two teams, because Darkwings coming in didn't have nearly as big of hype. And so, well, here we go.
Hold on, Rahel's under pressure. Shaden goes in, finds him with the first knockup, flashes to secure the second. Rahel with the flashback over the wall, escaping the Mega Inferno Bomb as XU goes in for the Impale yet again. Shaden down to about 50 HP, the first one to die once more over the upper side river fight. Now Isles caught between Huhi and Darkwings, and Huhi with another beautiful Tempered Fate, setting up Tomo to get cooked by XU and Castle. Kaney still tries to get away, but he's already lost 3 of his allies. Dignitas crumble further to dust as DSG beat him into the dirt.
I imagine when Disguised Toast was thinking about making a League of Legends team, this is what he had in mind.
Yeah.
He's like, it's going to be so fun. We're going to be killing people. We'll be up 9 kills to 1. It's just easy. They're making this game look easy.
Now is the time where you like start plugging merch and you're like, go check out my stream. You know, this is the advertising that you really need here, because it's a massive, massive stomp. Again, every single objective, they're just cleaning up here. They get the Rift Herald after getting their kills. They're the ones with getting these early towers down. The mid one is so damaged already that I don't even think they need to use the Rift Herald to get it. They'll probably just siege up to kill that one by hand, and then you can have some real high value Rift Herald. Side lane ones, getting tier 2s with Rift Herald is super nice because it's a big gold cash in. Of course, if they wanted to, they could just one-shot that mid tower if they activate it towards mid.
as well.
And the last time we saw these two teams play in that best of 3, it really was around the Rift Herald point where the games would start to diverge in terms of the gold lead really breaking away for one side or the other.
We're ahead of the clock on this one.
Yeah, we're a little bit ahead of time here. You can see around 15, 16 minutes, it starts to kind of branch away a little bit. We're at 17 minutes, but it's a 5,000 gold difference, which is a little extreme.
It really is. They're grouping up already. They will use the Rift Herald. Guarantee this turret right here.
One shot.
I wonder if Dig's going to try and defend this, because Huhi could try to make an engage with the Bard ultimate afterwards if he wants to.
XU's just going to continue stepping forward a little bit here. Isles wants a dredge line, and they might have found their target this time. DSG got to be a little bit careful with Darkwings down to 1/4 HP. Shaden wants to go in to try to finish him off, but he won't have the damage. Dignitas, that looked like it could have been their angle. That looked like it could have been their play, but Disguised make sure they get everybody out alive.
Understand why they did it, because they could create a numbers advantage with the teleport advantage of Photon versus Castle, but it just wasn't enough. They got decent burst onto Darkwings at first. Huhi's Bard ultimate was on time. Darkwings could flash out afterwards, and they end up getting the turret without paying a price.
Really loving what we're seeing from Huhi's Bard so far this game. I mentioned back in Champ Select that this can be a truly heaven or hell champion in terms of being locked in versus just kind of lollygagging about. All of these ultis have had a lot of value so far, and this pick is paying dividends.
Flowers, can we become the region of bards, the ultimate bard region?
NA being the bard region would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I would like that.
Well,
right?
here we go. Photon under attack.
Yeah, Photon is not having a great time here in this side lane. He's about to die. The Maiden is going to go with him. Huhi's setting it up again, working together with Castle. 1-0-6 on the Bard for Huhi. 4-1-1 for Castle's Rumble. That is still the only death for anyone on Disguise so far this game. And remember that it was in the context of he took somebody with him in a 1v3 and bought time for his team to get first turret. So it's not like it was a bad death.
It almost doesn't count.
Yeah,
almost.
It's already paid for. It's already paid for.
I'm in charge of the stats over here. I'm in charge of the stat that says we're right. And that one does still count. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, the math guy said it, so I guess we're stuck now. Stats Kobe. Well, Rumble now also has his next item completed here, and that's going to make things even more difficult.
See that one right there?
Yeah.
That means it died.
That's not a zero.
Yeah,
okay.
I counted it.
All right. That is not a zero. You've got me on that
I'm bringing my receipts.
Okay. He's got this one taken care of. Rumble's death is on the expense report.
You can take a lot away from Dignitas, but you can't take that one kill.
Can't take that one kill.
And they got 11 flowers to 9. They're not completely losing.
I don't have a graphic for that, Jack.
Yeah, you don't have a flower graphic.
Yeah, man,
You're
come on.
making me feel inadequate.
You're
I wasn't
doing great.
prepared for the flower count.
You're doing great, buddy.
So far, I'm a huge fan that production gave us this tool. It's
also,
very fun.
the flowers are always permanently counted up there.
True.
Tied at 11.
Now it's tied. So, Dig, what are they going to do here? If they can get a pick on a Darkwings, that's a big start.
That was a nice dredge line coming out there as they immediately followed up with a bunch of burst. DSG trying to buy some more time with a Bard ulti on that one, but they can't save Darkwings. That's a huge pick for Dignitas. Disguise now has to deal with the fact that Dig wants to start up this Otacon. The teleport's coming in. Castle is ready to fight. XU and Huhi also hanging around nearby as Rahel paths up through the river, ready to join the rest of the team. The Otacon down to about 40% as the equalizer is dropped. XU makes his way towards the objective, but Castle's going to be the target for Dignitas. DSG just walk in and take the Otacon, though. Kaney's barely getting away at the same time as XU finds another kill into Photon. Dignitas, what are you doing? Kaney barely hobbling away. Isles about to die. Only the Yone left alive, and Huhi's on the hunt. He exhausts the Yone. Kaney's got to try to snap back to a different position. XU continues to chase. He hits him with the rock. Disguised will take the Otacon, take the ace, take the fight, and take no mercy on Dignitas.
It is Christmas for XU today. They just left the Otacon for him. They all left, and he just walked in and smote it. So the beginning of this, Darkwings is sleeping. He should have just been behind the Otacon wall in the first place to not get hooked by the Nautilus, but then it becomes a 4v5, and it's all about the timing of when DSG wants to engage. I'd say Castle's Rumble ult was really good at getting Dig to have to vacate the Otacon, but then they invest so heavily to kill Castle, it's at 3,000 health, and XU is literally right there. So they very easily finish the Otacon, and then are still strong enough here in the 3v5 to take them out. I think that's what Dig wasn't necessarily expecting, is that they'd end up losing this fight to what is effectively just XU and Rahel.
Yeah, I think what Dig was thinking there, like, you know what? We are losing this game. Let's send it. And honestly, it was a good send to, you know, they got their pick onto Dark Wings, and then, you know, they're going after the Flashless Rumble. I guess probably the adjustment that you make there, if you're thinking back through it, you're like, okay, well, we should still go on the Flashless Rumble. Everybody except Shaden maybe, and at least stay around for a Smite fight at the Otacon.
Have a shot at it, yeah.
But Skarner's always kind of dangerous there anyways. But regardless, DSG still with their large lead here. And now with the Otacon power on top of it, doesn't seem like that possible branch in the timeline for this game is going to take a turn towards Dignitas. It is still DSG paving that road straight towards the Nexus.
And Dignitas, we talked about their AoE and their wombo combo potential with like the Wukong, the Yone, the Ziggs. I really like the itemization that I'm seeing out of XU and Huhi because we've got the Redemption on the Bard. We've got the Locket of the Iron Solari as the third item for XU. He knows he's not going to have super high econ going forward, so just buy cheap tank support crap because it's still going to give you value using the shield against the Mega Inferno.
That was a harsh.
That's an amazing Skarner build.
tanks.
I love this Skarner build. I want the boots upgraded with the armor boots, but for now, he's at 3 items. I mean, Shaden's at 1.5.
That is a good point. You should always have your upgraded boots because you've got the bonus boots, and especially once you get 2 items, then you can even further upgrade.
Bonus boots.
Bonus. Castle.
Well,
nice.
Took that fine.
Okay, that was a little preemptive, but wanted to make sure they didn't lose the turret.
Yeah. The other thing that we didn't even go over because we haven't really had to.
Hold on.
Well,
we might not have
never mind.
time just yet because they want to use the depth charge and go after Castle up here on the top side. Going to commit the Cyclone here too. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink over at Castle, and he's still fighting back. It will be a 1-for-1 as Huhi shows up for that last little bit of damage to trade Isles for Castle. That is twice now. Dignitas has sent 3 men to kill this Rumble, and that is twice that he has taken 1 with him.
Yeah. I mean, it still is like what you have to go for is attack side lanes. So, you know, they're sticking to the game plan, even though they're so far behind, still going for it, and Castle's just doing a good job getting 1 back.
Yeah, they get the objective bounty. According to Kobe as well, those 3 deaths do count, even if 2 of them were traded back for kills, so he's actually died 3 times. But also, if you're worried about this game being over, did anyone see IG last night? They were down 11,000 gold in a game, and they were able to win. So even top LPL teams can lose 11,000 gold leads.
So I would say, though, that one of these teams has a fed Yunara, and the enemy team is like 4 melees, and Yunara absolutely murders you when you group up with your teammates, because with the Runons and your Q active splash, it will actually splash back to the main target too.
Splash overlap,
and so Yunara versus melee heavy comps like this
I agree.
is literally the best position.
I agree. I just want to preempt any negativity that if Dignitas comes back, it's because these teams are bad. Because you wouldn't say that about the top LPL teams when they actually threw an even bigger lead than this.
Okay.
So
all right. I see what you're putting down here.
Exactly. Like, if the Shy and Rookie can come back from 11,000 gold, what can Kaney and Photon do?
Holy, when you put it that way.
Okay.
The sky is the limit.
8,000 should be possible.
I think the sky is the limit.
I mean, every game of League of Legends, you got a 50% chance to win, you got a 50% chance to lose.
That's
right?
how it works. That's how matchmaking works.
That's just what it is. There's 2 possible outcomes.
Yep.
You win or you lose. Again, right now, they're going after Castle again. They really, really want to kill this Rumble, and this time they should be able to get him. Photon buries him there with the shovel. No trade back from Disguise side. The rest of the Disguise squad is up over here at the Baron Pit. They're going for a catch onto Isles. Tempered Fate would have collided with him there, but the flash out of the way keeps the Dig support alive.
Personally, that type of 2-man collapse on the bottom lane is something that the Rookie and the Shy would also do.
Okay.
So I understand that Dig what their coaches talked about learning from the best teams. So they were probably watching that game last night and thought, you know what, guys? If they can do it, we can too. I imagine this was part of the pep talk.
If I see the Shy in a Dignitas jersey next year, I'm going to know that this was like a premonition the entire time.
I just heard him talking about it.
Dignitas still has a long way to go, though. They're staring down the barrel of an enemy team that's at Soul Point that still does have that 7,000 gold lead. Plus 16 on the flower petals is somewhere between like 1,000 and 1.5k extra adaptive force in stats. Like, that's not feeling great either. So they really do just have to try to continue to keep scaling, buy a little bit extra time for Photon in these split push situations. You still do have the gold aura around the objectives for all of that extra objective bounty money you can get if you can manage to set up this split push correctly, but Disguise doesn't want to let him. They're going to go straight for the Baron.
Yeah, Rahel is super rich, as you just saw, so any fight that goes into Rahel, if he doesn't get one shot, he will be able to clean them up.
Kaney does have teleport, but you have to teleport pretty early versus team. DSG will burn that Baron.
Yeah, it might already be ready to go. Shaden's on the backside of the pit here. The Baron is down to about 3,000 HP. Shaden is still hanging around. Control ward over the wall. Shaden wants to go in and look to steal it away. The Baron's down to 1,200. It's going to be stolen by Shaden. You got to be kidding me. Isles is going to burn to death, though, as they try to escape. Disguise now knows they have to try to hunt these guys down because Kaney is also split pushing in the bottom lane, taking the tier 2 at the same time. Yes, Dignitas might have lost their support, but they get the objective bounty on the Baron. They get the objective bounty on a tier 2 turret. They steal away the Baron. Disguised fumble the ball, and they fumble it right at the worst time.
Yeah, that is such a bad fumble, Flowers. It's not just missing a smite on Baron, because as you say, Kaney didn't even have to teleport in. That was 4v5. They just go. All right, let's take a look. Can we just stop damage on this thing? It's 3K.
They actually did stop damage, but XU is just sitting there. Also, it's down at 2,000.
And
so
the Ziggs bomb actually was a nice little combo.
Yeah,
there.
everyone had thought that it was safe to peel out. That is good coordination by Shaden and his Ziggs. Trying to figure out if that was more like a rookie move or the shy move, because they're making this a very legitimately close game.
He's not letting go of this.
No, he is locked into this comparison for this first game.
So DSG is Weibo and Dig is IG. That's how I'm watching this game. I'm experiencing it just like LPL fans did last night.
Okay, so we're locked in with our rookie and the shy Dignitas analogy here. Dignitas, I mean, they have cut that gold lead down to half of what it was, right? Like, Disguise was up 8,000 something gold. It's now 3.9k. The other important part is that this Baron is still up for another 90 seconds on Dignitas' side. The Drake spawns in 20 seconds. As long as Dig gets this Drake, you stop them from getting Soul yet as well, which is another big stall.
This is absolutely huge. Rahel didn't get to be involved in that last fight.
Hold on, Kaney in danger though. He's gonna get dragged back there with the Impale, and now he's in a bad spot. Dies as soon as the fight starts off. Who he's gonna be a little bit careful as Shaden wants to knock up, but he ain't gonna get Rahel. Shaden and Kaney both already gone. Dignitas scattered as Tomo and Isles try to get away. Rahel, nice use of the Arc of Ruin there for the long range slow. Guarantees the death of Tomo. The Dragon is not even the focus. They're going towards mid. They're all pinging the mid lane tier 3 turret. They're just going to try to force the end of the game here.
I mean, they might be able to, but it's hard to end versus Baron minions. Isles will be able to empower them for the next 40 seconds. So Photon's just going to be able to take as much gold as he wants here, as long as Isles can hold out on the other side.
Okay, let's see it. Photon trying to keep this push going down here. He will take the inhibitor, knows he cannot go any further. Photon has his teleport to be able to join back up in the base if he can, but it did get interrupted by Darkwing Shockwave. Isles doesn't have the defensibility to keep the turret standing here with the Nexus. Shaden and Kaney are not alive just yet. Kaney makes his way back in now, but the Nexus is already burning down. They won't be able to defend it. Disguised. It was a bumpy ride, but they'll take game 1.
Yeah, guys, Isles is a Nautilus. He can't defend by himself.
He really can't. Well, if a minion wave had spawned, they didn't have the timers, right? If all 3 minion waves spawned and there was Baron there, I can understand the logic, but not even close. Not even close. I mean, that is like the type of thing that I could also see IG doing. So
we're back to IG again.
DSG takes game 1. That's the important part.
Okay. And they were super far ahead for pretty much the entire game. Remember, the very first fight up in the top side of the map is a 3-for-0 instant feats of warfare. Disguise got ahead early. They stayed ahead for the entire game. The Baron blunder was like a real what is happening type of moment, but it never was enough to really get Dig all the way back in.
And it is cool that they were like, oh man, we just need the extra Ziggs bomb damage with the ultimate over the top, and like that got it low enough. So at least you got that cool moment for them.
Yeah.
But if confidence is key, then the first win still going over to DSG in such a one-sided manner does not bode well for Dignitas.
No, that one's a little troublesome. That was just game 1, though, and every game brings us closer to our LTA finals that you just saw on the screen there, September 27th and 28th. So don't forget to get your tickets for that one. Come join us in Dallas and have a good old time as we see who is going to be our LTA champions. As we head to the break now, let's go ahead and take a look at our comms replay,
DSG.
connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Here.
Six has no flash.
They use root or?
Watch. Look, Wukong. Just jump Wukong
That's a real
first.
one. Real one.
Yeah, look at Wukong.
Just don't
Wukong.
get sucked in too much.
I'm fine.
Wukong. Nice.
Got it. This
Yeah,
guy's behind us.
Yeah, we kill him. No flash.
Yeah, no flash.
I'll bet look control. You want thump?
I'm here.
Rumble.
Yeah.
Okay, I can kill him.
You want flash too? Nice, guys.
I should reach.
Nice, guys.
I'm gonna base here.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah, we can fight.
Six top.
Wait, just hit Otacon, no?
Yeah. Okay.
Yours coming back, guys.
Look at York, no flash.
I'm coming after. I'm not there, guys. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we're cooking.
Oh shit, I should have been there. Oh
we're
no!
fucking cooking, baby. Let's go.
Got top tier too.
Yeah.
Good shit.
That guy's 1 HP. Don't play.
Coming.
Oh my god. My W.
I'm gonna keep it good.
Oh,
let me kill.
Nice.
Let's go.
Disguised will take the Otacon, take the A's, take the fight, and take no mercy on Dignitas.
We've been struggling all year. Split 1, we struggled. I don't think we won a single series. Split 2, we won 1 game out of 7, and we had to make some changes for the Splits team. A lot of changes. We changed the coach, we changed 2 players. In 2 months, we have to go through a relegation tournament. Probably go into relegation with this group. So, whatever happens, it's all on them now, and we can only hope.
Coming into the split, I felt like I had a lot to kind of like prove. I think everyone knew that I was going to be like probably like the worst mid, but I think I've gotten to the point where I don't think I can like say that I'm the worst mid anymore, and I think I'm getting like into that like flow where I can definitely like be a threat. I just need to like keep working on the things that I need to work on. Overall, I think I feel pretty confident about like doing decently well for the playoffs.
Right now, I think the full focus is, of course, Split 3, but also relegation at the end of the year. We need to give our players more time, and we're in a pretty brutal system where we get 8 months of practice, and then we have to defend our spot. If you lose it, then you go back to Tier 2. I think we can keep improving, because every month, every week, I know our team's getting better and better, and we just need the time to fix our mistakes, learn from them, and just get more experience, because it's our first year in the LTA. So, you know, there's still a world we can make it to the finals. It's gonna be almost impossible, but there's a world where we figure things out and we can meet Faker and beat him. You know, it is a possible path for us. It's just we gotta take that first step, win a couple games in the LTA.
Welcome back to the LTA North. During this journey, you could win a trip to a Dignitas event or a Player of the Week statue. Use your Trace Freedom Flex MasterCard to make a purchase.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA North Split 3. You could win a trip to the League of Legends event or a set of Player of the Week statues. Use your Chase Freedom Flex MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win.
Fun
Player
fact, none of us actually work here. We all just won a competition to go to league events.
Yes, please, at some point. I need to win.
Yeah.
I can't win any competition. This is a problem.
Guys, you have a statue of you, right?
Yes, but I can't find it.
You can't find it?
I can't find it. I'm on the hunt for my own statue.
I got my one.
Yeah?
Crazy, yeah.
What
You
did
can use
do? What
mine.
was your
I'll
pose?
lend it to you.
I mean, we just
I did the double guns.
Oh, that's close. I did like the single gun.
You did? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's about the quality of the gun more than the quantity.
Exactly.
I forget what I was doing. I'm standing and like holding my hands in front of me. I don't know.
Okay, you know my favorite one was Jan when he won Player of the Week because he didn't even remember the pose he did, which was a sick pose, by the way.
It was a nice pose.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
didn't understand it.
It was great.
He didn't get it. But yeah, we're going to be going into, of course, game 2. Dignitas has picked blue side. That's fair. We've had some signs here to showcase our thoughts in the first game. So I'm just interested in what the first reveal is going to be from our side. But even I'm just going to say it. I had a creative art piece here, okay? I want
It is beautiful,
You really want
Raz.
to show it to the audience right now.
Yes, it's basically
Raz is
hinging
proud of
on
this
my
one.
childhood.
Yeah.
It's Bard the Builder. He's building this team up brick by brick. Could he build it?
Can he build it?
Can he
yes,
build
he
it?
can.
Yes, he can.
Bard build?
Okay.
Bard the Builder. Anyways, continue on.
I mean,
Continue on.
everyone
beautiful.
has heard of Dig Baron, but that's old. That's washed.
Yeah.
That's like season 5.
Yeah.
Dig Baron is gone. Dig
Oh,
Onacon
no.
is the new thing. It's the new hotness.
Baron old and
That's
It is.
new. It's fresh. It's accurate. It's
Yeah, it's
topical.
accurate. So mine was also really similar. There used to be a sign in one of our meeting rooms where It was the DSG team who had written it on there, and it said don't do and then Otacon was filled in underneath.
They had to remind themselves.
There's also a note for Jat as we get into Champ Select. I said, P.S. Jat, I will absolutely call Weibo bad.
Yeah.
Having watched them.
There we go.
Boom.
So, banned out on the blue side
we can show it now. Boom.
by
Don't do
Dignitas. We have Annie, Vi, and Talia all removed on red from Disguised, Gwen, Azir, and Pantheon. Pantheon remaining on that kind of permaban red side list. This does leave Varus up for Jake to lock in.
Rumble
was picked in game 1.
Yeah, understandable. Renekton is actually quite good here too, so they can go towards it. And I actually love Castle and Photon's Renekton picks, so I think that would be an understandable early pickup. I say that, but I feel like both teams going to be able to like play Aurora as a flex, so that's something that both teams can kind of play around, and it's a good takeaway from Photon.
That's what I was going to say. It is a bit of a takeaway, and because you are on red side, you have the ability to kind of like hide if it is a flex till later on in the draft. So it could be potentially going up towards top lane. I do think both Castle and Photon are players who are pretty flexible and actually like experimenting with a lot of different styles of champions, which makes them a lot harder to predict in draft. But Ryze, I think, is actually a pretty nice answer. Allows you to play through sides. You're always going to kind of have that prio unless someone is really heavily dedicating their comp towards it. And if you are leaning against Aurora, you're so tanky that I think it's really difficult for Aurora to actually do much to you once you're just on like Roa marks.
Yeah, and honestly, thinking about it from Dignitas side in game 1, you could tell with the double TP, the TP on Tomo, that they are really cognizant of being able to get the swap off properly. Now, of course, Ziggs is gone. You're not going to be able to find that. But now that they picked up the Varus and they're trying to find a strong bot lane that they can get push on, it makes sense that they're going to be trying to get the setup. Last game, the setup around Drakes and around Grubs has been poor for Dignitas. So they need to be able to write that, because it seems like DSG is looking a lot stronger right now.
Honestly, would have really preferred if they just went Nico early on the side of Dig, because I feel like if you just go Varus Nico, you give yourself such a powerful bot lane.
Yeah.
You can play for poke, you can play for engage, like it's so flexible. It does pretty much guarantee that no matter what your opponents are picking with Jhin, they can't really win the 2v2. So I would have liked them to kind of over-index more into that bot lane. When you're going to first pick Varus, set it up for success.
Yeah, especially since one of the things that I think Dig was missing in the first game were prio lanes to play around early, right? Like, that's where we saw the double crab coming in. That's where we saw some of those setups going wrong, like you mentioned. Raz, Poppy locked in now for DSG. Also a flex, can get it go anywhere.
Yeah, flexible, counters the J4 well. But what I want to say is one of my favorite things about Poppy is your ability to control approaches to things like Otacon, Baron, which we saw in that last game, also in the last series, were the pivotal moments for who was able to pick up the win. Like the Otacon throws, as much as we meme them, they are real. So having something like a Poppy to knock the enemy jungler away actually is like a pretty good tool for these teams.
I think one thing I don't really love here from DSG is it's like they go Aurora early. It's like, hey, it could be a flex. But when you're banning Renekton, I think you're showing that it's going mid lane pretty heavily, because like Renekton is a good matchup if you were going to play it top, right? It's something you'd want to play into. So I think they've kind of tipped their hand that it is going to be mid. And there's the Nico getting banned out that I was talking about. Like, I really feel like in the second game, you can easily find some sort of AD jungle to slot in for Shaden, no problem. So they've lost the opportunity for Dig now to be able to actually have that power duo of Nico Varus.
Exactly, and just to bounce off your point, like, you pretty much has shown that it is just strictly a fake flex. Like, if you're going to be banning the Renekton, which we have seen already in the LTA North, that like the Aurora just destroys the Renekton within the lane. If you play it well enough. And I mean, understandable, they just want to be able to take it off the board, and Nabessa gets picked off pretty quickly, so they do want to send that up there. I do like the J4 a lot this game.
But we're red side, and we're blind picking both our solo laners.
Yeah.
Right? I just kind of am like, what's the point? Like, unless you have some really like magical final pick that is going to shock you, right? Poppy could theoretically be going jungle. You could be going for some sort of support to try to counter pick down on bot side. Now that Nico wasn't selected, so if they can get like a really heavily winning lane in that way, then I'm more okay with how DSG is drafting. But otherwise, I'm just so not a fan of going red side and being the ones blind picking both your solos.
Yeah.
It's like, the advantage of blue side is that you get this power pick of Varus. You can't afford to give them both the power pick of Varus and then double solo lane counter pick unless your fifth pick is going to boom their draft somehow. And I'm just kind of a little bit dubious that that's going to happen. So I really am not a fan of kind of how DSG has drafted, but we'll see. I mean, you could just go, I don't know, I guess you can go support counter pick and try to move Poppy into jungle. If it's not that, I just don't see how you're really getting anything out of red side.
Yeah, and just taking, now that we can see the full Dignitas composition, once again, J4 has pretty good angles if he's trying to play through like spot or mid, and also with Rise as well, great setup. It looks like they can find setup on engages from any member, J4 ulti, the Rel engage. So it looks like it is going to actually be the Poppy support with the Sejuani going into the jungle.
So at the end of the day, we basically blinded like our support, both our solo lanes, got no counter picks. I just feel like the drafting was not good from DSG in this one.
When it started off exciting, because the Aurora is that flex pick that they could move around Poppy at the end. It's like the first three, it seemed like, okay, they're trying to like kind of get in Dig's head a little bit, but Dignitas, to your point, Raz, has a very solid composition for J4 to try and play through. Any of these lanes, you're happy if they get gold. So Shaden's got his choices ahead of him. That's our thoughts. So, Casters, what do you think? Who do you think won this pick ban?
All right, thank you very much, Lounge. This pick ban, obviously, Azael does not find himself being a very big fan of what Disguised brought to the table, the way that they went about doing it here in this one. Interesting fact that I also heard from producers for the other side, apparently this is Shaden's first ever career Jarvan game, which I'm always a little bit surprised if I hear that a player is playing his first ever game on Jarvan, because to me, Jarvan has always just been one of those, like, yeah, this guy's always popular in the jungle in pro play. Like, obviously, sometimes he'll be out of the meta. He won't be quite as strong, but it seems like whenever there's an opportunity to play Jarvan, somebody's playing Jarvan, and this is apparently the first time Shaden's ever done that.
Yeah, I mean, Shaden, we'll see how he does in this one. Honestly, going after the Jhin, like whenever you have a low mobility carry like that for AD carry, that's going to be the prime target. Both the solo laners that he's playing against are pretty mobile, so that can be kind of annoying for Jarvan because Aurora is really hard to land your stuff on, and it doesn't even really matter with your ultimate since she can just bounce all over the place. So he's primarily going to be looking towards Rahel, but they were looking towards Rahel in the last game, and they could not kill him. Even with multiple, dive members. So Rahel kept himself safe in last time. And I think he might be able to do that again.
Wow, look at this, man.
What do you got?
Just the early game already. Kobe, give me the damage rank.
That's you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Here we go. Wow, he landed that E on 2 people. For a first-time Jarvan, I mean, to lead the game in damage.
Right. Everybody else, it's just a box full of donuts over here. And then Jarvan with 126, just feeling fantastic.
First-time Jarvan as well, too. Flowers.
Yeah. First-time Jarvan, first damage of the game, first attempt with the flag, and he hits it. Beautiful gameplay so far here from Shaden. And honestly, I can't wait to see more.
Yeah,
exquisite.
I'm on the edge of my seat. In terms of the way I see the draft playing out, I do feel like it's still a winnable draft from DSG, even if they didn't get value from their counter picks or necessarily their flexes. Because when they decide to flex, I don't feel like they're flexing into terrible matchups. I think Ambessa is a champion that people are happy blinding. I know that Aurora is a champion that you can snowball with really well if you're against especially like a mid-range comp, because you can get tons of AoE damage off. So definitely still a winnable game for DSG, but I would give the slight edge to Dignitas just because I'm a big fan of Varus in this meta.
Do you think that edge is potentially like dulled or evened out by the fact that you've still got to recover from like the whooping that you got in game number 1? Like
the momentum of the whooping?
Yeah, exactly. Who he jumps in there, tries to get a quick trade onto Tomo with the level 2 power spike for Disguise as they hit that one first, but not going to get anything more than just the cleanse. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of lane phase last game, where when AD carries run like the barrier or something, they'll just use that to trade early. Kind of the same thing here. You just stick around the wave long enough to where if the guy hits level 2 and he charges you, whatever, pop the cleanse block.
And we have been looking a lot at this bottom lane. Since DSG got Rahel, it has kind of revitalized this team. They've looked so much better. So I do like that XU is pathing down towards that bottom lane. And as you say, without the cleanse already on Tomo, they can apply some pressure, even if it just results in like them missing CS down there for the enemy bottom lane. You can definitely set Rahel up for success in this game here on the Jhin, who he currently is in the 1v2, but honestly, his trade versus Isles there, he gave a decent amount of damage, and Rahel even comes to make it positive as well after coming back from warding up that tri-brush.
Yeah, but DSG is still going to be able to push that bot lane with impunity based on the way the junglers have pathed so far. They have the security of XU being in bot river. The fact that he doesn't see Shaden will most likely make them know that Shaden is going to be in top river, so no double crab this time for XU. And it's interesting that he got a little bit of extra vision before going for scuttle crab just to really make sure that Jarvan wasn't looping around for a gank.
Yeah.
But DSG playing well to their conditions right now.
And I mean, Shaden's assignment early game in this one is kind of the opposite of what it was in game number 1, where he's on the Wukong, he wants to farm till 6, be impactful once he has his ulti. Jarvan is like the champion that comes to mind for me with like, as long as he's not level 1, he's ready to gank. But now the dive in the bottom side is going to be XU taking the early aggro here, ready to go and lead the charge for Disguised. It's a 1-for-1 trade though, as Rahel ends up falling to the ramping turret damage. But the kill goes over to Isles on Dignitas' side. Meanwhile, XU collects the money for Disguised. Now Castle in some danger as Shaden does find his first gank of the game. Castle still looking to get himself back away underneath that turret. Shaden does take one more shot and Castle survives.
Ooh, Castle really wanted to just walk that one out. He was close to not having to burn his flash, but burns it just at the end there. So we're gonna have flashes burned on both sides. So at the beginning of this one, Huhi actually dashes Tomo over to the side there, and then Tomo does dodge the W from Rahel, but he still ends up getting caught by XU. But really, Rahel gets left behind under tower aggro there. And so Rahel also going down. But as we said, Tomo had to flash. So you have that as well as the minions dying to tower, and now it bouncing back for the swap.
Rahel didn't even get assist gold, though. It was actually just a Poppy Sejuani dive. I feel like if Rahel would have just flashed through the turret, it would have been successful, but he was likely not expecting the turret to swap to him the way that it did. Another gank, possibly. I think it's mainly Isles just babysitting Kaney right here for a little bit in mid lane.
Yep, we just saw both mid laners take their first TPs a minute ago, make those first purchases. Refillable and tier there for Kaney. Dark Wings just picking up the Amp Tome and a refillable of his own. But then as soon as they got back to lane, Dark Wings did land that full trade with the twofold Hex into the Weirding with the Electrocute proc, and it just zaps you for 40% of your health.
Interesting choice there where they're still keeping Tomo solo versus an Mbessa. If they don't know how exactly close Castle is to level 6, like they got to get Tomo out of there.
Yeah.
There's a no flash Varus versus an Mbessa that's about to get ultimate.
That's not a very fun situation for Varus.
The wave is pushing towards him, so he's just trying to like tough it out down there. He was trying to like farm from very far with just spamming Qs. But meanwhile on this top side,
I mean, it's getting frozen on them, too, so it's not like they're getting anything by having Isles with the extra time up here. Photon would need to swap back, but they were hoping to break the freeze, and now Castle's level 6, so Tomo has to leave.
Yeah, I mean, right now, he just saw Sejuani in the pit, too, so he's thinking, is that Sejuani coming to dive me? I got to get out of here. It is really unsafe, so he does go for his recall, and they teleport Photon as the wave does crash into bottom.
Yeah, it's going to be fine for Photon as XU going all for the kill.
Yeah, it's not fine for Kaney. He wanted to get away. He flashes over the wall, but XU already was in position to follow there, stacking up the passive on Sejuani. Arctic Assault into the Glacial Prison. Guaranteed Dark Wings could jump in for the damage, and that's money in the pocket of the Disguised mid lane.
For sure. Very fast level 6 by XU there, and immediately getting the ultimate on cooldown, plus getting the kill and flash. Another good start to this game by DSG.
And again, in this one, DSG have a lot of pick potential across all of their champions, and they're playing into Dignitas carries that are very low mobility. As you see in the replay, when the flash was burned there, trying to get away from the Sejuani, and Sejuani still had ult too, so a couple of ults there from XU and Dark Wings able to get that kill, but also the Rise now no flash for a long time, and Tomos is coming back up a bit sooner, but still having both a Rise and a Varus, which are low mobility carries, versus a comp like this that has many pick tools, is pretty scary when you get your flashes burned.
Plus the conclusion of this lane swap just shows that not only is DSG ahead in experience, or in gold, they're ahead in levels too. Like Darkwing's Castle, the highest levels in the game. XU as well, ahead of Shaden in experience. So everyone pretty much across the board on DSG ahead of their counterpart in experience as well.
Very scary stuff for Dignitas, who are going to have to probably contest some neutral objectives here soon. We've got the Grubs spawning in about 10 seconds. It's another game without an early Drake take. Remember that in game number 1, the first Drake didn't fall till about 13.5 minutes into the game. We'll see if this one lasts that long as well. But Grubs are almost always the priority when Grubs spawn. They are very, very highly contested most of the time. And XU is going to go ahead and start this one off for Disguise as Rahel and Huhi are still trying to get the wave pushed out up here on the top side. Tomo firing off the piercing arrow. Dignitas, however, ready to come and try to fight for this. It is a 4v3 right now, favoring Dig, who he nice using the steadfast presence there, does not want to get engaged on by Isles, and Realm Warp takes the rest of Dignitas away. They make their escape as Disguise brings more men ready to reinforce. But because Dig had the commit to leaving with the Realm Warp, that means that total control over the topside river and total control over all 3 grubs goes to Disguise.
Yeah, and so DSG, they do teleport Castle over, so I would say Darkwings has to get bottom to collect the wave. I was kind of considering, oh, is he actually going to even teleport bottom to get there quicker? It depends on how many of those minions are dying to the tower right now. Maybe there is a cannon minion down there, so maybe he didn't lose quite that many, but he doesn't opt to teleport down, just walks down there to go get a few of them, and does miss some of that wave that was pushed in.
DSG had a lot of resources to spend there. I think Dignitas is a little bit lucky to not get caught by anything because they were in a guaranteed 5v4 once Castle teleports in. So the grub take contest, I think, was overly ambitious. And now Tomo does have both summoners, but they might be looking for a dive.
Tomo with an early Chains of Corruption to block Darkwings, but Darkwings tries to jump in for a bit more damage. As soon as he misses the weirding of the twofold Hex, though, there's not really the opportunity to have enough damage to guarantee the opportunity, to guarantee a chance, an angle for the kill there. So Disguise now just going to turn their focus over to the Drake. It's not as late as it was in game number 1, and it is going to be the second neutral objective of this game, going Disguised's way. Just like that first game, they're controlling the neutrals in game 2.
Yeah, the side lanes have been very good for them as far as these swaps. You know, each time they got some extra experience, some extra little bit of minions. It's just the last one with the teleport up towards the top side of the map. Let's see, Darkwings here still has flash and his ulti.
Ooh, nice jump away from the rain of arrows there, going between worlds to make sure that he can zoom back to safety. So Darkwings, yeah, he'll lose the ulti, but honestly, you don't feel that bad about it, considering you're in the 1v2 down there. Up in the top side, the 1v1 continues between these two bruisers as they are still both working with components, moving towards those first completed items.
It does show, though, the Castle ended up losing a lot with that teleport to Rift Herald, to the Grubs, where his team was able to secure them, because he had a big lead. Now he's down 250 gold. I'd also say Darkwings a little bit on the defense, having to burn his ultimate there, and now just needing Huhi to stick around to protect against the dive. Small things are bringing Dignitas back into this game with the lane assignments.
Yeah, the big thing is that there's not a big objective for another like 4 minutes. And so everybody will have plenty of time now, and it's just about who's going to be able to get a pick in the meantime. I guess ultimate here for Castle is going to be a nice cooldown advantage for Photon here. A lot of times you try and use... No, you use the Mbessa ultimate for the CC immunity during it. So he didn't want to get the little...
Just the buffer through the
Q there, I guess.
The sweet spot.
Firing off their ultimates left and right here.
But Photon's held on to his, so he didn't pop it to go for a full chase. So big advantage here for Photon with the extra ultimate.
But the nice part about that is, like you mentioned, Jad, it's not like there's an objective to fight for another 3.5, 4 minutes or so. But the difference between this game and game number 1 is, remember that in game 1, the Herald and the Dragon, they were entirely desynced.
Yeah.
In this game, they're going to be spawning at roughly the same time. So again, it's one of those things where as soon as I notice that in a game, I'm always thinking about the opportunity, particularly for the team that's behind, to just handshake trading the objectives instead of going to contest them directly.
Absolutely, as long as they can have the setup to do that. So it's going to be about prepping the waves properly so that they're able to make that trade and not just let a team completely push you off of mid-wave and do as they please. But I'd say the Rise is starting to get to work in the side lane. Aatrox is consistently getting some push onto the Ambessa. So Dig has the tools at the moment, I think, if they want to be able to pull off that trade in about 2.5 minutes.
Nice route there from Rahel. He'll follow it up with a little bit of damage, but again, we're mostly just fighting back and forth here for making sure that we still have a decent amount of positioning here in the mid lane. As that topside crab initially started off by XU. Shaden does want to show up and contest for this one. He'll smite it down to steal it away, so just a little bit of extra resources in his pocket. Still about a 1,000 gold lead overall for Disguised as a team, with less than 90 seconds on the clock now until the turret plates fall. You can see a couple plates taken in the top lane by Dignitas. Back over in mid, the turrets still pretty much full HP on both of them, and bottom is 1 plate for 1 plate. So it's not like either team has really had a ton of control and a big major push so far in the early game.
Yeah, gold lead not that gigantic at the moment. But we'll see about the approach for the next Dragon. About a minute ahead of time, you want to send everybody back to get your control wards so you can have a good setup for it and you can have some good vision. especially since there are so many opportunities for people to get picked up when approaching it. And both mid laners don't have their teleports. The cooldowns are pretty low, but that's why they're in the bottom lane already over there.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Thank you, announcer. That's the guarantee. It's disappearing soon. Cash in while you can cash in. And Disguise is looking to cash in on Caney, but the Glacial Prison misses. He tries to follow it up with a nice tackle, but he does not find the collision into the turret. Disguise throw a lot at him, but they ultimately miss. Now Dignitas wants to move in and see if they can get something back. Big Magnet Storm from Isles. Locks up all three of them. XU barely getting himself away as Darkwings flashes the Chains of Corruption. So despite the commit from both sides, nobody dies.
It's shocking to me that no one on DSG died after that Isles engage. I'd say the original engage from Caney, he dodged everything and made it so that DSG, what was close to being a sure thing, ended up not being a kill at all. But they don't get a full capitalization off that. They'll probably get the turret and equalize this gold.
Yeah, DSG spent 3 ultimates and 3 flashes, and they're the ones that are actually going to lose the tower.
Yeah.
So very big counter there from Dig. You know, XU used his ult, Darkwings used his ult, as well as Huhi in the attempted tower dive onto Caney. And then you only needed 1 ult to hit for Dig, and that was Isles. And he got a very good counter there with the Rel. So that results in tower taken here by Dignitas to chop down on that DSG gold lead.
Isles hanging around up here in the top side, just shadowing Photon in case there's any danger, any potential of an attempted dive. I mean, XU is in the area alongside Huhi, and there goes Castle. Engage immediately as Photon spreads his wings, trying to fight back. Gonna need to drain tank a lot here, but he flashes over the wall to make sure he doesn't get CC'd any longer. Nice counterattack from Shade, and Castle's got to try to get away. Disguised, wanting to disengage as Darkwings arrives. Now the re-engage is there, and the feat of warfare is claimed. Disguised outmaneuvers them here in the scrap. They take the 1 kill. They take control over the top side, River 2.
Really tight fight there. It looked like DSG was all sitting at pretty low health bars. And thinking about the way their composition works, they feel quite burst heavy. So to win an extended fight like that is a bit surprising, but it's not over yet. This Rift Herald is going to be an extended fight.
Teleport's bringing everybody right on back in, but a nice slam into the wall. Photon is locked up, beat down, but he ain't dead just yet. Rahel falls first. Dignitas out fighting. They save Photon's life, and Disguise don't have enough left in the tank just yet. Castle wants to try to grab another one. Tomo's the only one he can possibly find, though, and now with the Realm Warp to cut off Darkwing's escape, it's Dignitas who come out on top and take the lead.
DSG had him in the first half, but Dignitas come back and they clap him while they're trying to kill the Rift Herald. So there wasn't an actual reward for DSG for winning the first half because the Rift Herald just resets right afterwards. So we're going back to the beginning of it here, and you saw the triple knock up there from Shaden, but since Castle was able to flash out to that top side, and the key here is Jhin ultimate also coming over to lay down the cover fire, so they actually do get to get out, and they got their kill on Rel. They then thought, oh, we won that team fight, right? So because enemy support is down, but Rahel here sectioned off from the rest of the team, so they didn't have the Jhin damage when they were going for their kill onto Photon. And look at that, Photon surviving. Rift Herald didn't even go for that last auto on him and like pulled the claw back.
The first fight started with them trying to kill Photon. And then the second fight started with them trying to kill Photon. They really wanted Photon dead, but he ends up having the last laugh with the double kill at the end of the fight.
Nicely done there. Nicely done for Dignitas. You know it's got to be a bit of a sigh of relief to know that this one's not also starting to slip away from you here at this Rift Herald point. We even mentioned in the previous game how the last time these two teams played, it was always around Rift Herald where the games would start to diverge in terms of greater gold leads. And even though the gold is still only not even 1,000 apart, it was a big swing from Disguised's control back towards Dignitas.
And DSG, like their composition is really built to kill low mobility carries. So they got to stick to the game plan, spend all of these resources on the Rise, on the Varus, get those flashes burned, and get those low mobility carries killed. You know, with their Ambessa, with their Sejuani, with their ability to flank here, especially with the Aurora. But we're gonna get a reset back down to the other side of the map.
How do they do against high mobility bruisers?
Yeah,
because
Photon
currently
here.
Photon Shaden are both pretty strong.
I mean, yeah, they were so close, but close does not cut it.
It doesn't.
Aatrox has a lot of healing, especially with Sundered Sky, and Photon was able to come back, and Photon ended up getting 2 kills in that fight. So it gets even harder with all that extra money. You know, he's got Tenacity from Merc Treads, he has so much healing from his own kit, as well as the Sundered Sky. Bruiser really is the key there, so him and Shaden really at the top of the charts.
It's a lot of jungler gold right there. First time for everything.
Yeah,
actually.
First time Jarvan top in the charts.
Yeah, and again, because the last fight where Rahel was on the lower side of the Rift Herald, you know, Shaden and Tomo just got to put so much pressure on him, and Tomo not only killed Rahel, but also burned his flash, so maybe it will be him looking for the enemy flashless AD carry.
Well, it's 1 minute on the clock until Otacon spawns. So for Dignitas, it's time for a big deep breath, right? You've stabilized a little bit. The game is certainly winnable from this position. You are no longer behind. You gotta play it cool around the Otacon.
I love Otacon.
You gotta be cool.
Yeah, get your blood pressure pumping.
The debuff is so invisibly powerful.
Yeah.
And it's not like people don't know that it exists at this point, but it just gets you no matter what you do. And then you're trying to fight through the Otacon. It'll shred you as you're going for an engage. And like, if they get debuffed and Darkwings lands a good engage, it's over. The whole fight will be over.
Well, it's also easy to feel like it's probably not affecting you as much as it is, and to trick yourself, because you're thinking, oh, as long as I'm dodging most of his abilities, he's not putting stacks on me. But as long as you're in his pit, you're getting stacks if you're fighting him, right? Like, it is inevitable, and it creates just such a big opportunity for the other team to punish, as Dignitas will have control over this bottom side river here for now, but there is no Drake to fight over for the next 2 minutes or so still. Herald's going to be summoned up, disengaged there with the Keeper's Verdict. Huhi just launches Tomo all the way back, and now Disguise is going in, looking for a potential play here onto Kaney, but they can't kill him just yet. Dignitas still trying to scramble and get everybody back away. Disguised, again, they're close, but close doesn't do good enough, as Dignitas keeps everybody alive.
They did get the flash off of Kaney and a big chunk on him, so let's see what the rewards are. A little bit of jungle camp takeaway here, take away Raptors, push on mid, but as you say, the Otacon takes a long time to kill, so it's not like just with some health leads they could go over and rush that thing down. There are teleports for the reset here for Kaney, so Dignitas, they still can get everybody out there to contest, and it is just a small little win there for
This could be a bigger deal now as Castle jumps towards Isles, but because the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane for Dignitas still stands, it means it's much riskier for Disguise to try to go after these guys right now.
I mean, DSG really feels like, I mean, both teams actually feel like they're very interested in Otacon right now, which is a bit surprising to me with how close this game is, but I think Shaden with his ultimate is going to be looking for an engage.
Goes in, finds his way onto XU here. The Sejuani's still very tanky. Isles and Shaden continuing to push forward. They've got the entirety of Dignitas behind them. They're moving into the bottom side jungle here as Disguised do not want to overstay.
So what DSG want to do, because they used a lot of ultimates to get a flash, the cooldowns for your ultimates obviously come up way quicker. So they're trying to buy time here, and then they'll be in an advantageous point where Kaney still won't have his flash. But if they can get their Aurora ultimate cooldown back, that thing is back. The Jhin ultimate is back now as well. Now they are ready to
reset. Just calm down. They're ready to reset and calm down before this fight happens. It's suicide for either team to start it at this moment because they just don't have enough push on any of these lanes.
I think the big play is to go for a pick on your rise, on that rise, so you can actually benefit from what you just spent everything before on. And so they are still going to stick around. Dragon here is up. That thing is a lot easier to take. It does not shred you, and so they can just burn this objective down and constantly look over at this Realm Warp for Rise still being down, so he'll have to walk. That's why Castle is kind of taking the inner route here. Oh, he's going to teleport.
Yeah, there's a teleport coming in. Disguised has to make sure they're ready for this as Dignitas is going to move in as a 3-man unit, and immediately Tomo's already down. Dignitas makes a critical mistake. They wanted to go for the pincer attack, but the bait squad was not ready for the damage Disguise was bringing to the table. It's 2 free kills immediately. The Dragon picked up right after their first soul point. Tomo and Isles are still dead, and DSG are now going to dare their opponents to meet him at the Otacon.
That was the low mobility carry, not the high mobility bruiser, so they got the right target selection. I don't know if they can stop this Otacon.
No, I think it's for sure theirs for DSG.
Shaden is on the other side of the map. There's no way to even try to contest it.
Yeah, and we're seeing the reward wards here because the Rise, with no Realm Warp, with no Flash, with no Teleport, just was completely cut off from the entire fight. Castle took a really good position through Tri-Brush, made sure there's no way over for the Rise. So I was actually surprised that DSG then went with Photon's Teleport in, and the 3-person group here at the top of Dragon, they just immediately get engaged on because they're look at this mini-map. The Rise is so far away with no way of joining.
I mean, nice ultimate there by Castle to one-shot Tomo, but to your point, Kobe, it's an easy collapse to make because even if you miss the engage, you're not inting the fight away since there's not enough people there to fight back.
Yeah, and that's why we keep on pointing out the small things that lead up to these fights. The cooldown victories ahead of time are important. Rise, no Flash, no Teleport, no Realm Warp. And so he's not dead, but he's not there, Flowers, so...
He might as well be dead.
Yeah.
He's having the exact same impact in the fight as if he was dead.
And then it's just really difficult to try and pincer in a team that has snap engage like this, because they'll just turn on this side of the fight that has only a few members. As you said, though, good job there. Castle with the Mbessa, go straight in. They got the burst damage, and now DSG.
Ooh,
well,
Rahel in a little bit of danger here. Popped his own cleanse, but then immediately the McHales to guarantee that the follow-up Chains of Corruption did not spell doom for the disguised AD carry. So who he's purchased there on that support item, really big, really impactful right now, as we still only have 20 seconds left on the clock until Baron is finally going to spawn. Dignitas are moving around here. Isles using a Summoner Spellbook Ghost to guarantee that he can cut off the escape route of XU and Castle. Isles jumps in for the Magnet Storm, and Castle's going to take a bunch of damage here at the very onset of the fight. Now Isles down to about 20% on his own. Castle, very dangerous to try to go back in right now. The curtain call opens up, but it's a ton of damage onto the Aurora, and Dark Wings falls. Disguised, overstaying in the top lane. Isles going around to lock him down. Now it's a kill plus 2 critical health bars, and Diggs going onto the Baron.
And XU,
they get it.
Look, XU's smite here, the charge is still on cooldown, so I think they should just get this.
There's no way that they don't get this Baron. It is as close to impossible as impossible can be.
That's huge. Dignitas
Baron, 25 minutes. Let's go.
I mean, the fight was just a long extension of the original mid play. DSG was spread all over the map. So they're pushed in mid lane, then they make this collapse on top lane, and Darkwings thinks, I'm going to teleport in to save these guys, and they make the peel to fight. But then 2 things happen. While Darkwings goes for this engage, he just dives into the middle of all of the Dig damage dealers so they can finish him off. Meanwhile, Shaden just annihilates Huhi on the other side. So then it is a 3v5, a no flash Sejuani on 1/3 health, and a free Baron for Dignitas.
That is a massive swing for Dig, as they are now 3,000 gold ahead. And again, the timer for this is exactly where they need it to be. You've got 2 minutes and 15 seconds on your Baron, and now you've got Isles already dead. Disguised, nice pick there on the enemy support. This is exactly what you don't want to see, fellas. You get the Baron, and now you've lost a man, so for the next 25 seconds, you can't use all that tempo.
I mean, I guess Photon can still try and make some use of it, split pushing, but yeah, there's also no Verisol. So no Rel, no Varus ultimate, you don't have a lot of threat. And then if you have no threat anywhere else, then Photon would just be sticking out like a sore thumb if you tried to apply any pressure and split push. And it just completely neutralizes a big timer here of the Baron buff. They got to wait for the respawn. They are teleporting back out, so they're still trying to keep up mid and bottom lane pushing here. But DSG are able to clear out several waves in the meantime.
And it is soul point, so DSG would love to be able to take this Drake, but you also have to question, if you have no waves, is it worth the risk? Like, they know that they are decently strong, but I don't think they're actually ahead in this team fight, and if you give away 5 kills, you'd actually lose control of the game. This would be a Drake I'd consider giving and trading for experience on a castle.
Well, Dignitas wants to go in, but they can only find an entry point onto XU, so Sejuani's going to lose her Arctic armor, but that's it. Only about, what, 10% HP shaved off there, but it does mean Dignitas maintains control over this bot side river. Drake spawning in 5 seconds. The Baron is still active on Dignitas for the next 45.
And they very well could just take the secondary tower on the top side of the map in exchange. That thing is very worthwhile. That is 700 gold for Castle and 25 gold for every other member of DSG. And so they do opt to get that concentrated gold for Mbessa.
Yeah, who he's going to die, though, immediately. Shaden is on a rampage, and Dignitas Dignitas does not want to stop just yet. The Realm Warp brings Kaney into the mix now too, as Darkwings has to try to escape going between worlds. Shaden's gonna go in though. They lock up another one, and XU is not tanky enough to get out of there. Now Rahel under pressure as Isles continues the chase, and Disguised is just not looking good at this point. Dignitas continues their momentum.
One of the keys, Flowers, if you're gonna give up a dragon, you just give it up and you don't get close.
If you're gonna give something up, you better give it up.
You don't go.
Very
you don't
crucial
say,
thing.
You don't
It's a
say,
very
I'm gonna give
crucial
it up,
step.
and then you need to go stare at it.
This is, I really like, this is like Kobe is John Madden for League of Legends.
Yeah. Well, if you're gonna give it up, don't go looking at it.
Yeah, you better leave it alone. If you're gonna leave something alone, leave it alone.
I know what he was thinking. He was thinking maybe I can slow him down. Because Castle was getting multiple turrets in the bot lane. He could not slow him down. I agree with your assessment.
Okay, so in the meantime, Castle got 2 towers.
Okay.
But there were some more chase down kills for Dignitas. So Dignitas here, these gold charts, look at them catching up there.
The 2 turrets, though, pretty good for Castle.
Yep. He is very strong on the Mbessa. Both of the top laners are now at their 3 fully completed item power spikes, so very strong on these guys. However, there's a lot of powerful defensive itemization for Dignitas in particular. Death's Dance on Aatrox combines really well with his healing. XU wanted to go in there for the Glacial Prison, but Tomo does a beautiful job sidestepping away from it. Now still pressure continues as the curtain call fires off. Darkwings, though. This Aurora has not been it for him. He has not found the efficacy in the fights, and now the Fed Ambassador's in the middle of everybody. He's not strong enough to outplay it just yet, or is he? Castle with the fancy feet, but he still falls to Photon as Shaden's leading the charge for the rest of the team. A double kill over the wall as Photon brings the hammer down on him. Disguise try. They do end up at least getting the kill on Kaney, but they lose 3 of their own men for it.
Heroic effort there by Castle, but the original engage was quite flubbed, and Darkwings found himself in the middle of the entire team once again. So that's when the Aatrox and the Jarvan are really unleashed. They're a combined 10-0 in this game when they can actually get into these messy fights.
Yeah, let's take another look at it, because it's also Guardian Angel on Shaden. So Jarvan gets to go wherever he wants, but the initiation in mid lane here, they're trying to make a move onto the low mobility carries, onto Tomo, onto Kaney, and they just immediately get clapped there. Darkwings gets blown up. Then Castle tries to pull some fancy moves here, and then he's going to be able to ult to the other side onto the support, and he almost even like kind of found a route out there, but Photon also had flash, so he just flashes after him, takes him down.
Yeah, and then Shaden, knowing Rahel has no flash, just presses R, and that's the one guy he can definitely do that to anytime he wants.
Yeah, it's really the 2 Bash brothers on the front line, Photon and Shaden, that are leading the charge here for Dignitas. Of course, the various damage over the top here with the arrows is always strong. Very nice as well. Tomo did have to use his flash in the last play, but it was well worth it.
Oh, yeah. He ends up keeping himself alive. He kills off Darkwings, too, and I feel like the last 2 or 3 fights in a row, we just have not seen really a whole lot out of Darkwing's Aurora. And I think if Disguise wants a chance to win a fight, it's him in particular that's got to step up and have more effect and be able to play his role to a greater degree. As Dignitas are going to start the Baron. Immediately the blast cone is popped. Baron down to about 60% HP, and Dig wants to turn and go for a fight now. XU here on the front line, soaking some damage for now. Keeper's Verdict onto Photon, knocks him away. Now Darkwing's jumping in, but Rahel's been left all alone again. Nobody can protect him, and now the AD carry for Disguise is once again 6 feet deep, pushing up daisies. Everybody else on the team has to try to get away from this, because Photon and Shaden are continuing their march forward. Over the wall goes the Aatrox. World Ender's ready. Kaney's swooping around from the side. Castle gets locked up there in a rune prison. Now he's trying to turn it right back around onto the Rise, and he does a hell of a lot of damage, but he's still all alone. Dignitas will not find any additional kills. Their health bars are also pretty compromised.
There's also a dragon coming up in 25 seconds. That's a dragon soul.
Oh, no, Tomo! Castle just found him! That was huge! Castle solos out Tomo, and now the rest of DSG is ready to follow in! The shutdown to Photon! Dignitas at the Baron pit with the throw as Castle punishes!
Castle is having such an incredible game. He delayed Dignitas' chase by getting 2 people to chase him backwards, and then on the reapproach, just solo kills Tomo.
Castle is smurfing it, man. Beautifully played from him all the way through the retreat into the counterattack. Watch this here again.
They have a control ward behind the red buff.
See it.
And so he sees Photon leave Tomo, and Tomo's just auto-attacking, so he's like, hell yeah!
Everyone else on Dig was resetting. That's why you've got to all recall at the same time. Synchronize your backs, otherwise you lose the game.
And then look at their reaction, because then he also just flashes in for the wall charge. What am I watching? And there's your Infernal Soul.
So that control ward, not to take any credit away from Castle, just won them the game.
Yes.
I mean, Castle just won them the game, but also that control
ward good, and just the fact that everyone else on Dig decided to recall it red, and Tomo said, I better go check to see if there's a control ward in this bush, was a mistake, or an Ambessa in the bush. Did find the Ambessa.
That was crazy, though, because, the escape in itself from Castle was impressive. You know, Ambessa, and he used the dashes away really nicely while doing a bunch of damage. But then you can never like be relaxed in that moment. And they thought they had fully chased DSG all the way back to the base, but Castle still looking for the opportunity. And a lot of times when that opportunity presents itself, like, you really have to have the confidence to just go in there anyways and just full send at the AD carry that is attacking this ward. I don't believe they had perfect vision on the rest of the team.
No.
And so he was just like, yeah, they're probably like too far away to collapse. They're probably, recalling or something like they actually were. And so he jumped on this moment that presented itself, and that moment might turn itself into the entire game.
Disguise pushing towards the tier 2 down here in the bottom lane. Should be able to just brute force this one down. They'll take that, move back up to a 2,000 gold lead alongside the extra little bonuses from all the dragons and the flowers. The Infernal Soul itself also contributing a lot of extra damage now. Photon positioned in a way where he could try to defend mid if possible, or move down to the bottom lane to help the rest of the team. Castle's just going to keep putting the pressure onto the tier 2 over here, while everybody else on Disguised is waiting for that next wave to start trying to break into the base in bot lane.
Keep in mind, this is an elimination game. If DSG wins this one, Dignitas could be eliminated from the year unless they win 3 games in a row. So it's important to make this defense right now.
Kaney immediately has to pop his Zonias, though. The follow-up is there. Glacial Prison hits him, but the rest of the team body blocking. Huge shot from Rahel with Kaney out of the picture. Disguise have an amazing opportunity to end the game right here. 5 men strong in the enemy base. First inhibitor's already down. The second one is about to die over here in mid. Rahel has been left on his own yet again, but he is still alive at this point. All 3 inhibitors wiped off of Summoner's Rift. Dignitas scrambling to try to hold on here in the second game. Darkwings gets caught a little bit there by some of the Aatrox damage. Photon wants to go in and finish him off, but the Nexus turrets are about to die first. Dignitas still 4 alive, but not for long. Photon's going to be the first to fall. Dignitas forced back into the fountain. Disguised. Rahel's going to be the only one to die in the fight, but Disguised will come back and take the dub. They're moving to match point.
Holy.
That sums it up, Gobi. Unbelievable. The Rahel Tomo Experience Lounge. How do they feel?
Bear and throw! Bear and throw! Bear and throw! Yeah! Woo! It came down to, it wasn't them starting the Baron and throwing, but they were trying to back at the Baron pit, and then they get caught.
I would like to state for the record that I began chanting Baron throw about 40 seconds.
It's true.
I could feel it coming. I could feel it.
The moment he started to chant, I was like, I kind of see what he's doing.
Raz was the first adopter.
Yeah.
He saw the light.
I didn't buy it.
Also, Raz, you're
nice having you aboard, Raz.
Of course. God, I need to see what was being
I'm here for then. I'm fine.
Bears can't play.
Yeah. No Jarvan. Or Jarvan has ulti still. Aatrox no flash.
I got Aatrox. Just end the game. Nice. Good job, guys.
Top cap.
Nexus?
Yeah, Nexus.
Nice.
Top cap. Top cap.
Top cap. I have to give you this, Raz. Since you're the biggest Castle stan.
Of course.
On this. Yeah.
Oh,
I drew a little castle for you.
I had to update.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
From Baron throws being crossed out to Icon being crossed out, we're right back to step 1.
But I mean, I think the important thing is kind of like how we set up with the good, bad in the waiting room. It looked good for Dig, right?
I know.
there was that fight around like about 25 minutes, I think, where DSG, this is where Darkwings is going to end up TPing in to try to save his comrades in Castle and XU. The biggest thing here, though, that they pointed out is that Shaden is just on to Huhi and Rahel, right? So they're not going to be able to loop in and join in the fight. Darkwings ends up dying after trying to save them. And this is where I was just like, okay, Dig is in a really, really good position now. They were already looking pretty good in this game, but this is where they're going to take over. That is not where they took over.
The only thing that's hitting my mind right now is basically Baron being Thanos, being like, look, you thought you were going to be good, but where did that leave you? Right back to me.
Right back to me.
Right back to me.
Half the population of that game.
Just like that.
And it was, I mean, right before that, it was looking good for them at the Baron, but then it's like they're able to take out Rahel on the side, right? Like he's all alone. The rest of DSG, they keep chasing the Rel. Emily, you kept shouting, stop chasing the Rel.
Stop chasing the Rel. This was not the first time they chased the Rel. That's why.
I can just feel it around this moment.
Yeah, this is when you start
where you're
chanting.
like, wait a second. There's like 4 of them without ultimates. Isles is really low. Castle's really strong. And you start to see, well, maybe this could go wrong. And then Castle did a really good job of kind of fighting his way out. And the fact that Dig didn't just fully back off from this spot, and then the chance started getting loud.
Yeah, it was about here when it really crescendoed.
I started really feeling a bit more confident. And Tomo here getting caught. I mean, Castle just such a difference maker in this fight.
Yeah, I bet they didn't think that DSG would approach without an AD carry, because I was like, okay, Dig can't do Baron off this, like they're way too low. DSG doesn't have an AD carry, but no, Castle kept walking forward. He was the hero in this moment.
King of the Castle.
He was, and that's insane. So they end up now up 2-0 in the series. So we need to update this toast in particular. This one right here, I don't know if you can do it.
The overall record was, again, 4-3 in Dig's favor coming in. Now DSG actually have the head-to-head win.
Taken the head-to-head.
They've taken it. It's 5-4 now.
Mid-series.
I mean, DSG is getting stronger and stronger.
Updating to 3-0?
He's updating it. We challenged it.
This isn't a flip-flop, but this is more of a double down.
Yeah.
It's a
DSG 3-0 now. Okay.
Yeah, I already thought they would win. Now I really think they're going to win.
And I'm going to steal your homework. This is my vote now.
All right, well, let's see if DSG can clean it out with a 3-0. Don't miss any LTA action, though. When you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold, scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the champion shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. Game 3 is coming up after this short break.
When they speak of Viscero, unbroken, undefeated, of a warrior who repaid mercy with allegiance. When they speak of the king's chosen protector, the prince's beloved mentor, Demacia's honored seneschal, when they speak of the foundations of our kingdom, of what makes a true Demacian, they speak of you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship. Energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Watch rail. I just kite.
Run.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
It's fine. They're not going to do Baron.
Yeah, I mean, if they do Baron now, we can do Soul as a trade too.
Then we need to f with them a little more.
Yeah.
It's not up yet. Baron's no flash, no flash.
Wow.
Oh, he's into. Yeah.
Dude.
Yo, what the do Baron?
Can
someone find Jarvan?
Disguised will come back and take the dub. They're moving to match point. Welcome back to the LTA. Every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. If you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena Friday, September 5th. That Saturday and Sunday, we will also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. Follow the link on screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now. And without further ado, welcome back to our series. It is the first Elimination Best of 5 here in Split 3. It's Disguised versus Dignitas, and Disguised are up 2-0. One more game, and they're moving on.
I really did feel like this has to go 4 or 5, but after that game 2, it feels like it could very well be 3. Castle clutching it up, Dig showing some disjointed gameplay towards the end of that one, and now Disguised is in a position to eliminate Dignitas from 2025 LTA contention.
The last game was probably the most disrespectful of AD carries from both sides that I've seen in a while, because at the point where there were 24 kills in the game, both AD carries were 0 and 4 because they both just kept getting left to die by the team as everybody wanted to just jump in the pit with their bruisers and tanks.
Yeah, that's the life. But honestly, I will say, silver lining for that last game, Dignitas, it was closer. There were moments where we thought Dignitas were going to win. Actually,
really
just before we decided they were going to lose,
Yeah.
they could have won.
It's Scar up until they lose the game, they're winning.
Scar has been a prophet for many years. He has said some eternal truths, and that is certainly one of them. Dignitas here. Let's see if they can actually end a game with a win. Blind pick Renekton is a very standard, but Scion is always so useful for the team. Big front line, and DSG in game number 1, they had a really good team fighting, composition, and they were able to utilize that very straightforward. They won from the very beginning, and then they just, objective to objective. So maybe they can make this game look as controlled as game number 1.
Yeah, and the thing that I've liked about DSG in both of their games is I have felt like their early games have been quite strong. They've played towards which lanes should be winning. I'd say XU has been a little bit less crazy than he's been in some of his past games. Like literally, they were 3-22 this year before they started playing Dignitas in these last 5 games, in which case they won 4 or 5.
That's a Jack compliment right there.
That's a
He's
Jack.
been a little
That's
less
a Jack
crazy.
stat.
In the last 5 games, they have more wins against Dignitas than they did in 25 games against everybody else all year.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is a good matchup for DSG.
Yeah, I mean,
I just say XU has been a coordinated jungler. Like, it's been interesting for me watching his progression because I'd say actually when he was on Dignitas, he looked pretty promising, and he's looked not that promising most of the year. He's kind of reminded me of what I saw in him when he first joined the LCS a year and a half ago so far in the series.
Ooh, we got an all-in.
Oh, yeah.
Bruiser squad here from Dig. They are not going to go out without some fireworks, without a bang here. Vi, Galio, and Renekton, they're going to go clump up into this Victor. You know what even when they were hovering over the Scion, I was like, well, they're probably going to go with a pretty standard 5-5
maybe the Scion is
comp.
for Rahel.
And they're just going
Rahel Scion, so because it's like, well, brother, we're not going to help you, so you might as well come with us. Honestly, I love the Kai'Sa ban here. It's the #1 ban that I would expect if you just see full send on the enemy team. I think that if you're Dignitas, you need to ban Renata. Because if all you're going to do is throw 5 meatballs into the pot, Renata's going to stir that up and serve it right back in your own face. You do not want that.
I mean, there's a lot of good, counter engage things that thrive against low range compositions. But now that you said that, I can't stop thinking about what is the recourse for AD carries going to be? They're going to be like, put on a mask of some other champion. They're like, I'm playing the tank. You still want to come kill me? I got a passive. I revive. I still. And they're like, yep, we're still coming for you, buddy. You're going down.
All right, so another aggressive AD carry banned out by Disguise, and one of the safe AD carries banned out from Dig. If Dig's strategy is to full send on Rahel, they want to make sure Rahel is in misery. They want him in the trench. They do not want him on Ezreal.
Yeah, and the other one would be Xayah if you're looking at AD carries that kind of counter the hard engage there. But Sivir also, okay, Spell Shield and Ultimate kind of difficult to deal with. Are they just going to run a Xayah Rakan?
That makes perfect sense if they want to have the Xayah locked in right now with all the other AD carries that are banned and also having the range. I'm sure you can take the Rakan first, but Xayah is so perfect, I would almost want to have that first.
I guess the reasoning is probably Rakan also fits in really well with a team that just wants to full send, so it's also a denial from Dig.
Yeah, easiest to steal away of the duo. Corkster, though, locked in. Okay, good burst damage here, and wants to just get right in there.
All right, full send.
There we go, full send.
They're so in there. 4 melees and a Corki. He's going to be falcing in.
Yeah.
Corki literally has fireworks, so.
Hey, you were right.
They're going to go out with the bang if they go out.
All right, well. We've got Xayah Rakan, so you're going to full send it, and Xayah's going to fly up in the air, and Victor's going to drop a gravity field, and you've got to fight past that stuff, through the Chaos Storm. That sounds like a heavy metal album. That's badass. I like that.
Yeah.
DSG has a lot of scaling. They're not actually that strong early on in the game, but if you're just thinking about if DSG gets a little bit ahead with the Scion, Victor, Xayah Rakan, and Xin, you don't want to have a dive comp into that. They're so good at absorbing your engage and one-shotting you. So Dig has a tall task here to keep their season alive, Flowers.
So what I'm hearing is that Dig has the responsibility. They have got to put their foot to the gas pedal and burn some rubber in this early game. Get ahead, because if you don't, Disguised knows what you're going to do, and they're ready for it.
Okay, good luck, Dignitas. Must win games.
Lock in.
From here on out, DSG series point here versus Dignitas in the rematch. They already won the previous series, and this one's looking a bit more one-sided thus far.
All right, let's do it. Dignitas trying to keep their season alive. If they lose this game, they're done in 2025. There's no more League of Legends for them to play. They'll be back in 2026, but
play solo queue still, man. I can still queue.
Bro, it's August. No, September, October, November, December. You would have 4 full months of sitting around on your butt wishing you were still on the stage.
They can invite me. I'll play some flex queue. Queue it up.
All right, there you go. That's it. You can either stay competing or it's flex queue with Kobe for 4 months. That's your choice, Dignitas. Congratulations to Huhi for surpassing Afromu for 6th place all-time career wins in North America with 304. This man has been a part of the NA ecosystem for a very long time. Isles walking away here as Disguised goes for the early 4-man invade. They won't force any summoners or anything, though, as Isles can get enough distance just walking it off.
Yeah, as long as Castle can make it all the way back up to the top lane and not lose experience, that's going to be fine. They are trading vision. They both have vision of each other's Raptors, so XU might want to try and do some fake outs running around that vision, but most likely it is pretty standard to start.
Yeah, I think probably full clearing for him, even though Xin has a good individual matchup. A lot of the lanes just kind of want to farm for DSG. It can be really nice if a fight does break out, like a little skirmish, for Victor to just get like some assists and stuff for takedowns to get like accelerate your scaling and your upgrades, but you don't want to push anything unless you have a really good position to go for it. You know, if like gets a nice little health lead or something, but should just be farming on the menu for them and starting out with a couple misses there, Flowers.
Yep.
I saw you recoil.
Those mage auto attack animations are slow. You got to be ready. Darkwing's missing out on 40 gold right there.
Haney missed 4 of the minions, though.
Ooh, okay.
So it's all about the...
And he's missing a lot of health, too.
Yeah.
It's all about relativity.
It's all
How
about
are
that,
you compared to your opponent?
difference. You can see it makes a huge difference at the start of the game.
Yeah, we're Kaney's all the way down there at 650. Darkwing 731. That's, I mean, proportionally, he's so much further ahead. All right, Shaden clearing through his jungle, going bot to top side. As you can see, the opposite path here for XU, doing that clearing of the red quadrant there, moving down towards the bottom side of the map instead. So probably just going to get a Scuttle Crab split on this one. I wouldn't expect the double Scuttle.
Yeah, I don't think so either, unless we see some type of early roam into dive just because Kaney's gotten so low from Darkwing's early game harass, but I completely agree with you. That's what we're expecting, is just full clear and a Scuttle Crab for both junglers.
Potion already being chugged by, obviously, Kaney on screen. is also dry and going to have to go back for his teleport. I wonder, is his purchase going to be a little weak going back so early?
I mean, for what it's worth, Darkwings is going for a more lane-dominant spec here with the Aerie on Victor, so he's trying to take advantage of that early rune to at least get a slight gold advantage, because he's going to be more vulnerable later on in the game not having something like Phase Rush or even something like First Strike if he's trying to farm gold.
And his Scorch as well has done over 130 damage here, 131 so far in the early trades. Obviously, in your range versus melee, you're going to get a lot of value out of stuff like that, because he's constantly worth the procket.
Ooh, nice trade down there from Disguise, chunking Isles down to about 250 HP, catching him on the very edge of the grand entrance there from Huhi. But now topside, Castle is in trouble. The walls are under siege, but he turns it around beautifully with the decimating smash. Castle just buries him in the moat. Shaden too far forward, punished.
Castle is the GOAT. Literally, he won them the last game.
The GOAT of the moat.
If I am XU right now, that is the biggest thing that you want to see on your screen. Your top laner just got ganked. And then on the top of your screen, it goes, an enemy has been slain. And you're like, what the hell yeah? That's what I like to see. And Shaden flashed to go do that follow-up.
But in the Renekton Scion matchup as well, whereas if
we're gonna
Scion
see it
gets
again?
of course we're gonna see it again. I mean, he just has the W. Shaden ends up eating a third turret shot.
Yes, it's 3 shots.
A third turret shot because he flashed in, so there's no way to get back out.
He even...
That's a tilter.
Yeah, a tale of two facial expressions.
On that as well, I mean, he's just trying to add on to his last game, right? He was so dominant on the M-Best. You wouldn't expect the solo kills on Scion, but he actually has this one already. So Castle is showing up today.
Photon's like, just want to make sure everyone knows that solo kill, that was not
That
on
is not me.
That's not
a
me.
top
That one
laner
right there.
matchup. The top lane island had an unwelcome visitor by boat, and the boat sank.
Photon's like, I'm not going to say jungle diff, but you can think whichever you want.
I'm not going to stop you if you say it either.
I mean, I feel so bad for Shaden. Like, he flashed under tower to go do that too. You know, as well. I guess maybe he hadn't seen like when the first shield was. Maybe he thought the shield was also used earlier or something.
Try to go for the last burst.
So he thought, he must have thought that was still there. Castle actually ended up getting the damage pop from his shield too. Like, it wasn't even broken there. So anyways, back down to the dragon though.
Yeah, we got a bit of a problem though. Photon going in here with the dominance finds a lot of damage onto Huhi, but not enough to actually really threaten him all the way just yet. Here comes your heroic entrance, but Kaney's not going to get nobody either. Now Xu's ready to join in on the fight. He jumps in for the audacious charge. Wind becomes lightning, and Dignitas are thunderstruck. Disguised, finding another kill for themselves, but now Xu's in a little bit of danger. Shaden swoops in, and Kaney gets a kill back. Blood on the floor for both teams.
I mean, they have to get something for that. They burned Renekton alt flash and Galio alt flash, and it is just a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Darkwings just pushed the wave in and reset. The amount that Dignitas spent on that play for the reward is so low. DSG's got to be so comfortable and confident after that.
They certainly do. Wave in a pretty good spot for them as well.
Oh man, the gleaming quill to interrupt, and the headbutt backwards doesn't knock him into the turret.
He's just gonna keep interrupting him.
He missed it. Okay. That was close though.
Couldn't get it.
Couldn't get it around that. Yeah, he's trying to do the curve the bullet thing.
But yeah, Kaney actually self-canceled his recall a little bit there too, thinking maybe he gets into tower range. But Jat, here it is.
It's level 6 Renekton. You got to try and make something happen, but they're not coordinated on this play. No one can come follow up, so he's completely trying to get the 1v2. Flashes, doesn't look like he gets the flash W onto Huhi. Might have just been out of range, or it was a misclick, and that just allows Xu to fly in afterwards and get that kill.
And his Q also must have still had like a half a second left on the timer, because he didn't instantly Q as he flashed, and so he didn't have damage. Man.
It's not bad, guys. It's really good, actually.
Yeah.
Still really good. I want to cancel his base.
I concur. I want to cancel his base, and he got that too.
Speaking like a true veteran right now. That is just a nervy play, I feel like, both out of Shaden with the top lane dive and Photon in the bot lane. Like, they've now had both of their deaths have been off of players flashing forward, going for kills, and then ending up to be punished afterwards. So they're going to keep trying to keep the gas pedal down as Shaden starts up the Grubbies.
Okay, Grubs begun by Dignitas. Remember, in both of the previous games, the Grubs were owned by Disguise. So Shaden is at least going to get one here in game number 3 as Xu and Darkwings both step forward. They want to guarantee at least one of their own. Xu does not want to use the smite on the first one if he can help it. Okay, that one's already going to be secured by Disguise. The battle for the last Grub. Meanwhile, Kaney versus Huhi off to the side here. Castle ready to rotate down to the fight now as well. And the smite is spent. 2 out of 3 Grubs confirmed for Disguised.
Yeah, Kaney also...
Kaney's got to be a little bit careful here. The quickness has been spent. There is your gravity well, and Kaney's still trying to get away from the Arcane Storm. Feat of warfare for Disguise. That was just disrespectful from Kaney.
Also good from Huhi.
It was good from Huhi,
well
but Kaney, you got to understand, brother, that Rakan is dangerous.
Huhi's on fire.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest looking kill. Like it was in slow motion.
Well,
but there was nothing the
Victor
could have done.
It's a Victor with a catalyst, so like the damage, you're like, okay, it's a Recon and a Victor with a catalyst early game. Not gonna be a lot of damage.
An MR stacking Galio.
Yeah.
And they're just like slowly whittling him down with the ultimate. But they make it so he can't really move. He tries to do the E. It's interrupted by Huhi. That he pings 6 off the minions. Gets 6. Wouldn't have been expecting that. They chain the Recon charm with the Victor gravity well and just go through rotations of cooldowns. Yeah, that was fun.
That's a play you get to smile at if you're Huhi or Darkwings. Not so much if you're Kaney, as now that is another feat of warfare claim for Disguise. They have claimed that in every single game so far in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Huyi has actually had a lot to smile about in these replays. The last one where he got to escape and live the level 6 Renekton level up going after him. But now maybe the smile gets wiped off his face.
Yep, that's a frowny play for Disguise. That's one you're not so happy about. But for Dignitas, that's a big dub. Now you can jump over here, look to take this first dragon for yourself.
I think they're going to have to fight for it. Potentially, XU has ultimate. Darkwing's ult will be up in a little bit. They will be outnumbered, but Huhi's running from base.
Okay, they're distracting Dignitas if nothing else. Isle stepping forward, but remember that the Alistar has no unbreakable will. He's actually still very, very killable. He flashes back over the wall to the safety of his teammates. The Dragon down to 600 HP, but Shaden does secure it there with a smite. Rahel playing aggressively here on the Xayah, but he gets caught before he can use the ulti. Now Xyu's in the middle of everybody. Darkwing's trying to fight back with Huhi right next to him here with the quickness. A little bit more damage finishes the job on Shaden, and Darkwings has the damage, but where's the rest of the backup? Now Isles has to try to get away from the laser. A double kill over the Darkwings. Wind becomes lightning with the audacious charge yet again as Tomo has to try to get away, and Kaney, beautiful 3-man taunt from the Galio. Now a TP ready to reinforce on Dignitas' side, and Photon slices and dices Huhi all the way up. Darkwings trying to get away in the 1v3, but it's only a matter of time. Another double kill, this time back over to Photon. We got 11 kills in 11 minutes.
Dig might be able to fight their way out of this one. Actually, that was such a strange-looking fight. Rahel was trying to play on the edge. He was too close to the edge. He was too close.
I was going to say, a lot happened afterwards, but I'm still stuck on the fact that this Xayah didn't press ulti. Because I thought for sure the reason that he's walking up here and attacking, his finger is on his ulti, for sure,
It must be.
Yeah.
Or his flash. Maybe it got stuck in between the two keys.
Oh, shit.
And just like the tactile force didn't work. Because, yeah, he's just airborne from the VIQ into getting one shot. Because if he presses the R right there, I think they absolutely clean up this fight. Look at what Darkwings can do afterwards as everyone on Dig is trying to take them down. He actually plays this fight very well. And this is where DSG ends up going for more, and they probably shouldn't have, since the Renekton had pushed in the Scion in top lane and can teleport at the end, because this is still going to be a close fight until the teleport comes in which case DSG has to completely run away, and they get cleaned up.
Photon got him this time.
Yup.
He did.
Not getting out this time, Huhi. So Dignitas, okay, let's run with this, see what they can do. They need money with this comp, because this comp just does one thing. They got to go in, they got to dive. So let's see if that is going to be enough to do it. Those kills went on to the Renekton. Vi as well getting some. So Photon and Shaden, last time when the team looked like they had some good possibilities in that game too, was when Photon and Shaden had their leads. And once again, the front line is going to have to do a lot.
However, the problem on the other side remains. Darkwings on the Victor here. You can see he's already got the Rod of Ages, stacking that one towards becoming the tanky menace that Victor can be. We know how powerful his scaling is. This will be a problem.
And he's got a lot to play for, actually. Darkwings has a grudge against Dignitas because he told us last week, actually, after that his first split on Dig, he had a 3-year contract, and they just kicked him after one split. That really set him back. He is 25 years old. He's been grinding his way through Tier 2, now getting his chance in Tier 1. And honestly, from all the players that spend so long grinding up into Tier 1, joining a team that was in last place seems like such a risky thing to do. But for me, Darkwings has actually been performing at a high level, and this game especially.
Yeah, 100% agree. And then if we also went back and we compiled XU's quotes, it would be like 2 pages at least, maybe 3 pages.
Man's got a whole chapter at this point. He is not happy with Dig as an org, and we'll see if he can complete his vengeance here as Huhi pops the quickness. Not to great success there. That might have been a little bit of a audacious ulti.
Remember when we showed Huhi killing Kaney in mid lane? He was level 6 then, he is still level 6. So since that moment, it hasn't been going that well.
Support life.
Yeah, it's like one of those things you're making me feel old again. You're like, you know, League of Legends came out in like 2009 or 10 or something?
Yeah.
Holy, when was beta?
I mean, he's got to be last in the game in experience. Somehow Isles is a lower experience.
Yeah, Isles is like 5 experience lower or something. But yeah, they're both in the trench.
But yeah, we're 14.5 minutes in. Like, when did he hit level 6?
All right, Jad is going to investigate this. While he's doing that, we're looking at the current state of the game, which is Herald spawning here in about 15 seconds. Control over the river currently belongs to Dignitas. You can see that they've got wards at these entry ramps. They're trying to keep an eye out for Disguise. Critically to note as well, Huhi still does not have that ulti off of cooldown. If they want to have their full strength in the upcoming fight, they're still going to need to wait about another 20, 30 seconds to get the quickness back. But now Huhi's immediately jumped on. The Vault Breaker coming out from Shaden, and Huhi's got to try to battle dance away. Now Exu's stuck here on the front line, and he's got to be careful. Tons of damage piling in from Dignitas, but not enough to get a kill here just yet. Castle in the middle of everybody looking to make some space as Shaden dives into the back line, and the heroic entrance comes down over the top. A lot of damage, takes out Dark Wings, and that's 2 back over to Dig. Double kill for Kaney's Galio.
Dig have the better position inside the river. They're strong 5 together, and DSG are split. They do not have Rahel with the rest of the squad. So looks like Dignitas here are going to get the Herald. That can be used to get some extra money for them on these outer towers. I mean, yeah, the Dragon could possibly be your consolation prize for DSG, as that is going to be the direction XU heads.
But that's the Rift Herald. Dignitas is fighting their way out of this. If they weren't coordinated in the first 2 games, there's one way to get everybody on the same page. Give them all the same job. And they'll just all do that same job at once, which is just dive and fight. So if anyone on DSG is ever not grouped, Dig will just go on that person. So everyone's engaging on Huhi here. Rahel is caught off on the back end, so everyone on Dig just says, let's keep sending it towards Darkwings, and they do so successfully to win this fight.
Yeah, we got the ult in there from Shaden right onto Darkwings. Isles there for the follow-up. And the all-in, the dive squad.
Okay, but Isles, what is
he is exactly the same, bro.
I mean, Isles at level 6 at like 11 minutes.
The purple bars are pretty identical.
No, Isles doesn't hit level 6 until after that 11-minute dragon fight. He hit level 6 like 3 minutes later.
I'm just saying, let it go.
Seems like it's personal. What are you doing?
Just drop it, man.
It is really funny, though, you know, especially roaming supports, which have so much, emphasis put on, oh, we got to flank around. Alistar and Rakan are these supports that are always like, I'm going to go on a little adventure through the, enemy
and
jungle.
Then you die, and then you're running back
Then you die, you're like trying to get your vision, you're trying to do so much setup. It is funny, the extremes of level discrepancies between roles that we see as, the games get longer and longer.
Okay, Huhi's got to make sure he doesn't get caught out here. Pretty easy grand entrance back over the wall to not be in a precarious position on that one. Checking back up here in this top side, though, it is a nice individual gold lead for Photon because he got those 2 kills in the punish after the dragon fight. He was able to accelerate himself a little bit further. Having the Black Cleaver as Sion starts to pack on these armor items is going to make it feel like you can still stand and fight in this lane versus Sion just being accelerated, having a Sunfire cape for nothing. So Photon still having a great opportunity here. It's mid-game, you're on Renekton, you're ahead of the curve. There's a lot that you can do.
Yeah, there really is. It's an opportunity to extend their season. They need to win 3 games in a row here to not lose this one to DSG, trying to break this mid-turret and really open up the map. This is their time right now. I mean, even though Darkwings is and was having a good game, he's still going to be a lower mobility character that they can just attack in the side lanes anytime they can overload one side.
Oh, can he make it?
He can.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh!
Right at the finish line, he ran out of gas.
Man, at the very finish line, it doesn't do the job. Now Isles could be in a little bit of danger here. Arcane Storm and Quickness both already used, but the Unbreakable Will is keeping the Alistar alive long enough to escape, but it does cost both his summoner spells alongside that ult.
Uh-oh. No summoner spell for the Alistar. That was a rough drive. Just ran out of gas there right in front of the turret.
He didn't turn sharp enough at the end. He was too far from the wall.
You got to be more efficient with your gas,
Yeah.
It's like when you already have a pretty good speed, you just let up a little bit, start coasting, you know, so she doesn't run out as quickly.
We're using the budget gas management techniques here to get the Herald where it needs to go. I respect it.
When's the hybrid Shelly gonna be implemented in Summoner's Rift? Give her some more distance.
2026.
Yeah, we do a lot of, like, they do the new maps now, right? What if we have like an electric map and there's electric Shelly?
Don't make her a full electric, because then you gotta stop it, you know, charge up as well. You know,
no, but then the Void Grubs are batteries, and you can plug a Void Grub into the Shelly. But meanwhile, it looks like Kaney is trying to plug a Justice Punch into Huhi and finds about 60% of his health bar there on a quick snappy trade. That's what happens when one guy's level 13 and the other guy's level 8.
We've had a lot of action around Otacon. You're bringing up his experience. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. You're still blaming Huhi's level.
No, I'm not. I'm observing what happens when a 5-level difference champion interacts with one.
What happened when Isles got hit? He was level 8 too. All right, I just had to do to you what Kobe did to me. Dig is at Otacon again, which is dangerous.
And Otacon gets a lot of experience.
It does.
Okay, so Dignitas is 2,500 gold ahead. Honestly, they're in a really good game state.
They are. They are. They are winning this one right now, at this current moment in time. But they are just...
How you put like 4 asterisks.
Because I've been watching the series, and it hasn't been good for Dignitas' ability to win games. But they are winning this one. So I'd say the plan is going to be the same this entire game. And with the current scaling, I don't think the Victors or the Xayah are strong enough to shred through the dive before it can kill them. Also, Kobe, I don't know about you, but I'm not a fan of Sunfire Cape on Sion. I thought he'd have an early Bramble Vest. With that solo kill, I thought he'd be able to bully the next round. It really hasn't happened yet, and that is hurting his ability to be first to these fights.
Have you considered that he could set fire to all the melees, though?
Oh, XU jumping in, but he's going to lose half his HP before anything else even happens. It's so dangerous to try to jump in on the Galio like that. And now with their jungler half dead, Disguised has to be that much more careful about even thinking about approaching this dragon fight. Control over the bot side river for Dignitas. Redemption to try to heal Disguised back up. Castle's coming in. Photon will arrive from a TP, but immediately Castle's ready to start things off. He's in the middle of everybody. He's going to be soaking the damage. Quickness from Huhi to lock up Photon, but the Renekton is still alive. Dignitas ready to fight back. They lock Castle up, and they beat him down. A killing spree as Castle's dead body now tries to get anything back, but Huhi's down to 300 HP. Castle is fully removed from the rift. Kaney is ready to keep on pushing forward, but both sides have to be careful here. Nice root from Rahel takes Kaney down to 25%. Disguised, still with full HP on XU and critically Dark Wings, will maintain control over the river despite the fact that they lost their top laner.
Gonna go for the resets here too with those health bars chunked down. Castle does have his teleport, as you say, so right when Castle gets back up, we could just have round 2 here. This bottom side of the map has Rakan and Dragon.
And Photon is so strong as well. Like in these fights, especially now with his 2 completed items, going more of a snowball game there with the Spear of Sojin as the second item, he is wreaking havoc on this DSG team.
Now, if they could get right in to the next one, there is still a slight cooldown on Galio ult and Alistar ults. I mean, Alistar's going to come back up pretty quickly, though.
Okay, Dignitas with the control. XU trying to just make sure he takes this blue buff, give that over to Darkwing so Victor can keep on spamming his spells out as frequently as possible. Arcane Storm still has a small amount of time left on it, as does the Crescent Guard from Sinjal. The ultis just aren't available for Disguised, and that means the Dignitas should be able to comfortably secure this Drake, and there it is.
And it looks like the top tower should fully get traded for it. So it is just, at the moment, a single dragon for outer tower on top side with Castle pushing. Okay. Let's see what else they can get done here. Otacon will be the next target as they at least try and set up vision for it. Nobody wants to start that thing. You don't want to shred yourself, but you do need vision so that you could counter if your opponents try something risky.
I mean, everybody wants to start that thing. That's why
that's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, you want to finish it.
True.
I don't want to start it. I would like
I
would like to be the one to finish it though.
Good clarification. With no dragon and with how close this game is, I do think it'll be a bit until we see an Otacon fight. And again, we're in the situation where Dig has their bottom turret, and they've camped a Crocodile down here to make sure it stays there. I think it gives them the right setup. Like, there's really hard for DSG to get into a lot of these fights with them being a little bit behind.
Yeah, both of them control wards in each of their respective tribe rush here, leading up to the Otacon. And Photon kind of evening up the river of vision as well. So the vision pretty split down the middle here. 2 items for basically everybody on Dignitas, as well as everybody on DSG. So items are looking pretty comparable.
Dignitas are on the Otacon. DSG, they know something's up. They're trying to make their way down. Scryer Trinket is going to see the Otacon at about 50%. Teleport coming in. Darkwing's ready to join up here with the rest of the team. Otacon down to 6,000. Photon back over the wall, going to be marked there by the control ward. Dignitas thinking about trying to get back in here and go for the fight. Isles jumps into the back. They've made their move. Massive burst of the Darkwings, but he stays alive a little bit longer. Tomo tries to kill him off, but the shutdown on Photon is already there. Disguise are scrambling. They have lost their mid laner, but they got to be so careful. Tomo, Katie, and Shaden all trying to get away. Dread it. Run from it! Otacon arrives all the same, and Dignitas fall again!
And Rahel pulled it off this time. He pressed his R at exactly the right moment. They all tried to dive on him. He avoids the engage. He does 4,000 damage incredibly fast in that fight. And my God, Flowers, it happened again.
It just... Okay, let's just go to the replay.
Okay, so we're getting shredded on the Otacon, but the double flank here from Dignitas. Kaney goes in. They do lock up Darkwings, but there are 2 big carries on this team. And the Rahel, the Zaya, gets to keep on attacking from the side. Hui even escaping there too at the end, not to give over another kill. So it was just the single assassination they got. Even Otacon came up to the mid of river.
Yeah, chased him in.
To keep on attacking.
Otacon hates Dignitas.
He really, he is
so much.
Dig's number 1 hater. But the reason it's so important for Disguise to perform well in these games, win or lose, no matter how you place at the end of this season, whether or not you get eliminated today or you go to Worlds and play Gen G in the finals, you've got 1 month, 5 days, and 23 hours until you've got to compete in the relegation games to keep your spot in the LTA.
And it does look like the roster changes they made for Split 3 are positioning themselves to have a good chance in this game. They are on track to knock Dignitas out of the elimination phase right now. Rahel and Darkwing still playing well. Rahel got caught there. He's got the stopwatch ability right now. Rahel has his ultimate back up again, so the dives are getting harder and harder for Dig to pull off.
How are their chances versus Gen G in finals, though, like he was talking about?
I mean,
about equal to this?
It's interesting that you put it that way, because I was mentioning how IG almost did come back from an 11,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And Dig couldn't quite come back from an 8,000 gold lead. DSG, I'd say slightly below Weibo. Yeah.
Okay.
To largely.
Okay, well,
somewhere in there.
Slightly to largely below Weibo. Okay. That's a very descriptive quantifier.
Largely, slightly to largely.
Slightly largely behind Weibo.
Yep. Interesting.
Okay. That's,
let's get back to this one then.
All right, yeah, let's check out where we are.
40 seconds on Dragon.
The gold lead has evaporated. Earlier, Dignitas were over 3,000 gold ahead of their opponents. Now Disguise have not only equalized what once was that lead, but when you look at the flower value, anytime you see one team up 20 flowers, they're 1.5, 2,000 golds worth of just raw adaptive force stats that you don't see there in the gold lead at the top. So it's just all that extra strength, all that extra power that Disguise now have, and it just makes it that much scarier. Again, we're talking about Rahel hitting 3-item spikes, having the armor penetration of the LDR. We're talking about Darkwings having stasis available alongside the fully completed tanky caster items. The job only gets more difficult as the clock goes forward.
Yeah, it really does. This next Drake, they're going to need the right snap engage. It's going to be so difficult, though. I think you're still trying to target Rahel, but if you miss that engage and he rips the feathers through your whole team, they're just going to get shredded right now. He's 3 full items on the Rakan, and at this point, with DSG having the Otacon, they have those extra stats from the 30 flowers. It's looking more and more grim for Dignitas Flowers.
Okay, we've got the Chem Drake started up, though. Dignitas is trying to come down here with a pincer attack. It's Isles and Kaney on the south side of the fight. Everybody else coming up from the mid lane area as Hui jumps back over the wall. The Drake is secured by Rahel and the rest of Disguised, and they can just get themselves out. They walk out as a full unit. They make sure nobody can get dogpiled on by Dignitas, by this all-in just press go comp, and so they get the objective for free. Nicely done.
All right, next objective carries a little bit more weight than the technical dragon.
Slightly, largely more weight than the chemical technical
somewhere
dragon?
Between the two.
Chemical technology?
If the dragon is Weibo, What?
I've walked myself into such a dark place. I can't answer these questions.
Okay. We got teleport for both top laners, so side lanes could easily join on over to it, but they're getting their resets off here, and Flowers, your favorite item, the arm guard here, purchased up from Darkwings. Darkwings has been the target. When Dignitas have had their successful fights, and also, even when they had their unsuccessful fight, they they still went for Darkwings, and they did kill him, but now, with the arm guard and his flash available, if DSG can have both him and Rahel survive, then you just have huge chances here of winning the entire series in the next team fight.
And I kind of think that's why Dignitas didn't fight that last Drake, is because, sure, they could have tried to engage onto the 5-man group of DSG, but without getting an odd-numbered fight, I think the fact that both carries are somewhat undiveable is a guaranteed loss. So that's why I think Dig is going to be looking for more skirmishes like this.
Well, Isles loses a chunk of HP, but XU does the same here, as Rahel is coming in to back up XU and Huhi. Redemption from Huhi there as Castle flying in from the side there with the Scion ult. He slams his face into the wall, so it's not like Dignitas is really giving them the opportunity to continue chasing after this right now. Just a little bit of posturing from both sides, fighting for control over this river. Shaden wants to charge up a vault breaker, but there's not really any vaults to break.
Yeah, and they're kind of just trading side lane pushing right now. They have Victor pushing on top side, and Renekton was pushing bottom side, so they just kind of trade an extra wave there for both solo lanes. And actually, that money is enough for Photon to finish his third item.
That's a big purchase.
Yeah, getting Sterix does allow at least the possibility of team fighting here for the Renekton. But again, if you take into account the overall compositions, even though the gold is comparable, the dragon buffs are comparable, DSG, just 30 minutes into the game, when you have a Victor and a Xayah versus a dive comp, you should have some pretty big advantages. You've got your LDR already completed, you have your Landries, and so Dignitas, they're feeling pressured. They're feeling pressured here, so they're just going to start it out. Rahel is walking from base with his Infinity Edge in inventory.
Yeah, the final boss is arriving if they couldn't get that Baron down in time.
Oh boy, yeah, and they can't. I don't think they've got the gear score, fellas. That Baron ain't gonna drop, and Rahel is on the way. You can see in the inventory of Darkwings, he also has both components for the Void Staff, moving towards having that extra penetration of his own to break through the front line, break through these divers as they try to dogpile in. And now Disguised, recognizing, hey, this is a 4 fully completed item to AD carry. We're just gonna try to shred the Baron ourselves as Castle and Huhi run a little bit of interference. Kaney's going to step forward here with the taunt. Shaden looking for the opportunity to maybe try to enter from the left, while Disguised finishes the objective, and now they're ready to go for the fight. But Huhi's going to die here at the very start before anything else even happens. XU chasing after Tomo, but Rahel dies! No ult! No flash! No chance! Dignitas eviscerates Disguised! The Baron might have gone over to the red side, but the blue side just deletes them! Dig don't lose a single man! They just won the game!
Photon found him with the flash W, and now XU needs to solo defend against 5 people!
I don't think it's happening, Chad. I don't think it's happening. I think we're gonna go to a game number 4. Dignitas, right when it seemed like they had thrown the game away, right when it seemed like there was not gonna be an angle back into this one, Photon clutching it to find the pick onto Rahel to kill the Xayah before he can ulti. Huhi and XU trying to slow this down enough, but they just can't do enough damage. We're going to game 4.
That's a second lease on life for Dignitas. That was a 4-item Xayah who just gets one-tapped.
Yep.
Lounge.
What do you got?
What?
Asking us.
Yeah,
I don't know. Why are you looking at us for that one?
Well, what we do have is Xayah Ultimate and Flag.
Yeah, we're saving it for next
Those are,
We still have those.
Oh my god.
The worst part is that wasn't the only time that happened where Rahel just with ult, with flash is picked off when he had, tools to stay alive and just didn't look super comfortable. We saw what happened when Rahel was able to fire, but if you take out the AD carry, hey, that's a great way to win a game.
Yeah, he looked like uncharacteristically uncomfortable in a
Yeah.
lot of these fights, unlike the first 2 games where he was still like really getting in there, able to deal damage.
They're finishing. They're finishing.
It's 3K. It's gone, okay? Just hit front, hit front.
I'm waiting for our star. Let's fight after.
I can take the current hit.
Yeah, wait. Look Xayah. Look Xayah.
Renekton got one shot.
Look Xayah.
He's 60.
Nice.
Look Victor.
He's on it.
We can end. We can push back, push back. Go inside the
Kill the
bus.
passive, kill the passive, kill the passive.
We need to kill sign passive, okay? We need to kill sign passive. Save CC, save CC.
I can hit him away, I can hit him away.
Yeah,
Just
hit
go.
it away, hit it away. We can yeah?
Yep. We should
Nice.
try it.
Yeah, try.
Honestly, really good fight from Dignitas. They
Yeah.
called early that they should look for the Xayah.
Yep.
Flash stun, full 100-0 in the CC. Couldn't actually react to it. Would have been incredibly hard to be able to react in that situation. So we're kind of joking. He has flash, he has ult, but that is a really tough one to react to. When they full send it on that, like you need your team to be able to try to react and peel or buy you some time to get that ult off. But honestly, great pick from Dig, and that just ended the game.
You're right. Just like setting the expectation before the fight even begins, who they're going for, because then, like the moment you find that flash stun, everybody full sends. That was the fastest 100-0 that I would expect from an AD carry that strong. So yeah, that was a tough one.
And even after they got the pick, even they're saying like kill the Scion passive just because you don't want that to clear out one of the waves. They're pushed towards the end. It seemed like the comms were there for Dignitas, and you had highlighted earlier, Raz, that they can team fight. We saw them have a couple of struggles before.
The castle is
a little bit of the castle's being destroyed. Just a little bit.
One chunk
just a bit. Just a chunk is gone.
There was a siege.
But that's just the first. The catapult hit a little bit of the building.
we talked about what a difficult time Rahel had kind of in this game. In game 1, he was really ended up shining in team fights. As we kind of look through, we have a series on our hands now. We also had a lot of objective throws.
Yeah.
Across this series.
Otacon, I think there's been one peaceful Otacon, and even that one, it was taken after a fight happened right before it.
Well, the confusion here is like, even as Azael is going through it, like just the process of like, all right, it's Dig Otacons, it's not Dig Barons. Wait a minute, it's Dig Barons too, so we have to update that. But also, maybe it's also DSG Barons because it, kind of came through a Baron fight. But yes, throughout the series, it felt like, at first, very confident with DSG's level. Like, they found control. I think they played fights fairly well, and I think anytime they were able to set up around a river and set up Get Vision, if Shaden was there trying to hop onto Rahel, then they could protect him. I thought DSG came into this one being able to get a lead and hold on to that lead, something we haven't seen in the past from them.
Yeah, and as we look at Rahel's numbers, I think that was a difference maker, as you pointed out. Every time, like, Wukong is really good into the Yunara, right, because you can get on top of her. They did a really good job of making sure that Shaden could not get in on Rahel in that game. And then game 2, the Castle and Bessa show, kind of.
That's what got this drawn originally,
These have been really, really back and forth games, but ultimately, after Dig got into a pretty strong winning position, it was Castle who was difference maker.
I will say, Castle, I think, just kind of as a player, and specifically in this series, is pretty greedy about playing for himself to put himself in a good position. In this game, it really did pay dividends because he was able to get so fed that he could then have this big moment towards the end of the game that kind of turned things around. In game 3 on the Scion, at times it felt like he should be playing more with the team and joining the team, but he's still kind of sitting in those side lanes at times. So it is interesting because it's kind of the push and pull, right? Like, this is the big reward you can get from him prioritizing himself and putting himself ahead. But it is hard to find these kind of fights and these kind of moments.
And it's hard to draw some conclusions because even in the fight that you're talking about, I'm sure we're going to get to it, because he's hitting moments like these where it's like, wait a minute, Dig looked like they were in a fantastic position, and then they can win it off that. But no, Castle, plays the previous fight incredibly well, then is able to get a pick on Tomo, then get Baron, and the game gets completely turned on its side. So that, you're right. That's the good side of being able to get funnel gold and leads on towards Castle and find moments, especially on his Mbessa. That has always been great. But then you go into game 3.
Yep.
Exactly. And game 3 is where he's still doing that same thing on the Scion. You'd rather see him group up with the rest of the team. But this was also where Dignitas, as a team, were able to hold the line a little bit better. I mean, they're able to get the flash out of Castle early. This was a great outplay from his end, though. So, I mean, he did kind of get that early lead for himself. But then we do see that Dignitas, other than this one fight, this is the one time that Rahel was able to free fire. They just made Rahel's life miserable.
Yeah, I mean, Rahel had a really good fight here. There was one of the earlier Dragon fights, though, where Rahel got caught. I think there was much more of an opportunity for him to react in that play, but he wasn't able to react with flash or ult. He dies, and then Castle just says, you know what, I'm just not going to TP. And it's like a minute-long fight where he never TPs, and Darkwing's almost carried the fight, even though Rahel died early. And I felt that fight and then this fight were kind of those two major difference makers. They're not in a position to actually peel for Rahel in this one. He dies instantly, and that kind of decided it.
And I think this is how Dig get back in games, right? We're talking about two teams that both make mistakes, especially around objective setups. I think they did a really good job of saying, okay, we're going to lock in something that, yes, DSG ended up having a comp that outscales massively, right? But this is pretty, Vi Galio, pretty easy to execute, pretty good to bring out.
Look at damage versus Xayah.
Yeah. So like, I think this was good on them of A, putting together a comp that's like pretty easy and works well together, but then B, finding windows. Dig is a team that even when they're down, they will never give up. You heard it in those comms. They're like, we're going to get onto the Xayah after this Baron. They did a good job of that, so.
But Sion was so unkillable in this composition. I really liked at least what DSG's comp had to offer. And like to the point that we were making, it's kind of weird, those conclusions, because it feels like, yes, oh, you're winning the bot side fight, so maybe you don't need Sion, but especially if you're getting a TP from the top laner, you should just join. But a lot of times it's like, you should just trust your instinct and just be a part of the fight, especially if you're playing Sion. And a lot of the times
you're not going to win through side lanes.
Yeah.
Exactly. You should just be there to be able to give space to your carry. So we'll see what ends up happening. But we're seeing now a series that we might have to make.
So is this back to a 1 or back to a 2?
I still believe in 3-0.
Well, we debate on that one, guys.
I'm still confident in 3-0.
Tripling down on the 3-0 despite it not being possible.
Right.
We'll see what it is, though. Dignitas get a win. It's not a sweep, and we have a series on our hands. We're heading to a break, but Game 4 is up next.
It's gone, okay? Just hit front, hit front.
I'm waiting for our star. Let's fight after.
I can take the current hit,
Yeah, wait. Look Xayah. Look Xayah.
Right, got one shot.
Look Xayah.
He's 60.
Nice.
Look back there.
He's on it.
We can end. Push me. Cancel the
Kill the passive.
We need to kill sign passive, okay? We need to kill sign passive. Save CC.
I can hit it away. Just
hit it away.
We're going to Game 4.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for Game 4 in this series. That's right, it is a series, not a 3-0 for Disguise. Dignitas denied them the sweep. Not yet. Not a KO yet, as they'll want to remind you, but a reminder that the loser of the series will go home. So Dig's back are against the wall for the next 3 games. They have to reverse sweep this series if they want to keep themselves in this elimination phase.
And it's been tough because Dignitas has had like leads, at least in the previous game, in Game 2 that is. And then being able to throw that one, that has to be a level of frustration that even in those games versus DSG, you can't really like close it out. So that last game has to be a breath of fresh air.
I will say though, on the other side, for Dignitas, they're obviously under pressure, but DSG, you were in a position, I think you have to think, where you've outscaled them. You should be sweeping this series. You lose that one, and it can start to get a little bit nerve-wracking. You're like, okay, well, we should have already closed this out. If anything bad happens early in this game, it's going to start creeping into your mind. It's like, the series should already be done. We shouldn't even be playing this game. You know, like, okay, what if they win the second one? Oh, God. And then there's that sick feeling of like, oh, are we going to be swept? So, or reverse swept, excuse me. So it is really interesting, the kind of psychology, I feel like, of these long series.
And I love that you bring that up because of also the experience on Disguise. Yes, Huhi has 180 games played in best of fives. The rest of the roster has combined 6. 183 now. True. Yeah. True, but players like Darkwings, players like Castle not having any. XU also very, early in his career. And XU, last time we saw him, also did have a very shaky series there where it felt like nerves were getting to him. So, yeah, if you're Disguised, you want to get those nerves out of your system and just focus on this next game.
And that's true. And I think what's going to be interesting about this as we go straight into the draft is once you start to challenge a lot of champion pools, a lot of the times it's the younger players that are going to be struggling. But Darkwings is a player that has a pretty expansive pool. He even showed that with a Malzahar. So even though that wasn't a loss, it's something that I think I have trust in him as a player.
Gwen is up, and it has been kind of mostly just permabanned because obviously they've been wanting to deny it from Photon. So DSG basically has to take it if they don't want to give it over to Dignitas. But I do feel like that sets up for something that's pretty obvious because Dig on red side, you know that if you're leaving this up, they've been denying it from you the whole series. So they're very likely to take that. So I'm really interested to see what Photon is going to bring in. In pro play, we see a lot of Jax as an answer to this matchup. So I would be curious to see if he's going to go that or if he's really going to try to cook on something a little bit more crazy. Because we did see Photon go more out there, a little bit more wild with things like the Kled that can be really aggressive. And it'd be fun to see if he really wants to cook, but I would kind of expect it to just be something like the Jax.
Another super interesting thing is we see the Azir and Maokai locked in.
Team fight.
Yeah, obviously they don't have to pick that Jax up yet. But also Talia is up and available as well, right? With the 2 power pick kind of mid laners both available in this draft. So we could see her going over to DSG and try to set something up.
But I do like the fact that they banned the Pantheon and gave them to Talia, so the combination necessarily isn't there, which is like an easy follow-up of the stun into Flick.
And normally in these situations, it's like, okay, you first pick Talia, then they take away the Vi, then you go Xin, is the normal thing. But Xin is gone. Most of the physical damage junglers are gone. So I'm curious to see what the pairing is going to be. I was going to say, Viego and Lee Sin are the 2 that I could kind of think of as most obvious.
Yeah.
And sure, Lee Sin can be great, but the problem is you have no point-and-click CC whatsoever, amongst the first 3 picks. Yes, you can still go in towards like a Leona or something along those lines to bring that CC, but that can still get banned out, and it is going to be a Jace as the answer. I'm just a little bit concerned about the Talia pairing because no CC whatsoever.
Yeah, and the Jace lock-in already pairs really well with the champions that they have in the Azir Maokai, right? Like I feel like whenever he comes up in draft, we talk so much about how easy of a setup Maokai has around neutral objectives. That's something they've struggled. I mean, both teams have kind of struggled with at varying times in the series. So it's kind of a little cheat sheet for any sort of neutral objective set they want to have.
And now, I mean, talking about the point-and-click CC from DSG, they do have 2 more picks here, but there's a chance for Dignitas to try and take some of those away. They're instead taking away the Sivir as the first ban.
I mean, Sivir, I think, is just generically something that scales well and is a good wave clear, right? They'd been banning out earlier as well. But I would really like to see them deny the Leona and some of these kind of hard-engaged pairings because most of them are already gone. We've seen a lot of them are already off the table from previous ones. We have the Nico banned out. Things like Braum and Leona become really high prio in a game like this. But in my mind, it's like you could just ban one and pick the other on red side as your 4th pick and then really limit what DSG can do. So I personally feel like denying something like the Leona is more important than denying the Kai'Sa or the Sivir because I just think not having any sort of like hard engage or point and click CC over on the DSG side is really, really tough. Because if you denied the Leona from them, then they have to go to something like an Ashe or whatever to try to find some sort of CC, which isn't very popular. So it is interesting, but Leona is going to be up and available, and it looks like they're trying to set up for Senna TK as a potential kind of like answer or trap card for that. Which is kind of cool. It's just heavy scaling from Dig. It's kind of, the scripts have been flipped from last game.
It has been, and I think MF would have been a really good combination, but they banned both Ezreal and MF, and they could just trap them into a pretty good Braum comp. Like I think with what Dignitas has to offer with Braum and Maokai, I wouldn't even be concerned if you end up giving them the Leona, because that is a tough composition to walk into. But that being said, you are with Senna, and you do have a large amount of scaling in your side, so I think the early game is going to be a little bit tougher.
They can also just go Aphelios and go with like an Enchanter pairing if they want. Like, you can go Thresh, or you can say, okay, if we're expecting them to play TK, we can just come some sort of I actually love this. This is the pre-counter to the TK. So the reason it's supposed to be good, you can obviously knock off the shield, but he's saying, I know you want to pick TK. We need some sort of engage, so I'm just going to pre-counter pick what my expectation is here. And now I'm curious, like, would there be any sort of a pivot? Like Braum, I was going to say, is still up and available. You can go to Braum, and I actually think it really answers this very, very well. Because even if he hits the hook, as long as you throw up your E before you get hooked in, it's so hard to burst you down. And I actually way prefer Dignitas' comp.
Yes,
I prefer.
I thought no matter what DSG did, I just like Dig's comp because the setup is basically just throwing them into a Braum. But now at least the element from Huhi is that he can search for a Senna pick, he can search for a pick on Azir, but if he doesn't find something special, this is a tough comp to play against.
Hard for DSG to force engages. They don't have this kind of snap engage outside of Blitzcrank, and Dig can just scale infinitely into this game. Casters, what are you thinking? Are we getting a game 5 after this?
Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie. I think I gotta go with Dignitas' comp on this one here, too. The Lee Sin Blitzcrank definitely has a high burden of execution on it, so we'll see if this guys can pull it off.
It does, man. I also know that anything can happen. I thought Rahel was gonna walk down mid lane with his Infinity Edge and end the series.
Well, he ended the game.
He did. He did.
Yeah, he did, in a way. Photon also did, in a way.
It was a team effort.
Yeah, good flash done for Photon in the last one. But all that matters is what you do in this game. At present, one game at a time. Dignitas knew it's must-win for them in the previous game, but from every game there on out as well. So they have to remain focused, lock in. They have some really good team fight and really good scaling outs for themselves in this game. But you're still going to have to execute on that, and the pressure is still very much on.
I want to see if Huhi does any shenanigans at level 1 with the Blitzcrank here. You can see Dig already overloading a bush.
Oh, yeah. This is counter shenanigans. They know that Blitzcrank often wants to engage in this level 1 tomfoolery. And so they're just going to do a little bit of their own.
You guys talking about tomfoolery and shenanigans in the same sentence.
What's the third word?
Holy
Why didn't you come in with
All
the
right,
word?
there's enough tomfoolery and shenanigans here. We're tossing down to Raz, who's standing by for an interview with Disguise coach Ido.
Yeah, we're giving you guys a chance to calm down, but I need to ask you, the last 2 games have been kind of crazy. Not only the comeback within game 2, but also game 3 being like that, like you had a great position. How is it from your side being able to watch the team the last 2 games in the back?
I mean, it's not fun. Every game is really stressful, even when we're in a super winning position.
Yeah.
It's still stressful, but I think it's really important to kind of like embrace the chaos and have fun with it too. Like, you need to be able to make a big mistake and laugh it off and try to come back. I think that's kind of the decision maker in long game 5 series.
Talk about the improvement you guys have been making, because not only have you guys got your first series victory versus Dignitas before, but you guys are still in match point right now versus them.
Yeah, I think our improvement's been coming along pretty well. Honestly, I think we've slowed down like a little bit these past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe even like regressed a little bit. But I think our baseline is still decent these days. I'm watching bot be a war right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think slowly we're still upward trajectory, but yeah, we've been stalling like a little bit, I think.
Final thoughts just on the composition you guys had, just because it feels like it's going to be a pretty difficult scaling comp to go up against the Dignitas.
Yeah, I think they, like, hats off to them. I think they actually had a really good draft plan going into it, but I think in game 3, I actually had a really good draft plan, and that didn't work out so well. So maybe this one won't work out so well either. Who knows? Just play better.
All right, just play better. What are your thoughts, casters?
I don't know, man. There's a little chicanery going on here, some tomfoolery, some shenanigans,
some rambunctiousness.
Rambunctiousness, that's a good one. We got all sorts of words happening in this game.
I like that he said, what's important is you need to be able to make a big mistake and just laugh it off.
It's
and
true.
That's going to be
and
a determining
it's not about
factor.
the team comp, it's about how you use it. I think that was an important point in that interview as well.
Just play better. That's what it all comes down to. Play better than them, you're going to win. Easy peasy.
Taking a look at our tri-lane camera here now, though. It's Dignitas who have to push down there in the bottom lane. Mid lane pretty even between the two, as we are going to see the first teleport amongst solo laners. B Darkwings coming back into that mid lane right now. Top side also pretty much wave locked in that middle of the lane type of state. Once we can get the scoreboard back, I do want to see what Darkwing's first purchase was like, because this is a pretty early first recall. Most of the time when you see somebody use their teleport, they want to use it like level 4 or later. Now down here in the bottom lane, XU coming in. See that maybe there's an opportunity here. Sonic Wave. Nice flash out there from Isles to try to dodge away from it. XU still chasing. Not really a chance to get anything else back here. But yeah, what I was talking about there just a second ago, the purchase for Darkwings, he recalled so he could start stacking his tier, but he only got that and one additional potion.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, too, top side, though, they're going to actually do a counter dive.
Fine dive.
Okay, Castle's the target. Shaden wants to go in and chase after him here. Beautifully done there from Dignitas. Nice and clean.
Yeah, easy from Shaden. He takes tower aggro real quick, then drops it with the W immediately. They delete Castle. And better news for them, they also got Castle's flash there. I thought for sure Castle was just going to be like, I'm dead, nothing I can do. But he tried to outplay it. So now it's an even worse situation where you're playing Gwen into Jace. You have no flash. You just got dove at that minion wave. So very good stuff here for Photon and for Dignitas.
It really is the opposite of last game. I mean, last game, Shaden tried to dive, end up giving a solo kill over to Castle.
Wow, I didn't even remember that. Like, that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
That was the Vi flash in under tower at the Zion. That is actually the opposite. Yeah, this is the opposite play, correct.
We're going to see how long Huhi stays level 6 this game.
Oh, God, we're going back to that. Okay.
As long as we're talking about the past, Kobe.
Yeah, I got to talk to Huhi now. I got to figure out what did he do to you.
Well, now I'm going to track it this game. We're going to see when he hits level 6 on the Blitzcrank, and we're going to see how long the level 7 takes. What'd you say it was last game, Jet? 8 minutes?
Oh, my God. Yeah, it was 8:30 until about 16 minutes.
Okay, so 7.5 minutes.
It was crazy. I've never seen it.
Well, that's what we'll track this game. We'll see how well that works out. Down here in the bottom lane, Isles and Tomo just hanging back a little bit. They don't want to allow themselves to become Blitzcrank food. But this is by far the earliest Drake of the series so far if XU actually stays and commits to taking this.
Yeah, well, his bot side is pushing in, and Isles, of course, still has no flash. Shaden's going to look for the play mid while he's doing Dragon.
Ooh, nice good shuffle there coming out from Kaney. Now Darkwing's in a bad spot. He's got no flash to try to get away, and with Shaden right here, there's no way out. Kaney picks up a kill.
I want to know what the comms are like, because Shaden was in the position to catch that first in this brush by mid lane, but then he started walking around for the wraparound gank instead, and then it ended up flashing, but...
Yeah, that was a good pull there from Huhi, but still a little bit too close to the turret.
I hear you, Kobe, because you feel like if they were going to go for the gank, why did they not just do it together instead of having to flash over? But take the kill.
Yeah, I mean, of course they're going to take the kill. Yeah. He just ended up having to flash back to a position where he was previously.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's still very good for Dignitas. 2 kills on the board, have a very good scaling draft for themselves, really good 5-on-5 capabilities, and their bottom lane also avoided any sort of like counter aggression on the bomb side. Only thing going DSG's way, of course, is the Dragon.
And I'd say there's been multiple times now where XU has kind of tried to do something to Isles and Tomo, and they just repel it very easily. The early Blitzcrank to try and preempt to Tom Kench and then getting counterpicked by Braum is pretty effective. Like, I'm not generally a fan of Senna Braum lanes because I feel like they're low damage, but in this instance, I think it works quite well because it invalidates in many ways the Blitzcrank strength of hook.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to play defense while your Senna scales, your Azir scales. You have some really, really good carry possibilities later. Meanwhile, though, DSG with the Swapperoni, Castle down to the backside now and just actually teleporting Huhi up here at the wave. Can he... The teleport takes so long.
Yeah.
The wave's rushing over to the tower anyways, so a lot of these ones are dying before Rahel actually gets there. Some of the melee's getting dropped.
Well, I mean, hey, Huhi did catch a lot of them. The ranged minions are all still there, so they're going to keep that wave pushed up. So, yeah, I like the play there from Huhi using the Summoner Spellbook for that specific teleport timing. And we did get to see kind of the defensibility of the Braum that you guys are talking about with that pull that Huhi landed on him close to the turret after the mid lane kill, because they pull him in, and you've got XU right there. And if that's some, you know, like squishier enchanter type of support or something, or even just like a melee support that doesn't have that level of defensibility, you can do a lot more damage there. But instead, Isles never even felt the pressure of needing to flash or heal or anything. You throw up the shield and walk away.
Now, Void Grubs are up right now, though they push in the top lane, and Shaden's the one who started them up. Both junglers level 6. Might see a fight here. Mismatch bot lane where the Gwen is up against the Senna, so kind of an awkward grub fight.
Okay, Dignitas are going to secure the first grub for themselves. DSG already has that first Drake down there on the bottom side, going to get a 1v1 at the same time. Castle going forward. Meanwhile, Weaver's wall up here around the grubs as Darkwings makes his entry. He's already almost mostly dead. He's got 200 HP left, and Photon's looking to go to the skies. Isles continues chasing as Dignitas has control over the fight right now, but Darkwings is firing right on back. Nice moves coming out from DSG, and a beautiful fadeaway pull right when it looked like Dig should have been able to take it. DSG turn around and break their ribcage.
They crashed all over the rocks, Flowers, and the chase through. They couldn't quite get Hui. They couldn't quite get Rahel. Double sums used from the Aphelios. He ults them, they turn around, and the damage here coming through the jungle, they ripped them apart.
Oh, it was looking so good at the start of that fight because they were chasing them through. The Senna ult, Tomo hit 6. He didn't get solo killed by Castle. He's joining the fight anyway, slicing through all of them with the Senna ultimate. But as they get towards the blue buff, Kobe, it does seem like they crash on the rocks. So the rocks that get used there, the Senna ult's used here, full retreat for Dig at this stage. Even Hui nearly gets one-shot by Photon, flashes the Q, and then this is how they turn it around. Rocks go down, no retreat.
Yeah, they shove Braum under. Nice then the pull here from Hui to top it off. At the beginning of the fight, too, you see Braum puts up the wall to block out the rest of the Taliyah wall, so it kind of makes an avenue for them to escape. And then the Maokai ult came through, and that's where you're seeing these big health leads. And there was just one more auto attack left to proc that Braum passive as well, even onto XU. And so many of them were so close. You know, it required that Hui flash. It required the escape from XU and Rahel, and they're able to get the return damage and get the extra kills here onto their Aphelios. So Rahel feeling very nice now about this game. See if the Aphelios can be the big carry for DSG to try and put the series away.
I mean, that's what they're going to need, right? They need some firepower alongside the range that Aphelios can command, particularly when he has Calibrum, the green gun, to be able to contest with what Senna and Azir are going to do as the game goes on. You have an answer for the side lane pressure from Photon in the Gwen for Castle, so it's not like you're going to constantly be stressing out about that. But you need to be able to fight against these team fighters, these scalers. And XU and Hui are also still going to have that pressure on to make some plays. Photon, Shaden, and Isles making some plays of their own, going in after Castle here. He fires off another round of needlework, but now he's away from his turret. He's staying alive a little bit longer, going for the snip, but the backup only arrives in Dignitas colors. Castle falls.
So, Kobe, you asked about the comms on that mid gank earlier. The comms here are like, whoa, Castle just all in me, because originally they were there probably not going to die because the Gwen would have been safe, and then he all-in that pulled them down. DSG's going to try and use all those cooldowns that Dig used bottom lane, though, to get this Drake.
But meanwhile, Photon just teleported back to the mid lane turret to join up with the rest of the team for Dignitas. Disguised is trying to finish the objective, and they will manage to secure it, but Dig still wants to try to take a fight. He grabs another hook onto Shade, and plenty of damage here onto the Maokai, but DSG can't get the job done, and now Katie with a big Emperor's Divide. He dies first. Another kill comes in on Rahel. Darkwings will be number 3. A triple kill over to Photon's Jace. XU's mind's telling him no, and his body's telling him hell no. He's getting out of there.
And Dignitas are back on top, Flowers! Just like that! Dignitas, baby!
Just as we all expected. I mean, I'm recovering a bit. Couple big things in that fight. The hook in seemed good in the first place, but it really just pulled the Maokai closer to the Aphelios. I believe Rahel missed his Alt-R from Red Gun, which is about a 300 or 400 health heal that would have been able to keep him in this fight. Yeah, his R misses. That could have also been an execute on Shaden. Then Kaney comes in with the really big Emperor's Divide, and it allows Photon to clean up the kills.
Yeah, the teleport flank from Kaney is so big for them. Comes in, the triple kill for Jace now. That poke damage is going to get insane. His side lane pressure is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Castle
Okay, he's going to see if he can hit pull here. Nope, Caney, good job predicting where that one was going to go. But yeah, I had mentioned right before the fight, oh yeah, you've got Glenn to deal with Jason in the side lane, no problem. It's a bit more of a problem now.
Yeah, and sometimes, I mean, we saw there, like, when you're hooking in some of the front line, whether it is Braum or in that case was Maokai, then Shaden was able to actually just get the root. He actually escapes over to the side where his teammate is teleporting into as well, and just works out in Dignitas' favor. So now it is Dignitas with the gold lead. Yeah, they're down some dragons, but they've got the gold lead, and they have Azir and Senna scaling up.
Also with 2 out of 3 of the grubs belonging to Dignitas, extra turret pressure for them. Caney, nice defensive shuffle there to get himself out of danger. However, there's no such shuffle there for Isles. The soldiers can only save 1.
And if you notice, he had a level advantage on the Braum there. Level 7 Huhi, much faster than last game. From 8:47 to 13 minutes. It only took him 4.5 minutes this time. But now, they're going to look to dive Caney as well.
Caney in some danger. The 4-man dive from Disguise. Caney, though, nice job getting away thanks to Shaden providing some covering fire. But now Darkwings is ready to follow it up. The seismic shove doesn't get the job done, but XU does. Disguised through everybody at this one, and they're going to manage to secure the kills and get the turret. But it's important to note, Photon got the bot lane tier 1 turret just a second faster.
That was the race that if they hadn't chased that kill, that would have been the full feats of strength upgrade, because they were the first to 3 kills in this game as well. So crucial to see if they're not able to secure the 3rd major objective and get that buff later on in the game. Chasing the kill feels good. They did get it, but it could cost them later.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel bad for Caney in that one. He dodged so much.
Yeah, man.
But in the end, all you're dodging, like, they just catch up to you and just use their fists.
I mean,
you can dodge 10 punches, but the 11th one might get you.
He's like, all right, I didn't get CC'd here, didn't get pulled there. He just punched me today.
Yeah, punched me today.
Well, all right, GG. Okay, Dignitas still up 1,000 gold. 2 dragons for the side of Disguised. We have the Herald spawning in 2 seconds. Considering the neutral objective feat is the only one left to claim, this means that if Herald goes over to DSG, they're going to get the boots. If it goes over to Dignitas, then it'll come down to the next Drake when that spawns about 1.5 minutes from now. And Disguised are going to go ahead and start up the Herald.
Here we go. Azir, wait, was there like a second on that teleport still? There's a tiny sliver.
It's not up yet.
Okay, Caney's still trying to make his way over. Immediate pull coming out from Huhi. Shaden takes a ton of damage, but he ain't dead yet. Finally falls to hell. Needlework from Castle, clearing space as he charges forward. Now Isles is the second death, and both kills go to hell. Beautiful engage. The pull from Huhi, the fight from Disguise, the Herald, and the feats of strength belong to them.
Huhi back to smiling. We're talking about
a smile grab.
How much he was smiling in the previous games, popping off, and now sometimes you just need to have a blitzcrank in the game, Jack, to make some magic happen.
Just make things happen. He's pulling gold in for his AD carry. That's what he's doing here. Rahel getting very fed. Will have that Infinity Edge shortly. I'd say with these fights, Photon is the one who needs to land poke. Like, with how fed he is on Jace, if he's able to sneak some empowered shock blasts around onto Rahel, like, he can be the one that kind of takes him out of the fight. But if they're just getting hooked on the AP Maokai at the start of the fight, they're going to have no chance.
Exactly. That's why these hooks are so key for DSG, because you're not giving them any time either for the poke or for the teleport cooldown to come back up, because that thing was just a sliver still left on that. But Huhi went immediately for it, lands another one. They force the issue a couple seconds there too early for Caney to even join. And now they pop the Rift Herald mid while they start the Mountain Dragon.
Okay, but XU is driving the Herald towards the battle. Dignitas got to be careful about this one. A TP's also coming in to join with Castle. Now they collide with Isles. He immediately jumps back away with a flash. DSG with control over the Drake pit. They're looking to take the objective here for themselves. Weaver's wall from Darkwings, cutting everybody else off. Huhi makes a pull right as he dies. He's the first one to fall, but he trades for Isles. XU dead next. It's a 2-for-1 trade going the way of Dignitas. Shaden's down to 100 HP and cannot remain in the fight. The objective, Soul Point, claimed by Disguise as they continue trying to get away, but they got to be careful because Dig might not be done yet. Photon coming around from the flank. No chance to make anything more happen. So it's +1 kill for Dig, but the Drake for Disguise.
And those are actually critical, because DSG, they do need to look towards this Dragon Soul as a very big part of them winning this game. You know, Azir and Senna are starting to get scary, but let's take a look at this drive on in.
Certified banger right here. XU, he's able to actually land it and get out before it's a suicide, which burns the flash for Miles. And then I like how they peeled back for a good portion of time at the start of this fight. The Talia ultimate doesn't necessarily actually cut off the fight because everyone was still in range to do damage over the wall, and incredibly close to the execute onto Shaden from the Aphelios blue gun explosion.
Close one there.
8-8.
Yeah, man.
2 games to 1. Maybe we're going. I thought this had to go 5 games, Flowers.
Yeah.
I just felt like it had to.
The whole desk predicted Disguised, but they also all predicted 5 games. It was a full 3-2 prediction suite here. Everybody figured with these two teams, with the struggles they've had so far this year and being able to make sure you can not only get the lead, but then close out cleanly, you're figuring it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be a cage match, and we're kind of getting that here in Game 4.
Okay, but up until the last literal 30 seconds of the previous game, you for sure felt like this was a 3-0. Did you not?
100%.
Counterpoint.
Right up until they were able to get that Baron fight after they lost the Baron. That was looking like a DSG all the way. And now, Dignitas, of course.
Yeah. But these teams, they subvert your expectations, Kobe. I'd also say everyone thought DSG was the worst team in the whole league up until last week when they beat Dig, and suddenly they're the 5th seed, and they get to pick their opponent. So you never know.
Life's crazy sometimes.
Technically, we keep doing those trailers for the LTA Championship. Both of these teams still eligible.
Yeah, they can still make it. I mean, you've got to make a tough run to get there. It's not going to be easy by any means, but it is still possible. Infinity Edge purchase completed for Rahel. This is a massive power spike.
And I think they need to use it towards the Otacon. Otacon has been good to DSG, and it has been very bad to Dignitas. So if you're stacking the odds in your favor, you would want to do that by playing on your Infinity Edge Aphelios here. Rahel's got both summoner spells, Flowers.
Well, I hope he's got his little Puppet Master marionettes to mind control Dignitas into starting it up first, because that's part of why this works so well. If Dig starts it up, you can punish Dig. But we'll see. Otacon has spawned in the bottom side of the map. And DSG trying to get the mid wave pushed out here a little bit. Nice chunk of damage there on the Tomo coming out from Rahel as DSG fights for control of vision here in the bot side river. Dignitas being a little on the cautious side.
Aphelios can kill Otacon fast. They're at least hoping to get the Azir teleport out. They have the bot lane push. There's the teleport. You'd think that they'd pull off, but I mean, if Huhi's in the right position, they're thinking that they can maybe get it low enough. No way, they have to pull off.
No, they're still on the Otacon. It's down to half HP. DSG walking away now as the Maokai ulti flies in. Huhi tanks the Maokai ulti and then uses the Mikhails on himself.
They're just gonna flip it.
Is now XU's ready to maybe go right on back in here. Dark Wings tries to ride the Weaver's wall, but a nice block on the rest of that one coming out from Isles. There with the Unbreakable. XU down to 40% HP. Otacon down to 25. Otacon down to 2,000. Isles is about to die. Castle tries to go into the back as the Otacon goes over to Dignitas.
Shaden!
Finally, Otacon. He comes up huge for Dig. They're going to claim a big dub on that one.
Wait, what did XU smite? I got to look at the replay here, because that was actually kind of slow. The Otacon was sitting down 1,100, 1,200, 10, like... Okay,
Shaden got it.
Yeah, I know he got it, and that's why I'm wondering, where was XU's smite? Did he smite a champion or something?
We'll have to see. I
It
can
actually
check it in
is
slow
sitting,
motion too.
It's under 1,200 for quite a while, I felt like. It actually, it kind of felt like slow motion to
It
me.
felt like Dig was just going to get wiped.
Let's see.
Because I believe, okay, the Aphelios ult gets blocked by Isles, but
Yeah, it's
then
only on Braum.
Castle does so much damage. I thought everyone on Dig was just going to die.
Jaden goes in, he W's on it.
I think he just queued up, Q smites.
Oh, he smited Maokai.
Yep.
There was a smite on Maokai.
I think he misclicked and hit Maokai.
Yeah. And then he's kicking Maokai away too, and then as he's flying away, Shaden can get...
Yeah, so he wanted to click the R onto Maokai and the smite then onto Otacon.
Yeah.
But he clicked both onto Maokai.
Yeah.
Haha.
I loved... Okay, we're fighting.
I mean, that's what we paid for here, to come watch this.
That's what it's all about, boys. We wanted a scrap, and we are getting a scrap.
Soul point.
With the Otacon. Yes, this is Soul Point. If XU steals this away, it is absolutely huge. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, he jumps in. He tries to kick him back away. The Dragon is stolen away by Dark Wings. Disguised, gets Mountain Soul, and now Tomo's under pressure. XU needs a little bit more damage to the bottom lane of Dignitas is already both killed. Photon falls too. Disguised, clean out both the side lanes worth
of enemy players. They forced the mid and jungle back, and they're right back in the driver's seat wearing a Mountain Soul shield.
XU gets another chance at it, but it's Darkwings that gets it!
The true revenge on the Dignitas!
Darkwings double teamed them!
They're fighting over who's angrier at D.
So this time he did, I believe he once again kicked Shaden out of the Dragon Pit.
For sure.
In order to do the same play.
1900.
Yeah, he kicked him
I mean,
all.
he's far away.
So what's funny is he also hooked someone back in.
That was Tomo.
Which is Tomo, but it was right next to Shaden. I swear that would be the funniest thing if he had actually hooked Shaden back in and Shaden had stolen it. Like, that would almost just be too good to be true. And it actually was, because it wasn't true.
It wasn't true. So Soul now for DSG. The Otacon buff will be on Dig for the rest of the game, which keeps them kind of in it. But against the Mountain Soul, it makes it so difficult. And how fed Rahel is getting. Again, elimination point here now, DSG with Soul.
Well, this also makes it so much more interesting once Soul is claimed, because that means now for the rest of the game, Elder is going to be a factor for both teams.
Ooh.
We've got 4.5 minutes until the Elder Drake spawns. So
that's pretty early for Elder.
Yeah, Baron's not even alive for the first time for another 1 minute. So we've got a lot of opportunity here for Elder Drake to be the thing that seriously decides game 4.
I just need to tell the story. At like 20 minutes, Kobe just started rubbing his hands together excitedly because Otacon was up. And in my head, I'm thinking like, there's no way they just start Otacon and fight immediately. And then they did. So this series is delivering.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
That's why he was excited. He knew.
So, also,
wait, nice pull coming out from Huhi, but again, it's only on the Isles. Weaver's Wall flies out. Seismic shove forces the flash out of Shaden here, too. Kaney with a nice shuffle tries to toss Castle back towards the turret. They want to go in after Shaden, and they finish the kill. Disguised as full sending it, Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean...
wait, what?
He had the mark on him from the sniper gun, so he's able to shoot him.
That was the Calibrum, that's right. I didn't see the mark on him. He gets the final shot from downtown, and Rahel makes it a 2-for-1.
200 years, baby!
The original.
Barons are right on time, boys!
Oh, they can actually just get this almost for sure.
Shaden and Kaney are dead. Like, that's the enemy jungler?
No way he can steal it.
Okay, yeah, a Braum just walking up casually.
It would have to come a Photon
Well, have to swap
Shock
it too.
Blast.
Yeah.
Photon Shock Blast would have the biggest chance, but he's not even going over there.
He is now. Okay.
Baron for Disguised.
They're in a lot of control now. Rahel especially is more and more fed. 7 kills, 7 assists. Let's check the gold on them as well.
Let's check that snipe first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so beginning, la la la. I love that when Lucian goes in and you can get some ults out. You know, you fake out Braum, you get the Braum ult down. But really the action is over here. Huhi flashed in to get the knockup, but then Tower Shot ends up killing him.
Yeah.
There's the ulti.
AoEs.
He's got him on both.
Oh, the Braum E ran out a quarter second before that bullet went through as well.
And I'm also pretty sure that bullet was a crit, because it looked like he had too much health to die to a single auto attack that was just not hitting the crit value. So that was a pretty big individual auto attack there to kill Kaney and guarantee that they could take the Baron. Now they've got the Red Bull Baron for the next 2 minutes. And that is scary, Jap, because look at those timers. The Elder Dragon spawns almost exactly as the Baron ends, so Summoner's Rift is disguised to control up until then. Huhi forcing out the stasis from Kaney. XU wanted to go in, but he doesn't find the right kick. He only gets Isles, so that'll be a 1-for-1 trade.
Wrong
Kobe, are you okay?
I'm more than okay. I am loving this. This is so good. Rahel's going to destroy the tower flowers. Okay. They're going to get their inhibitor.
Okay, well, Disguise, they got the bot lane inhib. They've still got a 4v4 here on the map. He's going to use his Summoner Spellbook to teleport back in, rejoin with the rest of the team. Honestly, he's been having some really good pulls this game. He's been hitting those hands.
He's been incredible on the Blitzcrank. 13 assists, 15 kills.
XU flashed in for that, baby.
I know. Okay. I mean, did they kill him? Yeah, I think they killed the Braum.
Yeah,
they killed the Braum. He went in. They got a 1-for-1.
He was envisioning a different 1-for-1, but you still got him.
Give tower, chill, give tower.
Oh, they might look at it.
Wait, one passer. Lucian no push. Lucian no push. Kite back after. That's it. Done.
There's a midwave. Can we defend on there?
Yeah, we can.
Done. No more fighting. No more fight.
Chill.
They need to stay locked in this game to make this go to a game 5. I mean, it felt like hope was lost in game 3, but they were able to find that engage onto Rahel by Baron and end the game right after. They need a similar thing to happen in this game in order to win.
Okay, well, they're making their move here mid lane. Castle absorbing a lot of it because Gwen is immune. Now Isle's going to be your target. He looking for a pull onto somebody a little bit more valuable. And there he finds it. Shaden gets chopped down to size. And Dignitas are now in a 4v5 yet again with the Elder Dragon spawning in just 10 seconds. Castle's going to take a recall, teleport back to join the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Dignitas continues pushing forward. Isles gets pulled back into everybody, and he's not so unbreakable anymore. Rahel, godlike on the Aphelios, and now Castle's ready to return here with a TP. Dignitas, only 3v5 on the map. The Elder surely goes to Disguise.
I love the confidence that DSG played that with, specifically Castle at the beginning. Just receiving that engage, having confidence in his Gwen W. He waits out the entire thing, knowing that they have the Talia, who can collapse much quicker. And so they have the perfect counter there for DSG. That about wraps... Well,
you better be careful there, buddy.
I didn't finish saying it.
Yep,
okay.
Kobe's calling it.
About wraps
Elder
it
point.
up.
No way that they come back from it now.
We should do a new bet for chatters right now because it may look pretty one-sided.
I mean, Castle's looking for a solo kill. No flash on Kaney.
He's just throwing out the needlework here. He needs like one more hit and he'll execute there. Yeah, wow. Castle just seeing the opportunity, taking it. Kaney dead now for the next 45 seconds, and Disguised are quickly moving into position to start really pushing.
Yeah, there's no inhib on the bot side right now, so even though they don't have Baron currently, with the 4v5, they can likely force Dig off of this turret. If not, Huhi's always got the ability to hook somebody in.
Okay, tier 3 turret in the mid lane, that's your target, and it won't stay standing much longer. Now the inhibitor will fall just as quickly. Disguised with the Elder still for a minute and a half. They've got super minions flowing in from 2 different lanes. The first Nexus turret is already about to die, and Dignitas are on their last legs. Another beautiful pull coming out from Huhi, and Isles is down. Everybody on Dignitas is eviscerated by the Elder Drake. Ladies and gentlemen, it's done. Disguised will win their second ever series here in the LTA, and they will eliminate Dignitas doing it.
And that has got to feel amazing for XU and Darkwings, but also for the entire DSG organization top to bottom. They've had such a tough year here in the LCS as the promotional team, but they keep, LTA as a promotional team, but they keep themselves alive and they take Dignitas out.
Careful there, buddy.
Watch out.
I feel like careful there, buddy, is what was probably being said by both teams so often throughout this series. There were so many moments where everything was just going crazy back and forth one way or the other. We're walking with XU on the way to our interview. Loungers, take it away.
Oh, I just said play better.
And he was right.
He did?
He was right.
He came over, just literally like, you hear me, Raz? What? Just play better. And guess what? They played better.
And that is the swagger of a man walking who just won an ultimate grudge match right there. He's going to go here to chat with us in a second. He's about to walk in. But until then, I mean, what a moment for Disguised as an organization. The guest team here in the LTA North. And they just won back-to-back series. They got their first ever series win. Now their first best-of-5 win. And also many of the players' first best-of-5 wins.
Yeah.
It's a chef's kiss. That's what that is. It has to feel good. Look, they're close to making it a 3-0, so I'm not going to...
They were?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Three question mark, I think, is what we got
Yeah,
at the
3
end
question
there.
mark. Ended up being a 3-1.
bring it in.
Here we go.
Congrats. Here's a little toast
That's a dub.
for
That's
you.
a dub.
He has a toast right here.
Oh.
This is real bread?
It's actually warm.
Don't take a bite out of it.
This one is still
You can
warm.
eat it.
Freshly
Oh, it is
toasted.
actually,
If
you want to
you
take a
want.
bite out of it.
It's
That's a
just
toast.
butter and toast.
I see.
That's a toast for the victory.
Wait, how did
Cheers
they?
to the victory.
Cheers.
There you
There
go. How does it feel to win the grudge match back to back 2 weeks ago and now again?
I mean, it feels great, but honestly, they're like kind of below our pay grade now, so we're not excited. We don't really consider them our rivals anymore, you know? We're beyond that.
Okay, well, we do have the ultimate grudge match, which I believe you'll see here in a second, because I'm told that that's still going. There we go.
Okay.
So we built this one up because obviously you were on the team and now you're on Disguise, and I'm gonna let you know something. I believe it was Toast that said this earlier in the year, that the goal for the org was to be the best yellow jersey team by the end of the year.
True.
And look at that, you did it! There we go!
That's nice.
Back in the bowl.
I guess the question for you is just like, how has it been in the past few weeks? Because you guys have been able to not just take down Dignitas the first time around, but you guys had a pretty convincing victory here. You guys were close to being able to take them out in 3-0, right?
Yeah.
So have you guys been feeling the level up as a team?
Yeah, definitely. I think now when we scrim like the top teams, like we'll scrim Fly and like C9. Actually, not so. We don't do well against C9 at all. We can breathe against Fly now, which is crazy because like up until this split, we didn't win a single game against Fly the entire year in scrims.
Oh, wow.
So now we're like breathing and we can take some games occasionally. But you know, I think we're definitely leveling up as a team, and I think the addition of Rahel and Darkwings is like a really big improvement. So, yeah.
Oh yeah.
In addition to them, what do you think has changed like internally on the team? We've talked to Ido and he identified like one of the things he's like, I had to teach them like every fight is not all or nothing. Like we're all going in and killing someone. Is that something you guys think you've worked on overall in terms of team fighting, or like what do you think the biggest difference maker has been?
Yeah, I think team fighting's always been my weakest area. I think that's something that he's worked with a lot with me on, and we're getting better at. I do think me and Jay are like attack dogs. Yeah. Very like, I don't know if you ever hear our comms, but it's always like we're always the go 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 like screaming and stuff. So you know, I think us being more restrained and just understanding better how to like play slowly and take our small wins, I think that's made a big difference.
Nice.
Yeah. Who's the sober second thought on the team? Who's the one being like, I don't know, guys?
Isaac.
Really
Isaac is a
yeah, Darkwings.
Darkwings is a big like, hey guys, like let me just farm.
Well, I love hearing kind of like how the team functions, but it's been a wild ride for DSG and you on the team as well. But now that you've had a couple of wins, I love asking players towards the end of the year, what's your favorite memory with this roster, with this squad? Obviously, there were some shakeups going into summer, but you've had a full year now almost with the organization. So what are the highlights for you?
Favorite memory? Well,
there's a recent C9 in the next series.
That's true, actually. Honestly, I mean, our goal is to make the international tournament, and we actually think we can, especially because C9 lost to SR, and we really don't think SR is that good. Like, we kind of felt like we should have beat SR in the round robin this time, but we kind of, our inexperience showed, I think. So, you know, I think we actually have hope, and I think that's going to be our favorite memory. Going to Brazil together and maybe even going to Worlds.
He sees it. He's envisioning it.
We can see the vision. One thing that you just mentioned was kind of like team inexperience. Today, I thought you guys did a good job of like, there are a few times where some mistakes were made, you were able to bring it back and then win. Talk to me about like what's going on the team and like what the vibes are, what allows you to bring back, come back mentally.
I think this split compared to last split, we have a lot more trust in each other.
Nice.
I think a big problem we had last split was we would get a lead and make one mistake, and then everyone would just start tweaking because we've all thrown from here before. So like everyone would just be like, "Oh my god, like, please, 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 don't walk up!" Like another Tomo com where he's like, "Slow down, slow down, slow down." Yeah, it was kind of like that. And I think now as a team, like we make one mistake, we're like, "All right, guys, it's fine. Like we'll bounce back and we can still team fight properly." So.
What kind of conversation needed to happen for that to happen? Is it just the new faces that makes it a lot more easier, or is it like a meeting? I mean, it's like, guys, please stop the doomerism.
I think it's like a confidence in our carries now. I think last split we didn't really have a confidence in our carries, and it kind of led to just people tweaking a little bit too much because it was like if we're even, we're losing. If we're behind, we're losing. If we're ahead, we're losing. And it's just like we're always losing. But I think now we have a lot of confidence in Rahel, and Darkwings is improving really quickly, I think, and he's doing really well. So we're a confident team now.
Now you talked about it just a little bit with the whole envisioning the future. But of course, it's C9 got upset. They're going to be in the lower bracket. They get to choose who they want to play against. Yep. It's likely going to be you guys. And you talked about the weakness and like that. You see the pathway forward. But talking about forward, if you were to face a C9, what do you guys want to see from yourselves to be able to take that victory? Like, what does a prime DSG look like?
I think just less mistakes. I think we have a good ability to get leads early and like push the pace of the game, but sometimes we play the line a little bit too much, or like some information disappears and then someone gets caught.
Yeah.
I think lowering those mistakes against C9 would be the biggest thing.
That makes sense to me.
Good answer. Well, it's awesome to celebrate the win here with XU, but we also do have to acknowledge that Dignitas, this was their last series since they lost in the elimination phase. So we actually have Azale standing by with an interview to hear from Isles from Dignitas.
Thank you very much. Here with Isles, obviously, not the end to the year that you would have hoped for. When you look back on this year, do you kind of have any, positive takeaways, things that you've maybe learned, or things that you think you kind of been able to maybe take forward into next year?
Honestly, it's hard to see it that way straight away. Maybe after some reflection, I'll, pull out, like you said, the positives of this year. But this year's obviously a failure. Maybe the biggest failure possible, like this result, obviously. So definitely gonna have to go back and obviously not just look at the games, but like look at who we are as people, as a team, as management. Like what went wrong. This was frankly embarrassing. It's just so far below the standard, and yeah, I'm just disappointed.
Completely understandable. Is there one moment that sticks out to you, either from today's series or from the year, that if you could have a redo on something, that you'd say, hey, I wish we could have changed this, or I wish we could have had this game back or that moment back?
I mean, obviously, like clutch moments in games, like there are lots of things, like this game, for example, that we just played. Obviously, I wish I didn't flash over the wall by the grubs in the first fight. Like the fight was already won, and the game could have been won, but these moments in game stem from practice. The saying like you sink back to your level of practice, not rising to the occasion, whatever the quote is, right? I think that is and was our biggest downfall. And I wish that, I mean, even now I'm not sure, but I wish that I could go back and like do something behind the scenes that would change how we play on stage. Because I think it all comes down to practice, down to attitude, down to consistency and this type of thing.
Yeah, really hard, obviously, to pinpoint just one thing. So you are done for the year competitively. What's next for you personally? Is it just trying to kind of, take some time and look towards what can make you better as a player, or try to solve some things behind the scenes?
I'm definitely going to have to look inwards more. I think that I wouldn't say I was an egotistical person ever, or I was arrogant or whatnot, but I had like a standard for myself. I think the team and I both performed below that standard, and it's hard to see, it's really hard to play on stage compared to playing in scrims or on my own. Yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously, I'll be doing my best to try and be a great player for next year, but it's going to take a lot of work, I think, from this point, given our results. So.
Well, obviously a tough interview to do after a loss, so thank you very much, Isles. I appreciate it, and wishing you the best of luck for next year.
And that being said, we must go through the banner ceremony, so we have to take the last banner from Dignitas.
Last chevron.
This guy got a headset.
Oh! It's like, oh my god!
Did you break it?
What the? No.
Oh, I got to use it.
break it.
Okay.
No, it's
Okay.
good.
You got
I mean,
it,
they won't
yeah.
need it anyways.
I just know it. Brother, you are cheating. I just know it.
Yeah.
Okay, at least I got this
I was
part down.
mentally
He's fast at it. There we go.
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Great
let's
job,
settle
guys.
down.
Still got it out. But there we go. The DSG banner is regrowing. You had a couple losses, but now 2 back-to-back on Dignitas.
True.
We'll see if you're able to keep that going.
True.
But yeah, X2, I also have a gift for you, because I know this was the ultimate grudge match, which was a big deal for you to take the win, also Darkwings as well to take the win. So we actually have a Digi from Dignitas here that I want to gift to you.
Wow.
And it's to do whatever you want with it. There's a marker there, if you just want to toss it away in the bucket.
Don't give them ideas.
I mean, I'm just saying, I think you claimed this. Your team gets the banner, but you can walk home with the Digi. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I have no beef with Dig, honestly. It's just their general manager. The players, okay, there was David's, I don't know how to say his last name, David S. on Twitter.
Shynock,
Yeah, he was talking about
Shynock.
how like someone needs to call out Dignitas and who it is. And, I think for him, I can just say it. It's the GM, and I feel really bad for the players, and I hope they don't get replaced. But, other changes need to be made.
Okay, so for you, even if it's just with the GM, what would you call that then? If you had to gotta give it a logo for what your beef is, would you say it's an ultimate grudge match?
Oh my god, stop it. This needs to be stopped.
There you go.
Yeah, we're done with you, buddy. All right, Emily, go ahead.
I'm confused.
Emily, go ahead.
I tried to set it up. I'm not doing this right. I'm not
where
doing
you're
it.
going with that. We're going to ignore that. I love asking players this, so hopefully you don't look at the prompter. Who do you think should have won Player of the Series for your team?
Who should have won?
It's a back and forth.
I feel like everyone had their moments. I think I played pretty well today, except the last game I had like some suspicious things. I don't know. Usually I just go with Rahel because I think he's the best player on our team, but he kind of refused to flash some fights in the third game. I'm going to say it's me because, you know what? It's Castle. Honestly, it's well deserved. I think Castle did great today.
Yeah, right. I think everyone had their moments, and it was like a back and forth. Castle, especially on his Mbessa game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that Baron situation was insane.
But we lost that game. I think performances and losses don't really count.
I think you guys won that one.
I'm pretty sure that was game 2 that you won.
We won that one.
That was actually the win. No, can it get confusing?
I thought that was the game.
It's okay. The Dial one was like great game state. That one was a loss.
Yeah. But also game 1 on the Rumble, and then even on the Scion, he was still, pushing for side lanes a lot, but when he did group up, and this was the fight where Rahel was able to actually pre-fire, things were working great for you.
Yeah.
So what was that like then? Because you even mentioned it yourself, like Rahel not being able to flash a couple of times. What were the comms like in those moments?
They were completely chill. I think the thing is that's the trust, right?
Sure. Rahel
didn't flash one time, no one's gonna be like, mad, we all trust that when it matters, he'll flash, and if he doesn't, it's just unlucky, we'll go again.
Okay.
So.
But speak to Cass a little bit as a player, because being able to work with him throughout the year, it feels like somebody that you've been trying to unlock and getting him on carry picks and putting resources into him. How has it been playing alongside him?
Castle is probably one of my favorite players I've ever played with.
Yeah?
I think as a person, he's great. He's always positive, and he's serious when he needs to be, but for the most part, he's very caring and open to people's mistakes, and as long as you accept responsibility, he's not going to be toxic at all.
Yeah.
I also think he's just an incredible player individually. So yeah, it's been a pleasure to work with him.
I got to hang out. I had the pleasure of hanging out with the team a little bit last split and watching one of your scrim sessions. And I know I asked all the players, what's a word or a phrase that you want people to identify with you? And Castle said rock solid. That's the phrase he wanted people to think of when they thought of Castle. Do you think that he's living up to that as a teammate?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we had so many struggles in the first 2 splits, and I think for him to keep his composure, especially the way he was playing individually, is really impressive, I think. So I think a lot of players who are playing at that level and watching their team just crumble would start to get mad at their team and flame them. And I think he was just doing a great job of doing his role. And now that he's doing his role with a better team, I think we're gonna start winning.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, let's take a look at the bracket just because after that, let's see what so far the elimination phase is giving us. So you guys got the 3-1.
Yep.
Could have been a 3-0, but I'll take it. And tomorrow we have Lyon versus 100 Thieves. That one's an interesting one. What are your thoughts on that series?
We struggle way more against Lyon, but 100 Thieves are just you never know. It really is a flip. If they come tomorrow and they're on form, I think they're gonna take it easily.
Yeah.
But if they come with their kind of messed up, very confusing form, then they're gonna struggle a lot. Because I think Lyon is pretty solid.
That makes sense.
It's gonna be a long run from the lower bracket, but every game does bring us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. And if you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena Friday, September 5th. That Saturday and Sunday, we will also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. So follow the link on the screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets
with the vampires?
now. With the vampires. No, I think that's a different Twilight.
Okay.
It's a different Twilight, yeah. But that's it for us now. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for Lyon versus 100 Thieves. Thanks so much for watching. And thank you, Exu, for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Woo!
Is the weekend where we begin to break some dreams and send some teams right on home. First up, Dig versus Disguise.
Let them fight.
Yeah,
okay, fine. Tell me.
Wait, just hit Otacon, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Don't fall back, don't back.
Look here, look at York, don't flash, don't flash.
I'm not there, guys. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, we're cooking.
Oh,
We're fucking cooking, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. That guy's 1 HP.
Don't flash.
Coming.
Oh my god. My W.
I'm gonna keep it.
Oh, let me kill. Nice.
Disguised will take the Otacon, take the ace, take the fight, and take no mercy on Dignitas.
I'm fine. Yeah. Watch well. I just kite. Run. Sword.
It's fine, they're not gonna do Baron.
Yeah, I mean, if they do Baron now, we can do Soul as a trade too.
Then we need to put them a little more. Yeah. It's not up yet. Baron's no flash.
Wow.
Oh, he's inting.
Yeah.
Yo, what the do Baron?
Disguised will come back and take the dub. They're moving to match point.
Look for fire.
I got Tena! Okay.
I want one. Okay. Wow.
Couple of two. Hell yeah, guys.
Wow, he's going out.
They're gonna put
tower, no?
Disguise will win their second ever series here in the LTA, and they will eliminate Dignitas doing it.
Giant like a titan, ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise, through the ring of fire, in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. The arena, wild animals. We alive, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire.